the money's running out and she's looking for the next thing. She's looking for the next advice. And it depends who this astrologer is. If she finds somebody as manipulative as her, if she finds somebody as unscrupulous as her, the advice could be to leave him. The advice could be your star signs tell you it's time to move on. Meghan's career and potentially her relationship is on death row.
Meghan Markle is reportedly refusing to lock in business meetings unless her astrologer says the timing is right, and people connected to her projects are now speaking out about how chaotic that has become. Veteran entertainment reporter Rob Shooter, who runs the Naughty But Nice Substack, claims this is becoming a real issue behind the scenes. According to Shooter, one business contact tried setting up a Zoom call with Meghan, only to get turned down because the energy was wrong and the chart supposedly wasn't aligned.
Will never last. She'll fall out with these astrologers. That'll be ghosted. She'll be on to the next, probably Scientology next.
Harry jumping into astrology too, maybe to keep her happy. He's clearly not happy, but he's also too a very weak.
The source said the meeting had to be pushed back because the stars didn't support it at that moment. That person described it as the actual reality of trying to do business with the Sussex camp right now. The bigger story here is that Meghan's business choices are allegedly being filtered through astrology before anything moves forward. Meetings, deals, and partnerships are reportedly being delayed or approved based on advice from spiritual advisors and chart readings. This became a major talking point during Dan Wootton's recent broadcast with Shooter, where they broke down what sources in California have supposedly been saying for months. And this isn't just casual horoscope scrolling before breakfast. Reports claim Meghan has become deeply focused on star charts, energy readings, and spiritual guidance before making both personal and professional decisions. Insiders say she now connects several recent setbacks, including problems surrounding the Netflix partnership, to bad cosmic timing and spiritual imbalance instead of standard business problems.
Are so troubled that Meghan Markle has now become totally obsessed with astrology, because she is trying to do everything possible to save her career, to save her marriage.
She has also reportedly described the years between 2019 and April 2026 as the hardest stretch of her life. According to the claims, her astrologer told her that difficult chapter had finally ended. Fans started noticing the same messaging when Meghan posted an astrology-themed message on Instagram in late April aimed at Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, and Aquarius signs. The post claimed that April 25th marked the end of the toughest 7-year cycle for those zodiac signs, which many now see as a public hint at the private guidance she had already been receiving. Shooter compared the situation to what American culture calls doctor shopping, where someone keeps searching for professionals until they hear the answer they want. He argues Meghan's reported pattern with astrologers and spiritual advisors follows a similar lane, with different voices being consulted until one gives the reassurance or direction she's looking for.
No longer casual for Meghan, one insider tells Naughty But Nice. She checks timing, signs, and energies before almost anything important. Astrology has become part of how she operates.
Meghan reportedly has access to some of the most respected astrologers and spiritual experts money can buy, but according to Rob Shooter's sources, that's not the direction she chose to go. Instead, he claims she found an astrologer who tells her exactly what she already believes and wants to hear. Shooter's view is that the real purpose of the relationship isn't deep spiritual guidance or serious astrology. He argues it works more like reassurance. According to his reporting, the advice allegedly gives Meghan a way to blame outside forces, bad energy, timing, cosmic cycles, instead of looking at whether her own business choices may have played a role in recent setbacks. The Princess Diana angle is where things reportedly get even more complicated inside the Sussex marriage. Diana was famously interested in astrologers, psychics, and spiritual advisors during difficult periods in her life. Dan Wootton pointed to information connected to Simone Simmons, who was known as one of Diana's close spiritual confidants, saying Diana genuinely believed in those practices and relied heavily on the guidance she received.
In other words, it's not just that she's a total talentless bitch, it's in the stars.
That's why Shooter believes Meghan's reported interest in astrology carries extra emotional weight with Prince Harry. In his analysis, Diana's belief system was personal and sincere, while Meghan's use of astrology appears more strategic. He claims the connection to Diana creates an emotional bridge that makes the advice harder for Harry to question or push back against. The concern raised by Shooter is that if the astrologer is simply reinforcing Meghan's existing opinions, things could spiral into bigger personal decisions being framed as destiny instead of choice. He argues that if every issue becomes tied to cosmic signs and spiritual alignment, even major relationship decisions could start being viewed through that lens. In that kind of setup, the narrative can quickly shift from "the stars brought us together" to "the universe is telling us it's time to move on." That's the scenario Shooter says worries people who were once close to Diana and remember how strongly she leaned on spiritual guidance during emotional moments.
Princess Diana famously turned to astrologers, psychics, and spiritual advisors during periods of uncertainty, and insiders say Meghan is now following a strikingly similar path. At this point, astrology is not a hobby, says one source. It's part of how she runs her life.
Dan Wooten also brought up commentary linked to Lady Colin Campbell's long-running opinions about Meghan and Harry's relationship. According to that viewpoint, Meghan would only make a dramatic personal move if there were already a stronger financial or social opportunity waiting on the other side. The astrology angle may reportedly be setting the stage for major changes, but according to Rob Shooter's analysis, it doesn't mean dramatic action is actually about to happen. He argues the financial reality surrounding the Sussex household still matters too much. In his view, no major personal split or business shake-up would realistically happen unless there was already another strong financial setup ready to replace the current one. That's why Shooter believes the astrology narrative works more like preparation than action. It creates a storyline where future decisions can be explained as destiny, timing, or the universe instead of direct personal choice. In his reporting, that framing helps soften accountability while keeping options open behind the scenes. Shooter also argues this situation developed because, in his opinion, Meghan has run out of people to blame for recent struggles. First, critics pointed to the royal family fallout after the Oprah interview.
What she does, I think a lot of it is just to try and trick Prince Harry and keep Prince Harry on board with this failing,
where many of the couple's frustrations were publicly linked to palace life and treatment inside the institution. After that, attention reportedly shifted toward palace staff and senior royal figures. Names connected to tensions behind the scenes, including Angela Kelly and Princess Catherine, became part of public speculation and media briefings during the years following Megxit. Then came the stories involving Sussex staff members. Reports about the so-called Sussex Survivors Club and the widely discussed Jason Knopf emails added even more controversy to the picture. Those stories fueled ongoing debates about how employees inside the Sussex operation were treated during difficult periods behind closed doors. More recently, Netflix executives reportedly became the latest targets of frustration. Reporting discussed by Alison Boshoff in the Daily Mail claimed that sources tied to the Sussex Circle were blaming certain Netflix figures for scaled-back projects and reduced business momentum. According to Shooter's overall argument, every previous scapegoat has now been worn out in the public eye. Critics looking at the full pattern have increasingly started asking whether the only constant factor across all these disputes is Meghan herself. That's where the astrology narrative allegedly becomes useful.
Take it at face value, at least initially, that she now is looking for something else. And we see this a lot, particularly with celebrities. When things are not going well, a lot of celebrities find Scientology, they find God, they find a muse. And so this is not that unusual. And what it really is about is celebrities, famous people often don't want to accept any responsibility if they're freer, if they're...
Concepts like bad energy, wrong timing, or misaligned charts are much harder to challenge because they can't really be fact-checked in the same way accusations against real people can. Shooter believes that makes the spiritual framing harder to confront publicly. He even used a dramatic comparison to describe the situation, though he presented it carefully because of how strong the image is. Shooter compared it to the psychological pattern, where people facing major personal setbacks or defining moments turn toward belief systems that help them emotionally reframe what's happening. In his view, the astrology focus may be serving a similar role as pressure surrounding Meghan's business reputation continues to build. According to Rob Shooter's interpretation, the astrology narrative reportedly changes the meaning of what's happening around Meghan rather than changing the outcome itself. In this framing, Career struggles or stalled projects are no longer seen as personal failures. Instead, they become part of a bigger cosmic storyline where events are supposedly guided by fate, timing, and spiritual cycles. Shooter compared this to situations where public figures turn toward belief systems during periods of pressure or uncertainty. He stressed the comparison carefully, but argued the pattern is recognizable in celebrity culture. In his view, the belief system helps repackage setbacks into something emotionally easier to process and explain. He pointed to examples like Tom Cruise and John Travolta becoming heavily connected to Scientology during major periods of fame and public scrutiny. Shooter's argument is that influential figures sometimes lean into spiritual or ideological systems when they feel their careers, reputations, or personal lives are becoming unstable. Those systems can provide reassurance, loyal support circles, and a language that frames the celebrity as misunderstood or unfairly treated. Shooter also referenced Katie Holmes during her marriage to Tom Cruise, saying there were long-running public discussions about whether she was trying to find emotional fulfillment and structure through Scientology that she wasn't fully getting elsewhere in her life. He believes Meghan's reported focus on astrology follows a similar emotional pattern. In his analysis, the astrologer is no longer just giving predictions or advice. The astrologer allegedly fills a deeper role by providing validation, certainty, and emotional reinforcement during a period where Meghan's professional circle has reportedly become smaller and more isolated.
Self or their talent or their lack of work ethic, they can blame somebody else. And I think that's partly what's going on here with Meghan, but I do think too, and we get to it eventually in the story, forgive me for teasing, but ultimately this is about Princess Diana. The big difference, Dan, you got it right, is Diana fundamentally believes.
That isolation is what Shooter says makes the situation more serious behind closed doors. According to his sources, there are very few people left around Meghan who are willing to openly challenge her decisions or push back during major conversations. He argues that healthy businesses usually depend on debate, disagreement, and tough discussions before important choices get made. Shooter compared that to organizations where anyone who disagrees eventually leaves the room completely. In his view, the Sussex operation now reportedly works more like the second type of environment, where opposing voices gradually disappear instead of being part of the process. Because of that, Shooter claims there's no strong internal counterbalance against whatever advice the astrologer gives. And when it comes to Prince Harry, Shooter's opinion is that Harry is emotionally tied too closely to the framework Meghan is using to seriously challenge it himself. That's why, according to this reporting, the astrology influence continues growing without much resistance inside the household. Shooter also linked this dynamic to previous reports about tense Netflix discussions and internal staff frustrations, arguing the same communication patterns have already been visible in other parts of the Sussex operation before. Reports from people connected to Sussex Netflix projects claim there were tense moments during business calls where Meghan would abruptly end conversations once frustrations started building. According to accounts discussed by Dan Wooten, some employees said video meetings occasionally ended with Meghan switching off the camera or leaving the call suddenly, later explaining that her children needed immediate attention. Wooten argued that this reflects the same overall behavior pattern now being linked to astrology, just with different language wrapped around it. Back then, the explanation was reportedly family responsibilities. Now, according to Rob Shooter's sourcing, the explanation has shifted toward bad energy, cosmic timing, or charts being out of alignment. The claim isn't really about astrology itself, but about how difficult conversations allegedly get shut down in ways that are hard for others to challenge. If someone questions a meeting ending because of parenting duties, they risk looking insensitive. If someone questions a delay tied to spiritual beliefs or energy readings, they risk looking dismissive of personal practices.
So in the British royal family, it was a conspiracy. It was Catherine. It was Angela Kelly. They were all to blame. Then it was her own staff members. Then she goes to America. Oh no, it's the terrible people at Netflix. It's the terrible people at Spotify. Meghan Markle will always find anything she can not to have to look inward.
Critics argue that makes the situation difficult for business partners to push back against openly. Shooter says the wording may have changed, but the underlying behavior pattern appears consistent. In his view, uncomfortable interactions are being paused or avoided through explanations that immediately place the other side in an awkward position. He also stressed that experienced astrologers typically don't approach the practice this way at all. According to Shooter, A serious astrology practitioner would usually describe astrology as a tool for reflection, timing, and self-awareness, not as a replacement for handling responsibilities or showing up to professional obligations. An astrologer might suggest that certain days are better suited for negotiations, creative work, or personal decisions. But Shooter argues that most credible practitioners would not support repeatedly cancelling meetings or business commitments because the energy feels wrong. That's why he believes the current situation is less about astrology as a genuine discipline and more about using spiritual language to justify existing habits and reactions. In his interpretation, astrology has become part of a larger pattern where outside explanations are used to frame difficult professional situations. Wooten also predicted that the relationship with the current astrologer may eventually break down too. Shooter reportedly agreed with that assessment, arguing that this could follow the same cycle seen in previous professional relationships, where support systems remain useful only until they stop reinforcing the narrative Meghan wants to hear. Dan Wooten even floated Scientology as a possible future direction, pointing to the long history of celebrities attaching themselves to powerful belief systems during unstable moments in their careers. Rob Shooter agreed the pattern isn't unusual in Hollywood, where famous figures often turn toward ideological groups, spiritual movements, or self-help structures when public pressure starts building. But Wooten also made an important distinction when comparing Meghan's reported astrology focus to Princess Diana's long-time interest in spiritual guidance. According to people close to Diana, she genuinely believed in astrology, psychics, and intuitive readings. Diana saw those sessions as emotional support and personal insight, not as something that controlled every practical decision in her life.
Finding Jesus. That happens so much here in America, I think in Britain too. And I think it's fair to say this metaphor might be too aggressive, but I think it's fair to say Meghan's career and potentially her relationship is on death row. She now is at the end, and she's not a stupid person. She might be vain, she might be self-absorbed, but she isn't stupid. She has to know that to some degree, so she can't blame the usual suspects.
Even while relying on spiritual guidance, Diana still carried out royal duties, attended public events, handled responsibilities, and continued moving forward with daily obligations. The readings existed alongside her life, they didn't replace it. Shooter claims Meghan's reported approach now looks very different. In his analysis, astrology is allegedly becoming the deciding factor in whether meetings, projects, or important conversations happen at all. Business plans are reportedly delayed based on chart alignments, while personal choices are being tied more heavily to cosmic timing and spiritual readings. That distinction matters in Shooter's view because he argues a genuine believer usually integrates spiritual practices into an already functioning life. What concerns critics, according to him, is when the readings start becoming substitutes for difficult decisions instead of tools for reflection. The conversation then shifted into another reported issue involving Lauren Sanchez and the Bezos circle. Shooter claimed Meghan previously underestimated Sanchez privately, allegedly dismissing her as loud, thirsty, and painfully performative. But according to his reporting, that attitude may have backfired now that Meghan is searching for stronger business connections and new media opportunities. The Bezos network represents enormous commercial influence. Through Amazon, Prime Video, Whole Foods, The Washington Post, Blue Origin, and a massive entertainment ecosystem, the Bezos circle controls access to opportunities that many people in Hollywood want close ties to. With questions continuing around Netflix projects and fewer entertainment paths reportedly staying open, Wooten argued that platforms like Hulu and Amazon Prime Video may become critical targets for any future Sussex media deals. Hulu's Disney connection and Amazon's streaming power make both companies valuable players if Meghan and Harry want to keep building large-scale entertainment projects moving forward. Reports now claim Meghan is trying to reposition herself closer to Amazon Prime Video, but according to Rob Shooter, that would require repairing her relationship with Lauren Sanchez first. And apparently, that repair effort is already happening quietly behind the scenes. Shooter says the Sussex Circle has allegedly been sending handwritten notes, carefully selected gifts, homemade jam, and luxury items to Sanchez in an attempt to rebuild the connection. Some of those efforts were reportedly routed through Kris Jenner, who has ties to both Meghan and Sanchez and is said to be acting as a social middle ground between the two camps.
Doctor shop. When you can't find a doctor, a legitimate doctor, to do what you want, like a Michael Jackson, you keep shopping until you find somebody who does. That's what Meghan has done, I'm told, in the world of astrology. She hasn't thought out the greatest astrologer. With her resources and her power, she could have the most amazing people do her charts, sit with her. She hasn't done that.
But Shooter's assessment of the situation is extremely skeptical. According to him, Lauren Sanchez spent years being dismissed in Hollywood while working as a television host and media personality, and she reportedly remembers very clearly who treated her with respect during that period and who looked down on her. Now that Sanchez is married to Jeff Bezos, the power dynamic has completely flipped. The same entertainment figures who once ignored her are suddenly trying to get close, and Shooter believes Sanchez has little reason to reward people who previously kept their distance. That's why he thinks the reconciliation effort may not work. And if it fails, Wooten argues it could shut down one of the Sussex's most valuable remaining business pathways. According to his analysis, Meghan's lifestyle brand, mockingly referred to by Lady Colin Campbell as was never, instead of as ever, could have massively benefited from Amazon's infrastructure and global reach. An Amazon connection could reportedly have opened the door to major product placement deals, large-scale distribution, marketing support and streaming promotion through Prime Video. Without that relationship, critics say an important commercial lane may already be slipping away. Shooter also claims Meghan's earlier attitude toward Sanchez may now be creating long-term consequences. He argues Meghan allegedly treated Sanchez dismissively during the years when Sanchez was still climbing socially and professionally, and now the balance of influence has changed in a huge way. At the same time, another story is reportedly developing underneath all the astrology drama and business maneuvering. Shooter previously claimed Meghan had quietly been discussing a possible post-divorce book project with publishing insiders, and he says later reporting from Vanity Fair helped fuel even more speculation around that idea. According to these reports, conversations involving Oprah Winfrey, Melody Hobson, Shonda Rhimes and Nicola Vaughn, described in some reports as a powerful four-women circle, have allegedly included discussions connected to Meghan's long-term memoir plans. Shooter claims there may already be material being prepared specifically for a future divorce-focused narrative, even while the marriage itself continues publicly. He argues the publishing outreach is not necessarily proof a split is about to happen tomorrow, but more of a strategic backup plan waiting in the background. Wooten's interpretation, which Shooter reportedly agrees with, is that Meghan is not actively trying to trigger a divorce right now.
Not her. It's the universe out to get her. She recently said it's the worst 7 years of her life, and that now her astrologer has told her is over. And so you're right, it won't last, this will blow up, but at the moment, this is where Meghan is now.
Instead, they believe the potential book project is being positioned as a future commercial opportunity that could eventually be activated if the marriage reaches that stage later on. And according to their analysis, the reason nothing dramatic happens yet is simple. There still isn't a stronger financial structure fully in place to replace the current one. According to the latest reporting and commentary, the alleged post-divorce book idea may already be prepared behind the scenes, but the timing simply isn't right yet. And one reason this story is suddenly getting more attention is because of who is now talking about the Sussex finances publicly. Dan Wakeford's reporting has become a major talking point because Wakeford isn't just another random commentator. He spent years as a top editor at People magazine and was widely viewed as one of the most Sussex-friendly media figures during that period. For years, critics joked that People magazine practically acted like an unofficial Sussex newsletter because of how positively the couple was covered there.
There's nobody left in the organisation. There's nobody to talk to debate with, to have conversations with. I think the most healthy companies I've worked for and the way that I run my business is we do have meetings and we do have disagreements. If you do that with Meghan, you're gone. And so there's nobody left now apart from this astrological world. And
that's why Wakeford, now discussing financial strain, shrinking resources and long-term money pressure, is being treated as a major shift in the media landscape. According to reports, Wakeford pointed to concerns about spending levels, business momentum slowing down, and questions over how long the current lifestyle can realistically be maintained at the existing pace. Some commentary surrounding the report even suggested a rough 5-year financial runway if things don't improve significantly. Rob Shooter argued this matters because mainstream American media outlets that once strongly protected the Sussex image are now starting to acknowledge operational problems more openly. In his view, that signals the protective media shield around Meghan and Harry is becoming weaker than it used to be. Shooter reportedly said he wished this kind of reporting had appeared much earlier and more directly, even suggesting it should have made a People magazine cover story by now. Still, he believes the shift itself is important because audiences are starting to see financial and business concerns discussed outside the independent commentary world. At the same time, another report started gaining traction this week involving Prince Harry and a possible move to Montana. According to commentary discussed by Dan Wooten, Harry has allegedly floated the idea of leaving Montecito behind and moving somewhere quieter, cheaper, and more private. The reported pitch was supposedly about simplifying life, lowering pressure, and escaping the non-stop financial demands tied to the luxury California lifestyle. But Wooten interpreted the suggestion as something much deeper than just wanting more space and mountains. In his analysis, the Montana idea may actually reflect Harry's growing exhaustion with the current setup. Wooten argued that while Harry may not be in a position to directly walk away from the marriage or publicly blow up the arrangement, suggesting a major lifestyle downgrade could indirectly challenge the entire commercial structure surrounding it. A move away from Montecito, celebrity networking, and expensive branding culture would reportedly weaken many of the business and image dynamics that currently support the Sussex brand. That's why some commentators see the Montana conversation as a quiet warning sign about Harry's mindset right now.
Suggests that she is trying another tactic. And I'm sorry, Rob, I'm just going to say it. This is a highly emotionally manipulative woman. And that to me sounds like she's trying a different tactic with Harry. It's a bit like, you better be careful because I can walk away too.
Shooter also added another observation from his years around wealthy social circles in New York and Los Angeles. He argued there's a major difference between millionaires and billionaires socially, and claimed the billionaire class tends to operate very differently when it comes to personal relationships, influence, and long-term alliances. According to the commentary surrounding Meghan's future prospects, the type of billionaire lifestyle or financial safety net she would reportedly need next comes with a major complication. Rob Shooter argues that ultra-wealthy billionaires usually value privacy, discretion, and low drama above almost everything else. In his view, that level of wealth doesn't typically chase non-stop publicity or constant media attention. These are people who often prefer quiet influence behind closed doors instead of living inside controversy headlines every week. That's why Shooter believes finding a future partner willing to fully embrace Meghan's level of public scrutiny would be incredibly difficult. He pointed out that Lauren Sanchez is actually a rare example because she already had a bold public personality before marrying Jeff Bezos, and Bezos himself had reached a point where he seemed comfortable stepping further into the spotlight. But Shooter argues Meghan's situation would be far more complicated for any future billionaire relationship. According to his analysis, any potential partner would not only be stepping into global media attention, but also into years of public royal conflict, business controversy, strained family narratives, and growing skepticism inside Hollywood circles. Shooter says that combination creates a level of baggage many powerful people would rather avoid completely. He also claims Meghan has reportedly been trying to expand her elite social network for years, but no major successor figure has emerged from those efforts.
Not that she blew it, that he blew it. And I think she's starting to realize now that the partner she's got, not just in life, but in business, doesn't have the ambition, the drive, the passion that she has. And I think she's going to get sick of dragging him along. Meghan uses people to the point that it gets her to the next step, and then she's very happy to cut and run. She's done it even with her own family, with the royal family. Harry will eventually be tossed aside by Meghan Markle. The question is...
Because of that, Shooter believes the marriage to Prince Harry now continues less out of emotional momentum and more because the current financial structure still depends on it staying intact. That's where Dan Wooten says the Sussex operation has entered what he calls a phase of terminal commercial decline. The signs critics point to are stacking up quickly. Spotify ended its partnership, Netflix projects reportedly shrank in scale, BetterUp faded from public focus, and Meghan's as-ever brand still appears to be searching for consistent momentum after extended rollout delays. Even the speaking circuit reportedly hasn't matched earlier expectations. Commentators claim projections that once imagined massive seven-figure appearance fees have cooled dramatically as public demand and industry excitement shifted over time. Wooten and Shooter also argue the couple has faced increasing distance from several powerful social circles. They point to Hollywood relationships cooling off, the reported Amazon Sanchez Bridge becoming strained, and fashion world moments like Met Gala absences and luxury brand distance adding to the perception that key industries are moving on. At the same time, royal tensions remain part of the picture. Critics continue highlighting events such as major royal functions happening without the Sussexes, reduced public interaction with senior royals, and symbolic moments that fueled speculation about how far the divide has grown behind palace walls.
Very wealthy people. This billionaire club that does exist, it's a billionaire class, not millionaire billionaires. They are not looking for somebody like Meghan Markle. Even Jeff Bezos, who married Lauren Sanchez, she's not as toxic as Meghan.
In this overall framing, the astrology obsession becomes less about spirituality and more about explaining setbacks through cosmic language instead of direct accountability. Bad energy, wrong timing, and chart alignments become easier explanations once every human conflict has already been publicly exhausted. Meanwhile, the rumored post-divorce book allegedly stays waiting in the background as a possible future business move, but only if the financial conditions are right and a stronger long-term setup eventually appears. Until then, commentators believe the marriage remains tied together largely by practical realities and financial structure. And according to the Wakeford analysis discussed throughout this story, that financial runway may not be endless. Reports estimating roughly 5 years of sustainability under the current pace have only intensified debate about what happens next for the Sussex brand and whether the pressure surrounding it keeps growing from here. If you enjoyed this breakdown, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, share this with anyone following the royal drama, and drop your thoughts in the comments below.
She's got one topic, herself, and one speed, and it's how awful it is to be her. But don't you want to look like her and go to her affiliate link and buy the outfit that she wore at Bondi?
Erwin could teach Prince Harry a thing or two about the loss of a parent and how to function with joy afterwards and learn the lessons and just contribute positively to the world. So now I'm kind of like, maybe actually this relationship should develop.
The Irwin family reportedly refusing to meet Harry and Meghan during that Australian tour says a lot more than people first realised. It wasn't just some random snub, it exposed where loyalties really stand. Robert Irwin, who has built a huge public image through the legacy of his father, Steve Irwin, could have easily been a natural ally for Harry. The parallels are obvious. Both are sons of larger-than-life figures, both lost parents in shocking and painful circumstances, and both have had to build identities connected to famous family names without letting those names swallow them whole.
More in common with Prince William because they both are resilient, they both are survivors, they do not dwell in what they don't have, they dwell in what they've been given, and in their roles on the world stage to try to give back. So why would Robert Irwin want to meet with a loser like Harry?
That connection was right there in plain sight, but Robert chose not to meet them, and the reported reason makes this even more revealing. His strong working relationship with William through the Earthshot Prize, plus his loyalty to the monarchy, reportedly made him unwilling to risk those ties. That wasn't emotional, that was strategic. And honestly, it looks like a smart move. Earthshot is seen as a serious program creating real environmental impact, not just headlines. William's involvement in these causes has been framed as long-term and results-driven. That carries weight. Meanwhile, Harry and Meghan's Australian tour stirred attention for very different reasons, from wardrobe chatter to polling numbers showing major public disapproval. That contrast speaks loudly. Robert Irwin appeared to make a clear calculation about where his connections bring lasting value. That's where the comparison between Robert and William gets even more interesting. Some observers point out both seem focused on what they still have, not trapped by what they have lost. That is a major difference. They seem to direct their energy toward purpose and contribution instead of grievance, and that contrast makes this whole Irwin story stand out even more. Robert lost his father at just 9 years old in a deeply traumatic moment in full public view, yet he has not built his adult identity around pain alone.
Yeah, he really doesn't. I mean, you never see William kicking around with CBS because I feel like when he takes a stand, he keeps it. But Harry just goes to the highest bidder.
Isn't the line too on William that, you just do not want to get on the opposite side of him, that he can hold a grudge, you know? And I can only imagine what he's got in store for these two when he does ascend to the throne.
Instead, he carried that loss, honoured his father's work, and created something of his own. That matters. His conservation work, his Dancing with the Stars appearance, and even the joy people notice in his public image all point to someone moving with purpose. That doesn't look staged, and it doesn't look performative. It looks like someone who made deliberate choices about grief, legacy, and growth. And that may be the real message behind this reported snub. It wasn't just about declining a meeting. It reflected a bigger divide in how public figures handle loss, duty, and identity. Robert Irwin's path looks rooted in building, not dwelling, and that contrast is what makes this whole situation so striking. Harry made very different choices, and that's where this contrast gets even sharper. The memoir, the Netflix series, the Oprah interview, the speaking events where the royal family killed his mother becomes a recurring theme. All of it has made grief and grievance central to the public brand. The grief may be real, but the decision to package and monetize that pain is something critics say was a conscious choice. And that is where Robert Irwin's reported distance looks even more telling.
Is absolutely buzzing after she and husband Prince Harry returned home from their trip to Australia. That does feel like something Meghan Markle would be doing. In her mind, this source says, in her mind, it proves everything she's been saying all along, that she doesn't need the palace machine to shine because she just naturally connects with people in a way that feels far more authentic and modern. Did she say this herself? She loves to tell us how authentic she is.
By staying aligned with Earthshot and keeping clear of drama, that move can be read as a quiet judgment about which path carries credibility and which one does not. Then there's the CBS irony, and it is a big one. When CBS aired a 48 Hours episode featuring images from Diana's final moments in Paris, Harry and William were reportedly furious. Those images were condemned as invasive, horrific, and deeply disrespectful to their mother's memory and to the grief they carried. The outrage seemed genuine, and the principle sounded firm. But years later, Harry gave one of his biggest American interviews to Anderson Cooper on 60 Minutes on CBS. That contradiction raised eyebrows. Critics say the principle appeared solid until business and publicity made it inconvenient. That is why some see a pattern: principles spoken loudly, then bent quietly when the stakes change. That same tension shows up in the quote from In Touch, where a source claimed Meghan believed the Australian tour proved she didn't need the palace machine to shine and could even outshine Princess Kate. Whether people believe that or not, the quote fed a larger criticism already growing, that image management often clashes with claims of authenticity, because this is where critics push hard. You can't present yourself as standing for authentic connection and community, then have public moments followed by commercial rollouts tied to image and branding.
They do so carrying with them the stories, insights, and partnerships forged over these 4 days, grounded in a continued commitment to supporting communities and building a more connected, compassionate future. I mean, what the hell does that even?
You can't say you left royal life because of over-commercialization, then face accusations that royal status is still being used when useful. That inconsistency is what keeps fueling debate, and many say this isn't subtle, and it definitely isn't new. What has changed is who is noticing it. Even outlets once seen as more sympathetic, publications like People, In Touch, and The Guardian, have at times run coverage pointing to those contradictions. That shift matters. Even the Australian tour, once promoted as a triumph, came wrapped in official language about stories, insights, and partnerships forged over 4 days. But critics argue the deeper story was something else entirely. It was about perception, about reputation, and about whether the gap between message and conduct has become too visible to ignore. And that may be why the Irwin angle hit so hard. It wasn't just about one declined meeting. To some observers, it symbolized a bigger verdict forming around who is seen as building something lasting, and who is seen as turning every conflict into content. That is the scandal people keep circling back to.
In there, they toss all these generalities around, like building communities and taking stories and blah, blah, blah. It's like, what does it mean? Yeah. What did you do? What did you actually...
That phrase about a continued commitment to supporting communities and building a more connected, compassionate future sounded polished, but critics slammed it as pure word salad, with no substance. Big language, dramatic tone. But where were the specifics? What communities exactly? What partnerships? What measurable outcomes came from it?
61% of the people surveyed in Britain said that they did not want Harry and Meghan to continue to monetize their titles.
Those questions kept coming. Critics pointed out that traditional royal tours were usually tied to concrete deliverables, trade support, diplomatic ties strengthened, charities spotlighted, causes advanced with institutional backing. There was usually something tangible to point to. But with the Sussex tour, critics argued the departure statement was packed with vague language and short on hard results, and that became a major talking point. Instead of clear institutional outcomes, skeptics said the attention seemed to flow toward commercial activity, fashion exposure, branded associations, and retreat promotion. That contrast did not go unnoticed. Then came the editorial reactions, and some were brutal. One assessment reportedly said the blend of charity messaging and commercial style left people confused at best and irritated at worst, even warning it might be something to think twice about before repeating. That was a striking verdict, especially because it did not come from a clearly hostile outlet.
What do you think would happen first? The palace stepping in and saying, check yourself before you wreck yourself, or Harry and Meghan listening to legitimate feedback, like we're seeing circulating all over the internet, all over the world, and going, no, that this doesn't work. Maybe we need to reconsider how we do this going forward.
Well, like all narcissists, true malignant narcissists, they never admit that they're wrong.
And when that criticism was stacked beside polling numbers and sharp commentary from Australian analysts, it created what many saw as one of the toughest media reviews the Sussex operation has faced in years. That is where the comparison to the 2018 tour got even more dramatic. Back in 2018, criticism centred more around cost, with the broader narrative still framing the tour as a success. But critics say the 2026 verdict looked far harsher. This time the words being thrown around were confused, irritating, and even unsuccessful. That is a massive shift in tone. Then there is the polling, and this is where the pressure grows. Reports that 61% of surveyed Britons did not want Harry and Meghan continuing to monetize their titles have been framed by critics as an early public verdict before any summer return even begins. That makes the coming return look like more than just a visit. It looks like a test. The Sussex team may describe its model as a blueprint and a proven success, but critics argue the public reaction suggests something very different. To them, it looks like a model many people do not want repeated. And that is the real question hanging over everything now. Does that polling reflect lasting opposition, or can carefully managed coverage shift perceptions? The summer return may end up answering that in a very public way, and that is where the real drama could explode. Callaghan's claim that the palace will stay maddeningly passive under Charles, and that the strongest response to Harry's summer return may simply be grey rocking, paints a very revealing picture of what could be coming. No dramatic showdown, no public clash, just silence, and sometimes silence can hit harder than confrontation. The argument is that Charles does not rush in to intervene. William keeps that wall of silence firmly in place, and the institutions Harry hopes to engage with around Invictus will make their own cold calculations about whether involvement serves them.
Rocking when Harry returns to England this summer. I doubt Meghan will be in tow. I think, like all great bullies, allegedly, reportedly, she is a bully. She is also a coward. Yeah. She can dish it out. She cannot take it. And then I think we'll be getting some leaks as usual from Camp Sussex that, like, you know, a reconciliation is in the cards. Things are different now. That always comes out of Camp Sussex.
That is where the real drama may unfold, not through royal statements, but through quiet doors opening or staying shut. Then came the sharp comment that Meghan may not be in tow, with critics framing it as reluctance to face the same scrutiny she often directs outward. That kind of line sparked attention because it feeds a broader narrative already surrounding the summer visit. Whether fair or not, it added even more heat. And then the Sarah Ferguson angle exploded into the mix, reports about a possible £1.3 million tell-all documentary, resurfaced Epstein-related emails, and stories of lying low in an Austrian chalet added a whole separate royal storm to the week's coverage. But somehow, it still connects back. Callahan made an interesting point about Ferguson's limits as a royal insider. Yes, she and Diana were once close, but that relationship reportedly fractured after my story, including the uproar over wearing Diana's shoes. Critics say that matters because it means Ferguson may have been cut off from Diana during the very years when the most explosive insight might have existed. That is why some argue any Ferguson documentary could be far more self-serving than devastating, more memoir than revelation, more personal spin than institutional earthquake. Then the focus shifts to something even bigger, Queen Elizabeth II's official biography, and this is where it gets truly fascinating. Who writes it? Why has it taken so long? And will the Diana years be handled honestly? Those questions carry enormous weight. Some critics speculate Charles has been cautious because an unfiltered account of those years could raise uncomfortable questions about his own role, and that feeds a larger criticism that personal calculations sometimes override institutional transparency. That is a serious accusation. Then there are the Queen's diaries, if they exist in the form multiple sources have long suggested. If those records contain her candid assessments of people and events that strained the monarchy, from Andrew controversies to the Sussex era, they could become one of the most important royal primary sources ever, and that is where this turns explosive.
Let's talk about the troubled two from Montecito, who seem to still think that they are members of the royal family and can do their own state visits. They've recently gone down to Australia and seem to be, for instance, going on what look like philanthropic trips. But at the same time, Meghan Markle has then been attempting to flog copies of the clothes she was wearing that day on an internet site that she herself has now invested in. What the Queen didn't want to happen, i.e. those two using their royal titles to try and spin some profit, it seems to be exactly what's happening now.
Because an authorised biography drawing honestly from material like that would not just be another royal book, it could become the strongest institutional account yet of what really happened behind the scenes. That is why this story is bigger than Harry's summer return, or even Sarah Ferguson headlines. It touches legacy, control, history, and who gets to shape the official record. And if that record is ever told without filters, it could shake far more than people expect. Whether an authorised royal biography delivers an honest record or carefully steers toward minimum embarrassment may become one of the biggest questions of the coming years. Because this is not just about history, it is about who controls the story that survives. Some have drawn a striking contrast. Jackie Kennedy reportedly burned letters and kept no diary, but Queen Elizabeth is widely believed to have kept detailed records and even left wishes in writing about what should be known about the years that troubled her most. The Diana years, the Andrew controversies, and the Harry and Meghan era. If that is true, those records could be explosive, and that creates two possible biographies. One version tells the honest record, messy, uncomfortable, but real. The other smooths rough edges, protects institutions, and manages reputational damage. That is not a small difference. That is the difference between history and image control. And critics say the material for an honest record is already piling up. They point to years of disclosures, reports, lawsuits, leaked messages, disputed statements, public repudiations, pool photographs, polling numbers, commercial controversies, refund complaints, and even the debate over products tied to royal titles. Supporters and critics may interpret those events differently, but all of it forms part of the broader record. That is what makes this so significant. A biographer willing to use all of it could produce something far more revealing than a ceremonial royal account. The material is there. The question is whether anyone uses it, without fear or filtering. Then comes the summer return, and suddenly this stops being abstract and becomes immediate. The so-called blueprint has been announced, the institution is watching, and public opinion is already moving. That is where critics say the real verdict may not come from palace aides or polished press releases, but from ordinary people reacting in real time. Even that image of the woman on the beach in Sydney Hearing the entourage approach and returning to her journal has been framed by commentators as symbolic. To them, it represented a public judgment no managed narrative could fully control. That is powerful. And then there is the tour's unofficial departure statement, which drew so much scrutiny.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a royal editor of the Sunrise show in Australia. I know Australia quite well. I didn't go in this one because I'm a royal editor. I don't cover sort of non-working royals that well, actually. So they were described as non-working royals. However, I would say this, that there is a problem for the royal family going forward because the size of the crowds were big and the media attention towards Meghan and Harry was huge. Now, I know that we at this end are saying, oh, no, we should ignore them. And we should, and I didn't go down there to cover the story. But they are getting attention and they're getting traction. This is exactly why the Queen said you can't be half in, half out, and you can't be a signed up full working royal if that's the case, because ultimately the monarchy has to, it's getting enough money from the taxpayer anyway with all the security it's paid for. You can't start adding bits on and saying, oh.
The Sussex team framed the trip around partnerships, insights and compassion, but independent editorial voices kept asking the same hard question: where were the concrete outcomes? Because that is where critics keep drawing the comparison. Working royals traditionally return from tours with documented results, charities issuing statements, donations announced, programs highlighted, causes advanced, something measurable left behind. That is what people look for. And that is why this debate keeps growing. It is no longer only about personalities, it is about accountability, legacy, and whether narrative can keep outrunning the record. Because if an honest biography ever pulls all these threads together, it may tell a far more dramatic story than any headline has yet revealed. Critics say the biggest difference comes down to one thing: documentation. With traditional royal tours, diplomatic outcomes are often recorded through Foreign Office channels, trade support can be reflected through business groups, and the impact of visits is measured by institutions outside the palace itself. That matters, because the results are not just claimed, they are independently documented. And that is exactly where critics say the Sussex tour faced hard questions. They argue the departure statement was full of broad language but lacked evidence of specific outcomes. No detailed institutional record, no major announced deliverables, no clearly documented follow-through tied to many of the stops. That became a major point of criticism. Questions were raised about whether visits to places like the Royal Children's Hospital in Melbourne or the Macaulay Refuge translated into any publicly announced additional support. Critics said they saw symbolic visits, photographs and publicity, but not the kind of measurable commitments they associate with traditional royal engagements. The Bondi Beach visit drew similar reactions. Some critics argued what followed looked more focused on imagery than institutional action. They pointed to publicity around fashion and retail links, claiming attention drifted toward commercial association instead of charitable outcomes. That fueled even more debate, and this is where the criticism gets sharp. Some argued the language about compassion and connection sounded meaningful, but remained so broad it was hard to verify. Powerful words, but where were the specifics? That question kept echoing. Then critics drew the comparison with Catherine and other working royals. They argue official engagements often produce a paper trail, organisations issue statements, funding gets announced, patronages are strengthened, programmes are highlighted. There is usually a concrete record showing what actually happened. That is the key distinction critics keep hammering.
Or get paid for appearances and then boost it by investing in companies that are set to flogging your wares. It's ridiculous, and they must realise that. Unless, I know that Harry's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he knows exactly what he's doing.
If something substantial happened, they say the departure summary should contain specifics. If it leans heavily on sweeping generalities, they argue it can look more like managed performance than documented impact. That is a brutal contrast. And then there is what some call the other record, the unofficial one built from headlines and controversy. Critics point to reports about 47 paying guests, the 30-minute event, refund complaints, clothing listings, formal complaints, and even references to empty barricades. Fair or unfair, They say that became a competing narrative running alongside the official one, and that may be the real battle here. Two records exist at once, the polished narrative and the critical one. The question is which record lasts and which one history ends up believing. That is where the real tension sits, and it is why this story keeps pulling people back in. The comparison itself has become a verdict, and that is where this gets intense. Callahan's point about the repeated reconciliation leaks. After nearly every reported Harry Charles contact has fueled a major question, is reconciliation being pursued or publicly staged? Critics have noticed a pattern. Reports surface claiming reconciliation is in the cards. Then come stories of palace frustration that even private efforts at repair were allegedly leaked. And that, they argue, exposes the deeper institutional trust problem at the centre of everything, because real reconciliation depends on privacy, and critics argue that is exactly what has been missing. The concern they raise is simple but serious. If every private interaction risks turning up later in media briefings, framed to support one side's narrative, how can trust ever rebuild? That is where some commentators connect this to what has been described as the Queen's late-stage wiring concern, the reported fear that private conversations could later be documented and deployed. In her case, some link those worries to streaming content. In Charles's case, critics say the concern has shifted toward an ongoing public relations cycle, where interactions can be interpreted in ways that deepen tension instead of healing it. And if that is true, it creates a brutal paradox. Every attempt at repair may carry the seeds of new damage. The very trust reconciliation requires gets weakened by the fear that private goodwill may become public material.
He's still got the title Prince, of course, but he's not a working royal. And yet the monarchy in this country represents our head of state, went along to Ukraine and seemed to make a sort of veiled, barbed comment about perhaps the lack of American involvement in that war. This is essentially a rogue member of our royal family meddling in foreign affairs decisions.
That is a serious obstacle. Some critics go even further, arguing the conflict itself carries value, because ongoing estrangement keeps the drama alive, and drama keeps attention alive. That is where the accusations turn explosive. To be fair, multiple accounts have suggested Harry's desire for reconciliation may be sincere, but critics say the operational reality often appears to cut against that goal. They argue the recurring leak and response cycle keeps undermining the very thing it claims to seek, and that contradiction keeps raising eyebrows. Some reporting has framed this as diverging goals: personal reconciliation on one side, ongoing conflict serving broader commercial or media interests on the other. That interpretation is heavily debated, but it has become a major talking point. And then the pressure grows with outside reactions, including reports involving Australian political criticism and demands tied to security reimbursement, developments Harry was reportedly said to have found devastating and exhausting. That only adds another layer of strain, and that may be the biggest irony of all. The louder reconciliation gets discussed publicly, the harder critics say it becomes to achieve privately. Because if every bridge-building moment becomes part of the conflict narrative, the bridge never gets built. And that is the contradiction people keep coming back to again and again. Critics say this goes right to the heart of the half-in, half-out problem, and that is where the controversy gets explosive. The argument is simple. You cannot carry out quasi-royal engagements in Commonwealth countries, generate commercial opportunities around those appearances, and at the same time argue taxpayers should cover security, because the events also have a charitable side. That contradiction is exactly what critics keep attacking, because, as they put it, the charitable dimension does not erase the commercial one. And if commercial benefit exists, critics ask why public taxpayers should absorb the costs tied to protecting those activities. That question has become a major pressure point. Much of this now turns on security debates, legal reviews, and whether there can be some accommodation. But critics say transparency is the key issue. If activities carry a commercial component, they argue that should be openly acknowledged when questions of public cost are raised. That is where the fight keeps intensifying. Then came the petition, and that added serious heat.
You're spot on, Well, number one, in Australia, of course, the king's not only the king of this country, he's the king of Australia. So Harry going down there and having security being paid for by the Australian taxpayer, not the British taxpayer, that's just as problematic for the king. On the second point, he's now living in America with his American citizen wife, and obviously she clearly supports the Democratic Party or the Meghan Party. Maybe she's going to stand one day, who knows? But the reality is, Harry, by going very partisan, is embarrassing his father just before he arrives on what I believe is one of the most important missions of his short reign. And it's difficult enough as it is without these sort of silly comments from Harry. I'm not saying I disagree with what Harry said, but the timing is wrong.
Reports that 45,000 Australians signed opposition to the visit and rejected taxpayer-funded security were framed by critics as more than just polling. It was organised resistance, and critics say there is a big difference between passive disapproval and people actively signing their names in protest. That is why some say this number carried weight beyond raw percentages. Yes, the Roy Morgan disapproval figures drew huge attention, but critics argue a petition signals something different, active opposition, not just frustration measured in a survey. That made it harder to dismiss. And for a tour some supporters described as a roaring success and even a blueprint for future tours, critics say that is a data point impossible to ignore, because blueprints are supposed to inspire replication, not trigger backlash. Then attention shifts to Britain, where critics say a similar dynamic could emerge during the summer return. With deeper institutional memory and years of accumulated grievances, some argue the scrutiny may be even tougher. Polling suggesting 61% of Britons opposed continued monetisation of royal titles has been framed by critics as Britain's version of that Australian resistance. Not a petition movement, but still majority-level opposition. And that matters. Of course, supporters may hope summer coverage shifts perceptions. Critics, meanwhile, argue the honest record keeps building regardless. And that is where Robert Irwin's reported refusal to meet the couple becomes symbolic again, because critics see that as a microcosm of a broader public verdict. Here was someone who, on paper, had every reason to connect, shared themes of parental loss, Australian prominence, environmental overlap, yet reportedly kept his distance. And to critics, that looked less like one's social choice, and more like a quiet signal of where sentiment may be moving. That is why this story keeps hitting nerves. In the end, critics say Robert Irwin made a simple calculation: the costs of association outweighed the benefits, and that may be one of the clearest signals in this whole saga. The reputational risk, being linked to figures critics accuse of generating controversy wherever they go, may simply have looked too high. And for someone whose earthshot relationship ties closely to William, that calculation may have been even more obvious. Because what exactly was the upside? Critics argue no major conservation breakthrough was likely to come from a zoo visit, no meaningful development for Robert's mission, no concrete gain for his public work. So from that view, the choice looked practical, not personal. And that makes it even more striking.
And it doesn't help. You can't, again, it's a question of wanting your cake and eat it. That's what it basically boils down to here. He wants to have the attention of a prince to make these statements, but yet he wants to be a private person and he wants to make his money and be paid for such appearances. Let's be very, very blunt. If he was just a retired army captain, no one would give a damn.
Then comes that powerful image of the woman on the beach. The entourage approaches. She looks up, then goes back to writing. Such a quiet moment, but critics have treated it almost like a symbol. To them, it captured public indifference in one scene, and they say the same verdict showed up again and again in the Roy Morgan numbers, in editorials warning against repeating what they called a confused model, in the petition signatures, in the British polling, in reports and commentary piling up from multiple directions, different voices, different forms. But critics argue the pattern looks remarkably similar. That is what makes this bigger than one tour, because supporters may have framed it as a roaring success, even a blueprint for the future, but critics say much of the outside reaction pointed the other way. And that clash of narratives is at the heart of everything. Look at the details critics keep pointing to: the 47 paying guests, The product controversies, Robert Irwin's refusal, the woman on the beach, the 45,000 petition signatures, the 61% British polling, the Roy Morgan disapproval figures, financial reporting, royal disclosures. Critics say each piece alone may be debated, but together they form a much larger picture, and that is the real bombshell. The same assessment appears from different angles, through public reaction, media scrutiny, and institutional silence. Critics say that is not random, that is a pattern. And as some commentators put it, the permanent record does not disappear, it accumulates. That may be the deepest point of all, because whether the institution responds this summer or later in William's eventual reign, many believe that record will shape what comes next. Even Harry's own spare audiobook reflection, describing waiting after Philip's funeral and seeing Charles and William approach united in a way he found threatening, has been seen as one of the most revealing passages of all. Because to critics, it exposed the deeper conflict beneath the headlines, family fracture, institutional tension, and a struggle over legacy itself. And that is where this story leaves off, with the evidence building, the institution watching, and the next chapter still unwritten. But what do you think? Was this a misunderstood success, or a blueprint already falling apart? Let me know in the comments. If you enjoyed this breakdown, make sure to like this video, subscribe for more royal analysis, share it with someone following this story, and drop your thoughts below in the comments.
Well, on Thursday, they'll quietly and apologetically release their $100 million documentary series on Netflix.
That is why Netflix have finally admitted, or revealed this week, that they are ending their relationship with her, which I predicted in my book. I mean, the book just shows exactly how Meghan's commercial ambitions failed right at the very beginning.
The irony is earth-shattering, isn't it? Harry and Meghan are the Duke and Duchess of gaslighting themselves. The entire show is a cynical attempt to manipulate viewers into questioning their own recollections of reality.
Morgan straight up called them grifters. Tom Bower didn't just guess, he mapped out this whole collapse before it even hit, and now here we are in April 2026, watching it all play out exactly like he said it would.
As ever, the truth is finally coming out when it comes to Meghan Markle's deal with Netflix, and as ever. And of course, it leaves Meghan massively.
The Sussexes face bankruptcy. They're going to run out of money. Not my words, but the words of the fearless Tom Bower.
Because right now, sitting in some random warehouse in the US, there are 650,000 unsold products worth a wild $21 million, just collecting dust and creeping past their expiration dates. We're talking jam, candles, honey, flour, sprinkles, all of it funded with Netflix money, just sitting there, stuck, not moving, not selling, not doing anything. This is the story of how Meghan Markle allegedly turned a $100 million Netflix deal into one of the most awkward financial crashes the celebrity world has ever seen. And somehow, nobody has laid it all out like this until now.
Until then, until she came along, they would get money on the shake of a hand. She said corporate charities now have to produce corporate governance plans, and people don't give money without that. And he didn't understand that. He was impatient with all that.
Stick with this, because the Tyler Perry angle alone is enough to make people stop and stare. Let's start where Piers Morgan always goes. The number, $100 million. That headline was everywhere when Harry and Meghan signed that Netflix deal back in 2020, and their supporters were hyped. Meghan was out there doing interviews, talking big about her Hollywood future, but Piers Morgan looked at that number and said it was all hype, a polished illusion, dressed up nice for the press. And Tom Bower took it even further. He dug deep, spoke to insiders, tracked the money trail, and what he uncovered seriously challenges that whole $100 million narrative.
But of course, since then, we've seen how she has completely exploited her position and become a global star at the expense of the royal family of Britain. That she and Harry were relegated so far down the order. Everything, she got everything she wanted, and then knew what she wanted and couldn't get, and that was a lot. That's why, of course, she never intended to stay.
That $100 million story is something Meghan has been running with for a long time. But here's what Tom Bower and Piers Morgan keep stressing. Netflix didn't just hand over a giant check and walk away like it was nothing. A huge chunk of that money was already tied up. Netflix reportedly used a big portion to fund everything under the brand, manufacturing, shipping, branding, warehouses, the whole setup. And all of that came straight out of what Harry and Meghan were supposed to keep. So let's break it. Down the way Piers Morgan does, straight and blunt. Start with a more realistic number, around $60 million. Then subtract $20 to $30 million for production costs tied to their projects.
As with all things Meghan and Harry, it would seem, the truth just doesn't really exist in their world. It's their truth, their version of it. Meghan also lambasted the entire BBC engagement interview as rehearsed and an orchestrated reality show, because that's the last thing she'd be engaging in, isn't it? An orchestrated reality show, like the Netflix series.
Tom Bower sees through this couple, and he's got previous on this because, of course, Tom Bower was the author of the original devastating book, Revenge.
So you've got revenge, now you've got betrayal.
Another $15 million gone for documentaries. Then taxes in the US take another bite. Suddenly, that life-changing deal shrinks fast, leaving something closer to $12 million in actual usable money. Now, $12 million might sound solid at first, but then Tom Bower points out the real issue. They're reportedly spending $3 to $4 million every year just to maintain their lifestyle in Montecito.
And now we're all paying the price. The monarchy is paying the price. But unfortunately, this saga has a long way to go, and it's going to constantly damage the royal family.
Now we even know more about, which is why Harry and Meghan earned so much less from the Netflix deal than you might think. And any of the additional cash they could generate is all tied up in as ever inventory. That is not moving. And that is why the panic. That's why all the weirdness regarding the brand for As Ever this year. Yes, Netflix has left, and of course that changes the parameters of what Meghan can do.
That math starts falling apart real quick. It doesn't add up, and according to both Bower and Morgan, it never did from day one. Now here's where things get even more interesting. Meghan had been sharing this picture of her artisanal jam, talking about strawberries from her own garden, being in the kitchen with Lilibet looking on, painting this warm, personal image. But Tom Bower went digging, deeper, and what he found tells a very different story. Not a cozy home kitchen, but production traced back to a commercial bottling operation in Ohio and Illinois.
Even I couldn't afford them, and frankly, I wouldn't know what to do with them. So I've resisted that temptation.
Harry and Meghan, the dreariest couple in the history of planet Earth. If you excuse the massive book deals, the Silicon Valley startup preaching videos about well-being, the podcast, the speeches, and the major network interviews with everyone from Oprah Winfrey to James Corden. They've barely been seen or heard at all, have they? Well, on Thursday, they'll quietly and apologetically release their $100 million documentary series on Netflix. There are trailers for this, and viewers with sensitive stomach should look away now.
He tracked down the jar suppliers, found the actual facilities, and what he uncovered didn't match the story at all. The factory had only supplied a small number of jars to the bottling plant, nothing close to the massive volume being claimed. And those strawberries Meghan talked about picking herself, they were nowhere near that Ohio-based operation. Tom Bower's conclusion was blunt. The story being sold to the public at $14 per jar just didn't line up. Piers Morgan wasted no time jumping on it. He called Harry and Meghan the Sussex grifters in front of his 8.7 million followers, and pointed to what he described as a deep dive into their Netflix deal, calling it, in his words, a brutal and often hilarious demolition. Even he seemed stunned by how it was all unfolding. But here's the twist. Bower and Morgan don't even have to guess anymore, because in January 2026, Meghan's own website reportedly exposed everything by accident.
But at the same time, there's just such an oddness, these like random bits of products that she's popping out, that there's no cohesion to the brand. Like nothing makes sense anymore when it comes to As Ever. And of course, it didn't make a lot of sense in the first place, but Netflix was very much guiding so much of it from the beginning. And with them gone, the game entirely changed.
Critics found a glitch. By adding huge amounts of products into the cart, the site revealed real stock numbers. Not hype, not marketing, the actual inventory sitting there. And the numbers raised eyebrows. Around 650,000 individual items valued at roughly $21.8 million at retail price. Unsold. Bower wasn't shocked at all. According to his view, the demand never matched the image. The sold out moments. He suggests they may have been tightly controlled. the scarcity.
Netflix series. Michelle Hussein from the BBC, who carried out the interview, said, actually, no, it was just an interview. Even the BBC's long-serving royal correspondent Nicholas Witchell, normally bent double to avoid upsetting absolutely anybody in royal circles, can't take it anymore. Nothing they ever say seems to stand up to reasonable scrutiny. And I say that as somebody who lost his last job presenting Good Morning Britain because I wouldn't apologise for saying I didn't believe Meghan Markle. Think about that.
Questioned, the whole rollout started to look more like a performance than reality. The breakdown gets even more specific. Over 137,000 fruit spread gift boxes, priced at $42 each, around 44,000 jars of marmalade, 80,000 tubs of flour sprinkles, nearly 90,000 candles. And this part really caught attention. Some customers reportedly received candles without a wick. People paying premium prices for something they couldn't even light. But the number that really challenges the entire narrative is this. Someone actually tracked the real sales over 2 straight days in January 2026. And the numbers shocked people.
One of the many revelations in the book. I mean, the jam, which was meant to be the strawberries picked in her garden and then lovingly turned into jam on the hob in her kitchen with Lilibet looking on, in fact is a spread manufactured in Ohio, Illinois, and put into a rather attractive jar. We tracked the jar makers down too.
In a full 48-hour window across the entire As Ever range, Meghan reportedly sold just 15 jars of marmalade and 39 gift boxes. 15 jars. That's it. Piers Morgan had been saying for years that the so-called Meghan effect wasn't real, that it fades the second real money gets involved, and those 15 jars in 48 hours? For him, that was the confirmation he'd been waiting on. Tom Bower added another layer to it, and this is where it gets serious. At that pace,
and they sold very few of the jars to the Illinois bottling plant and manufacturing. So of course not. That is why Netflix have finally admitted or revealed this week that they are ending their relationship with her, which I predicted in my book. I mean, the book just shows exactly how Meghan's commercial ambitions failed right at the very beginning, because for 2 reasons. One is she didn't have enough money to launch her project. I mean, you need a fortune. And secondly, the only reason why people will buy Meghan's jams and sprinkles and everything is because they love Meghan. They want to be associated with her. And she doesn't have that sort of profile.
Clearing out the inventory would take years, and these aren't products that last forever. The jam expires, the candles lose their scent, everything has a shelf life. That's over $21 million worth of goods just sitting there with a countdown clock attached. And then came another detail. Netflix reportedly confirmed they were holding more than $10 million worth of unsold As Ever products they couldn't move. So what happened next raised eyebrows. They started giving it away to employees. Free jams sitting in Netflix break rooms.
And that's bad for Meghan Markle because As Ever is not selling. Let's check it out. See if we have that $300 flower box. So all this stuff. And these bundles right here, guys, are for a bookmark that she deliberately, I think, understocked to try and sell out other stock that's not moving. She did this, a month or 2 ago now? None of it's moved. It's all still for sale. We have the bundles, all still for sale. We have all this stuff. These were technically Valentine's Day, still for sale. All this, most of this stuff, guys, was made for Christmas, and it's still for sale.
That's what this massive deal has turned into, at least according to claims discussed by Tom Bower and Piers Morgan. While Bower was digging into factories and Morgan was calling out the numbers, the show that was supposed to justify the entire Netflix deal was quietly losing momentum. Meghan launched the series in March 2025. Season 1 barely made noise. Season 2 dropped in August 2025 and didn't break into Netflix's weekly top 10 even once. By late 2025, it was ranked way down the list. Reports placed it at 1,217 on the platform. Some estimates pushed it even lower, around 3,436 compared to other titles.
This was found on Reddit, and the thread was started by, make sure I get attribute it. So it's Kiwi Love 777. This is a person who kind of discovered it. And basically what you do is you put in an absurd number. So 10,000, 100,000, most likely 100,000, million, whatever, of items into your as ever bucket. And it will let you know how much is still left in inventory and how much they can put in your cart.
Total views for the second season, around 2 million. And then, no big announcement, no headlines. Netflix reportedly cancelled it quietly. Tom Bower's final take hits hard. Tom Bower's take is blunt and controversial. He claims Meghan doesn't have the ability to truly hold an audience's attention. He questions her acting, saying she doesn't come across as naturally warm unless she's fully performing. And for a lifestyle show, that's a major issue. That kind of format needs someone who feels real, engaging, and knowledgeable. And according to his view, that connection just wasn't there.
If you pull it up right here, we're going to expand it. So, guys, I have $535,000 worth of orange marmalade in my cart and almost $6 million of Meghan's signature food spread. She has $6 million worth of food spread right now in her inventory, and you know it. This is an epic fail. This is if you're ordering something.
Piers Morgan didn't miss the moment either. After reports of Netflix offering a scaled-down first-look deal following the cancellation, he shared a joke that spread fast. It said Netflix had given Harry and Meghan first refusal on their ideas, frustrating other streamers who might have wanted the chance to say no first. That post reached his 8.7 million followers and got people talking. But then the story shifts, and this is where it gets even deeper. Tom Bower says one situation reveals more about Harry and Meghan's finances than any set of numbers ever could, and Piers Morgan points to it as proof of everything he's been saying about them. Tyler Perry.
No. You guys, there's no wick. Wait, producer Kylie, there's no wick, right? Am I crazy? Where's the thing that I light? This has to be a joke. No, I'm not even kidding. I'm not kidding. You guys, this isn't a stunt. There's literally nothing to light in here. No, it's not pasted down. My producer's in my ear. Is it pasted down? No, it's not pasted down. Zoom in. There's literally nothing. I ordered Meghan Markle's candle. There's nothing to light. I literally want a refund. Meghan Markle, send me a freaking refund. So I paid, how much did I pay for this? $64. I paid $64 for a candle you can't light. And you know how God has a sense of humor?
Back in 2020, when Harry and Meghan stepped away from royal life and were figuring things out, Tyler Perry reportedly stepped in a big way. He opened up his $18 million Beverly Hills home to them and even provided security, an incredibly generous move for people he didn't know well. Now fast forward to 2026, and reports from Globe magazine claim things have changed. Sources say Perry has distanced himself from the couple. One reason being discussed, a reported $14 million loan that has allegedly not been repaid. And according to insiders, things have gotten even more tense. Tyler Perry reportedly can't even reach them. Calls not returned, no response.
Meghan is screwed. All her money, guys, all the money they could make right now is trapped in a craptastic brand that can't move, that can't sell. And I think that's why we're seeing a little bit of the panic. That's why I think we're seeing a little bit of the more appearances and these sorts of things. And that's like, I feel like a frantic energy from her. And I think it's partly because of that. Because once Netflix left and Meghan realized, oh, so the money I was supposed to get was put into this brand that I didn't really care about that much. Like she did and she didn't.
That silence has people asking serious questions. Piers Morgan put it out there the way many are thinking. How does a couple linked to deals worth $100 million from Netflix, $25 million from Spotify, and millions more from Harry's memoir reportedly struggle to pay back someone who helped them when they had nowhere to go? Tom Bower offers his explanation, and it's all about the numbers. Security alone, around $2 million a year.
Right. Netflix paid for everything. So, what does that mean for Harry and Meghan's deal with Netflix? Because supposedly, according to the Variety article, they got their whole deal or whatever was worth about $60 million. And, it's been rumored to be upwards of 100 million. And you can't just help but sit there and go a little bit. It's like, well, where did all the money go? Like, they haven't done any major renovations on their home. I think they probably repainted some things, maybe had to redo some floors or whatever. My parents had to do that to a home they moved into. But we haven't seen massive gutting of the home.
Then add the Montecito mortgage, staff, legal fees, and reported business losses. According to his calculations, they would need roughly $4 to $5 million every single year just to stay level. And right now, based on these claims, their major income streams have slowed down or disappeared. Spotify, gone. Netflix deal, reworked, show, cancelled. The As Ever brand, struggling. Piers Morgan has been repeating one key point for years. They confused fame with financial stability.
Now, against this deluge of derision, Netflix today released a new trailer for the second half of this compelling series, which comes out on Thursday. Viewer discretion is advised. This clip contains weapons-grade hypocrisy.
I wonder what would have happened to us had we not gone out when we did.
Our security was being pulled. Everyone in the world knew where we were.
I said, we need to get out of here. We are on a freedom flight. To see this institutional gaslight.
He argues they treated global attention like it was a long-term business plan, and now that gap is showing. Then comes the Tyler Perry situation, which some see as the clearest example yet of how things may have unravelled. And now, jump to April 2026. Meghan is reportedly heading to Australia for a girls' weekend event in Sydney, with tickets priced around $3,000. She's the main attraction, flying across the world to appear on stage. Piers Morgan summed it up in one sharp word: desperation. And Tom Bauer added his own angle. He argues going overseas doesn't fix the core issue. If you can't win over the US market, the biggest consumer base out there, why would another country suddenly change everything?
Absolutely. I mean, the cost of living for them is enormous. I mean, the security alone, which they feel they need, must cost between $1.5 and $2 million a year. The upkeep of their home and their staff must cost at least another $2 million. And then there's the rest. So I think that they're running out of money. I mean, I've conservatively put their annual expenditure at $3 million, but for that they'd have to earn $4 or $5 million. And it's they're running out of money because they run out of people to interest to buy their story. And that's why I think in the end they'll be desperate to come back to Britain to revalidate and reconcile with the royal family.
But here's the part people aren't really saying out loud. Back in September 2024, Meghan quietly filed 12 separate As Ever trademarks in Australia. We're talking food, candles, clothing, dog treats, jewellery, home decor, almost every category you can think of. And by 2025, all 12 had been approved. Tom Bauer and Piers Morgan both point to this as a major clue. In their view, this isn't just a casual trip. They believe Meghan isn't, heading to Australia for a simple girls' weekend. This looks more like a move to tap into a brand new market.
And yeah, I did say Meghan was becoming a royal rock star, and I'm pleased you quote me in there because it shows that I was, like the rest of the British media, very positive about your new bride until your mutual behaviour became hypocritical and ridiculous after the wedding. Your claim that you're the victims of a dirty game is especially brazen, given that these trailers have been released to deliberately overshadow a visit by the Prince and Princess of Wales to the United States. The timing, of course, is unforgivable, if entirely unsurprising, and a typically cynical ploy to overshadow a vitally important royal tour, the first since the death of Queen Elizabeth. And what about his father in all this, a man who's not even been coronated as king yet, still mourning the death of his mother? Is he going to cop it in this series? You can bet your life he will. Charles is going to have to take it again from his son, with no ability to speak out and return fire.
Because here's the bigger picture they keep bringing up. Hundreds of thousands of products, reportedly around 650,000 units, still sitting unsold back in the US. And with expiration dates getting closer, the pressure is building. Then there's another twist. The agency organising this Sydney event reportedly ran into serious trouble. collapsing in November 2025 with over $500,000 in unpaid taxes owed to the Australian Tax Office.
And it was going to be a very quiet life outside of the royal spotlight. Little did he know that Meghan was planning for life in Hollywood, California. So Tom tells me that Meghan told Harry it was impossible for them to live happily in Britain. That's what he tells me in this interview, in today's show. And he says, for that, I blame her entirely. She couldn't find huge fame and fortune on her own accomplishments. The problem, and this is so devastating, I talked to Tom about Meghan's qualities and otherwise, and he said she was intelligent, strategic, but he said very limited talent. That woman hasn't got a talented bone in her body. She's a grifter. She's a tryhard. She's a wannabe. Oh, you want to be my lover? You want to be my best friend? He says that she's now, Meghan, it's an incredible interview. He says that Meghan is paying the price of betrayal.
Administrators have been trying to track down the founder, but just weeks after that situation became public, the same agency suddenly announced a $3,000 per ticket event with Meghan as the headline name. That raised a lot of eyebrows. Tom Bauer says this is exactly what he expected. He claimed she would eventually try selling products in overseas markets if things didn't work locally.
Well, in my view, the marriage is okay. I mean, I think that Harry always needed and loved Meghan. It was a marriage made in heaven for him. She obviously went into the marriage with other things in mind, namely fame and fortune and a glittering career in California. But I think on the whole, they have a good relationship. I don't think there's any evidence that they don't.
What about the suggestion that Meghan is a controlling, narcissistic personality? Of course, your brilliant previous book, which was Revenge, suggested that it was actually Meghan Markle that was the driving force behind Harry's departure from the royal family.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I think what I show in this book is, in that episode, that she actually sort of fueled his grievances. What happened until he met Meghan, he was quite happy.
And now, this situation is being pointed to as an example of that prediction. And then come the final numbers they highlight. Archewell's reported donations dropped from $13 million in 2021 to around $2.1 million in 2024. Meanwhile, spending hit about $5.1 million that same year, leaving a deficit of roughly $2.5 million. Reports claimed up to 60% of staff were let go, and then came an awkward moment that got people talking. Actor Jack Quaid was asked on camera about working with Meghan on an upcoming Amazon project, and his reaction? He froze completely. The only thing he managed to say was that it was insane.
Then Meghan Markle, fresh off of her dumping by Netflix, they've made no room for error. They're done with her. She is now going to be featured. The billing is it's called Meghan, Duchess of Sussex, her best life retreat. But as best as I can tell, this girls' weekend like no other. That's one way to put it. If you read the copy carefully, an event that promises a lot of word salad that sounds very Meghan Markle, quote, powerful conversations, relaxation, laughter, and unforgettable experiences.
Then quickly shifted to praising everyone else in the cast without even mentioning Meghan. That silence spoke loud. Piers Morgan jumped on that instantly. He pointed out that in Hollywood, when someone avoids talking about a person and praises everyone else instead, it usually says everything without saying it directly. And according to him, that's exactly what happened there. Tom Bauer has been consistent with his stance from day one. He argues Meghan is now facing the consequences of damaged relationships and burned bridges.
Australia has tackled illegal immigration very successfully. And I think given the fact that Harry and Meghan are on their way, I think it's time to reactivate Operation Sovereign Borders, Paul. Just, airstrikes, get the boats out. Because the bottom line is, I can't speak for your viewers, but I will tell you that lots of Australian viewers of the Mark Dolan show don't want to see Harry and Meghan. The reason 100%. Why it went down well in 2018, Paul, is because the Australian public didn't know Meghan Markle very well. Well, they know her now. And what do they know her to be?
In his view, Those connections mattered, and losing them came at a cost that couldn't be avoided. Piers Morgan's take hasn't changed either. He's long argued that the image didn't match reality. The brand, the show, the hype, none of it held up under pressure. And now, in 2026, he believes the results are speaking for themselves. A massive deal, global attention, and huge opportunities, all of it leading to this moment. And what's left is being questioned more than ever. If you made it this far, drop a comment with your thoughts, hit like, subscribe, and share this with someone who needs to see it.
Daily Mail are going to destroy Prince Harry. It is my understanding that the Daily Mail are confident of victory in the Royal Courts of Justice. Now, the Daily Mail believe they're going to win. They're going to win big. And a defeat in that building behind me, the Royal Courts of Justice, will cost Harry millions. Millions that he hasn't got.
The case is done. The evidence is in.
So the Judge Justice Nicklin is taking his time to consider his verdict as we speak.
Now it's all on the judge, Mr. Justice Nicken, who is taking his time to write a final decision. And it won't be quick. He's working through the Easter period, full-time, trying to make sense of what turned into a messy and at times chaotic record. We're talking flirtatious Facebook messages, a key witness suddenly backing away from his own statement, and a royal editor flat out calling the claims against her pure fiction. It didn't stop there. There were emotional moments in court, tears on the stand, even a tense clash with the judge. One former Daily Mail editor admitted the stress pushed him to the edge, saying the process left him furious during long, draining sessions. Behind the scenes, people close to the case say the Daily Mail team feels confident about winning, but not completely certain. Still, that confidence is real, and it's turning heads. If that confidence holds up, the fallout for Harry could hit hard, especially his finances. Losing could mean millions in legal costs and damages, money that won't be easy to recover, and the reputational damage. That could be even worse. If the judge decides his claims don't hold up or questions his credibility, it could seriously shake how the public sees him moving forward. There's more at stake than just money. This case was built around claims of unlawful press behaviour, and losing it, especially after key moments like the Charlotte Griffith messages and the Gavin Burrows situation becoming public, could weaken the bigger narrative that's been driving his public stance for years. That's a major shift. Take the Charlotte Griffith situation. Harry told the court they met once, he later found out she was a journalist, had a quick word with a friend, and that was it. No more contact. But the released Facebook messages tell a very different story.
Prince Harry, oh, have I told you about my terrible life growing up in palaces and castles? So, if Harry loses, which the Mail think he will, it will further damage his reputation, it will erode any remaining credibility that he may have, and it will clean him out financially, which, be clear, will place further pressure on that crumbling marriage.
They show ongoing, friendly, clearly flirtatious conversations over months, even mentioning things like movie snuggles. That contrast is raising serious questions. There was even a shared nickname between them, plus messages about events they both attended, and Harry giving her his phone number. The chats also mentioned awkward dinners, joking about making small talk with strangers while asking for charity money, something that lines up with a real event he hosted at Clarence House back in December 2011. That detail connects the dots in a way that's hard to ignore. Griffith's testimony hit in a completely different way. She told the court that through her connections she found out Princess Catherine was expecting her first child days before it was officially announced. That was huge news, one of the biggest royal stories at the time, and she chose to stay quiet. She had the scoop and didn't publish it because she kept a strict line between work and personal trust. That moment said a lot about her. It showed she had real professional discipline and loyalty, choosing relationships over headlines.
And it revealed just how angry Harry is with the press, how much he detests the newspapers, the TV networks, any journalist that holds him to account. He doesn't like it because he doesn't want the truth to come out.
It also proved she could handle sensitive information without leaking it. That makes the idea that she was somehow unsafe to be around just because she's a journalist seem way less believable. But things got more intense when Harry's legal team suggested she made up the story about knowing about the pregnancy early. That's a serious claim against a journalist with years of experience covering the royal family. Griffith pushed back and rejected it completely, making it clear she stood by her word. If the judge decides that claim doesn't hold up, it could seriously hurt Harry's case. And then comes an even bigger issue, the Gavin Burrows situation. Burrows, a private investigator, was brought in as a key witness to support claims that unlawful methods were used to gather information. His role was supposed to strengthen the case in a major way, but what happened next raised even more questions. Then everything flipped. Burrows came forward and completely rejected the statement tied to his name. He said it had nothing to do with him, didn't recognize it at all, and even pointed out the signature looked fake, like it had been traced. He didn't hold back either. He called the whole case built around that statement a pack of lies. It gets worse.
So the case involved a witness switching sides, repeated arguments with the judge, and even tears in the courtroom. Oh, poor Prince Harry and my terrible life growing up in a world of luxury and privilege.
He said he only found out about this so-called statement a year and a half later through a newspaper. According to him, this entire story built around his role was basically fiction. In any court case, a key witness turning around like that is a big deal. But here it hits even harder because his evidence was supposed to be a major part of the claim. If the judge decides that this statement wasn't real, it could seriously damage Harry's credibility. The court doesn't need absolute proof, like in criminal cases, but it still has to believe his version is more likely true than not. And right now, that's looking shaky. The judge also has to go through 14 separate articles and decide if the information in each one was gathered unlawfully. The Daily Mail has stayed consistent, saying their information came from legitimate sources. They've even argued that some of it came from people close to Harry himself, suggesting his own circle may have been the real source of these stories. If that argument sticks, then the whole claim about unlawful behavior falls apart. There's nothing illegal about journalists getting information from willing sources. Rebecca English, the paper's royal editor, pushed back strongly on claims against her too.
Harry was joined in court by the model and actress Elizabeth Hurley, who reportedly is about 60. She looks 20. The woman is a miracle of science. We also have Sadie Frost, who's an actress, and Sir Elton John. Can you feel the love tonight? So it's a star-studded cast list.
She was accused of getting details about Harry's relationship with Chelsea Davy through questionable tactics, like having someone spy on a flight, but she firmly denied it, calling the claims deeply wrong and offensive. She made it clear this was something she would never even think about doing. Not now, not ever. She also pointed out there was no reply to the email being used as evidence, saying she had never even seen it before.
And together they sued Associated Newspapers, who own the Daily Mail, over claims that it misused their private information. So the great allegation is that the Daily Mail's outstanding world-class journalism was gathered through illegal means. They deny it, and they think they're going to win. They think they're going to win big, but there's a big problem for Harry.
That gap raised serious doubts about the whole claim. Then came Paul Dacre, the former editor-in-chief of the Daily Mail, and his testimony was explosive. This is someone who ran the paper for 26 years, known for being sharp and direct, and he did not hold back. He called the allegations serious but also at times completely ridiculous. He said they shocked him, frustrated him, and even left him angry in the early hours of the morning. He made it personal too, saying he felt upset for his staff and stood firmly behind them. That kind of reaction added even more intensity to an already heated case.
That Harry is in hot water with the judge because he said that many years ago when he was friendly with Charlotte Griffiths, 2011, 2012, he said that he met her on one occasion, this fabulous journalist, and when he found out she was a journalist, he got rid of her immediately. So he said he met her once and he cut off contact the very next day as soon as he realized that she worked in the media. He said he had no idea what her background was. He said that when he realized she was a journalist, he had words with his friend, and that was that.
On the other side, Harry painted a very different picture. He described his life as constant pressure, saying he felt watched, tracked, and monitored all the time. He spoke about it like it was non-stop surveillance, saying it pushed him into paranoia and made him question even the people closest to him, including friends and security. His testimony was emotional, no doubt about it.
Harry has somehow tried to give the impression to the court he didn't know who this woman was, and on discovering who she was, he was like, one day and then I'm out. Well, it doesn't stack up. Is he lying?
There were moments where he looked close to tears, and other moments where he lost his composure, even clashing with the judge. At one point, the judge had to step in and remind him to just answer the questions instead of arguing his case. That kind of moment doesn't go unnoticed in court. It doesn't automatically mean things will go against him, but it does become part of how the judge evaluates his credibility. And hanging over all of this is a major contradiction. Harry's case centers on claims that his privacy was invaded and his life was exploited.
So that's a huge setback. And this is a massive, massive opportunity for the Mail to close the deal on this wretched court case.
Yet the details being examined in court are now under even more scrutiny than ever before. His own memoir made around $20 million by sharing details of his private life. Then came the documentary, putting deeply personal family moments in front of a global Netflix audience. Add in interviews, podcasts, and public statements. It's been a steady stream of personal revelations straight from him. That's what makes this situation so complicated. The same person arguing that his private life was exposed and sold is also someone who has openly shared and profited from that same kind of information on a massive scale. It doesn't automatically cancel out his legal claims, but it definitely raises questions about how this all looks. Legally, both things can exist at the same time. Someone can choose to share parts of their life and still expect boundaries.
He took Meghan down and took her down to Chinatown, saying that Megxit was planned from day one, saying that Meghan was incredibly dishonest, pretending that she wanted to live in South Africa, actually looking at houses in South Africa. Oh, Harry, I found a beautiful, beautiful house there in Cape Town. Looks beautiful. We could go to Johannesburg. So many beautiful places in South Africa where I dream of living as well. Actually, forget that. Let's go to California. So that's what happened.
But in court, perception matters too. And the image of him criticizing a newspaper for doing something similar isn't exactly helping his position. The final decision won't be simple either. The judge will go through all 14 articles one by one, deciding each claim based on what's more likely true than not. It's not just a single win or loss, it's a breakdown that will reveal the bigger picture step by step. But beyond money or headlines, one thing matters most: credibility. The judge will be looking closely at everything: the Griffith messages, the Burrows situation, and how Harry handled himself in court. All of that feeds into how believable his overall case is.
Griffiths also, Charlotte Griffiths told me all these things about Meghan, that she was the engine behind Megxit and that she planned it from day one, and that the only reason Oprah was invited to their wedding was because she wanted to broker the TV interview for when they leave Britain.
Right now, the Daily Mail's side feels confident, while Harry is left waiting. The judge is working through everything carefully, and a case that many said should never have been brought is now heading straight for its final outcome. No matter how this ends, those 11 weeks in court have already left a mark that won't fade anytime soon. Not because of one single shocking moment, but because of everything combined: the messages, the claims, the testimonies, all laid out in public for everyone to see. Private conversations were exposed, witnesses spoke out, and in one major twist, a key witness even rejected his own statement. The judge had to step in to calm things down, and one senior editor admitted the whole process pushed him to anger late at night. This case turned into a full public display, and now it's almost at the finish line. The verdict is coming, and when it lands, one big question will finally get a clear answer. Was it worth it? All the time, money and pressure spent trying to take on the press will be weighed against what actually comes out of this.
From this evidence, you see, this was Harry's big mistake in suing the Daily Mail, the most read English language newspaper in the world. Why it was a mistake is A, he may lose, and the Daily Mail think he will lose.
Now, the legal side of this gets serious. This isn't a criminal case. It's about misuse of private information built on rules shaped over years of UK law. The judge has to balance two major rights: privacy and freedom of expression. That tension sits right at the center of everything. To win, 2 key points have to be proven. First, that the information was truly private and something a person would reasonably expect to stay private. Second, that it was obtained through improper methods, not normal reporting. On that first point, there is some ground to stand on. Details about personal relationships, private conversations, and specific movements are things most people would expect to keep out of the public eye. That part isn't the biggest mystery. The real battle is how that information was actually obtained. Just because Harry is a public figure doesn't mean every part of his life is open for everyone to see. Some things are still private. But the real problem in this case is the second issue, how that information was actually obtained. This is where things start to fall apart. The entire case leans heavily on claims that the Daily Mail used Nezakon methods, things like phone hacking, tapping calls, planting bugs, or using deception.
The other issue is he's having to wash his dirty laundry in public. And we've seen a very embarrassing, unedifying Harry, at times on the verge of tears, at times losing his temper, demonstrating that I think he's not right in his head, right? I think he's lost his mind.
For Harry to win, the judge has to believe it's more likely than not that at least one of those methods was used in the specific articles he's challenging. That's why the Gavin Burrows situation hit so hard. He was supposed to be a key figure, someone who could back up those claims from inside the private investigator world. But instead, he stepped back and rejected everything tied to his name, saying the statement wasn't his and calling the whole setup fiction. With that, a major part of the case suddenly looked unstable. It's like the foundation took a serious crack. Meanwhile, the Daily Mail has stuck to a different story. They say the information came from people close to Harry. Friends, social circles, party connections. People talk, and sometimes they talk to journalists. That kind of thing happens all the time around high-profile figures. From the outside, it can look like spying, but in reality, it can just be insiders sharing what they know.
Is Harry a heavy drinker? Because all of these messages with my lovely friend Charlotte Griffiths are not just a little intimate, a little grown up in tone, which demonstrates, therefore, that Harry can't be telling the truth, that he knew Charlotte for one day and then got rid of her. Right? There was a camaraderie there. There was a connection. There was a chemistry, and there was an email trail as long as your arm. But a lot of it is about, because also Charlotte told me that he's like very late at getting up in the morning. And that's something that was confirmed by Angela Levin, who's written a biography about Harry, spent about 15 months in his company, knows Harry better than he knows himself. And Angela and Charlotte have both said that you didn't do morning meetings with Harry because he just couldn't get up.
And here's the twist. Harry himself admitted he had those fears, saying he suspected even friends and security could have been sources. If the judge believes that version, then the whole argument about unlawful methods falls apart. Because if the information came from willing sources, there's nothing illegal about that. And the entire claim loses its core. There are 14 different articles being challenged, and each one has to be judged on its own. Some might have stronger evidence, others not so much. The judge will go piece by piece, and it's very possible the outcome will be mixed. Some wins, some losses, just to keep things balanced and limit any appeal arguments. But overall, the mood around this case isn't looking great for Harry. The issues keep stacking up. The Charlotte Griffiths situation raising doubts, the Burrows statement falling apart, strong pushback from figures like Paul Dacre, and firm denials from Rebecca English. Put it all together, and it paints a picture that the Daily Mail believes is clearly in their favour. Now here's something people aren't talking about enough, the bigger impact of all this. This case isn't just about one person, it connects to the entire system around celebrity privacy and media behaviour. After the phone hacking scandals and the Leveson inquiry, major changes were made. New rules, stricter standards, and more caution from the press when it comes to private lives.
And this is the problem when you sue people, is the court have to hear everything. And they're hearing about the all-nighters, they're hearing about the creepy language, the G-string, and the movie snuggles. What is a movie snuggle?
That shift was supposed to protect people while still allowing journalism to function. Harry's case was seen as part of that ongoing fight, trying to push accountability even further. The idea was that taking this to court could expose wrongdoing and reinforce limits on how far the press can go. But if the case fails, the effect could flip completely. A high-profile case, backed by top legal teams and months of proceedings, ending without proof of unlawful conduct, would send a strong message the other way. It could weaken future claims and make it harder for others to challenge the press. Instead of setting a new standard, it might end up slowing things down. And that's a huge shift in itself. At the end of the day, it all comes down to one thing. The court has to be convinced. And if the evidence doesn't meet that standard, then the claim doesn't hold up. That's why this case goes way beyond just Harry. It could shape how future battles between celebrities, the press, and the legal system play out. If the Daily Mail wins, it won't rewrite history or erase past scandals, but it will send a clear message about this case, these claims, and this situation. It would show that after everything presented in court, the arguments simply didn't land strongly enough. Then there's the money side, and it's huge. In UK cases like this, the losing side usually pays a big part of the winner's legal costs. After 11 weeks in court, those costs are massive, easily running into the millions.
I think that's it. I think it's the catastrophic own goal that will see Harry lose the case. There's obviously a chance he could win. The Mail, is my understanding, the Daily Mail are confident that they've got this one in the bag.
If Harry loses, he could be facing a serious financial hit on top of everything he's already spent. There's even been talk about whether he might need to sell assets to cover it, possibly tied to his California property. Whether that actually happens depends on the final numbers and what funds are available. But either way, the pressure is real, and the cost isn't just financial. This case has already taken time, energy, and exposed a lot of personal details in public. If the outcome goes against him, it only adds more weight to everything that's already been put on the line. There's a reason people warned against taking this route. Legal battles like this can get messy, expensive, and unpredictable fast. Those warnings weren't random. They came from people who understood exactly how intense this process can be. Still, Harry moved forward, confident his case would stand strong. Now, everything comes down to the judge's final call, and whether that confidence holds up under pressure. This case has tested Harry's confidence in ways he likely didn't expect. The Charlotte Griffith messages, the Burrows situation falling apart, the judge stepping in to tell him to stay focused, the former editor's anger, even a key witness switching direction. None of that was part of the original plan. Still, that doesn't guarantee a total loss. Court cases can be unpredictable.
There are no business opportunities. No one's investing in Harry. And his rate as a public speaker has gone from $1 million per speech to $50K, which is great money for you and I, but that is small change down the back of the sofa for the Sussexes.
What looks like a defeat can turn into partial wins, and the judge could still rule in Harry's favour on some of the 14 articles. Even with the Daily Mail feeling confident, nothing is locked in yet. But one thing is clear. The case hasn't played out the way his team hoped. And no matter what the final ruling says, the story coming out of this trial is already shaping public perception. It's a story about his connection with Charlotte Griffith, the questions around that testimony, the witness who rejected his own statement, and the intense way Harry handled himself in court. That's not the narrative he wanted out there, but it's now part of the record. The judge is still working through everything, and the final decision is coming soon. When it lands, it will close this chapter, a prince taking on the press, only to face serious scrutiny in return. Whether it ends in the outcome he wanted or something far less comfortable, the answer is close. But there's also a deeper layer here that often gets overlooked, the human side. Harry didn't bring this case for no reason. He believes he was wronged, and that belief comes from real experiences. He grew up under constant media attention, with his private life always in the spotlight. His relationships, movements, and personal moments were treated like public content. And those experiences, including the impact of press culture on his family, shaped how he sees all of this today. That history matters. The frustration behind it is real.
And the whole thing goes nuts. And it's interesting because talking about going nuts, Harry lost control to such an extent where he's not just blabbing on the verge of tears about how Meghan's life has been made a misery. I think you'll find that everything that happened to Harry and Meghan is self-inflicted. Okay?
And it's a big part of why this case happened in the first place. That drive to take action, to hold powerful institutions accountable for what he believes happened to him and his family, that part is real. It's not something to dismiss. But the problem is how it played out, because some of the legal moves made along the way now look questionable based on what's come out in court. And here's where it turns serious. There's a clear gap between what he wanted to achieve and what actually happened. He went in aiming to prove wrongdoing, to show the Daily Mail crossed legal lines. Instead, the spotlight flipped right back onto him. His own actions, his credibility, even private messages from years ago, all of it got pulled into the open. He set out to challenge the press, but ended up being examined just as closely, if not more. This isn't about the system being against him or anyone having special power. This is how legal battles work. They expose everything. They force both sides into the spotlight, and no detail stays hidden. That's exactly why so many people warn against taking these fights to court in the first place. People familiar with this world know that lawsuits like this can backfire. Instead of clearing your name, they can open doors to even more scrutiny. That risk was always there. It seems that risk may have been underestimated. The case hasn't looked as strong as expected, and the pressure of the process has been just as intense as predicted. Now the real question is what comes next. After weeks in court, facing tough questions, seeing private details revealed, and watching key moments unravel, does this experience change anything? Or does it push things even further? That answer is still up in the air.
But Harry was out of control. So not only is he in tears about how terrible his life is, but he also got told off by the judge, Mr. Nicklin, because he said, well, he didn't say Prince Harry. I'm not quite sure how he addressed him, but he said, you don't have to bear the burden of arguing the case today. If Mr. White, who's acting on behalf of the Daily Mail, makes a statement that you dispute, you can simply say, I don't accept that, or I don't know about that. He said, witnesses feel a particular pressure to make their point and to argue the point. You don't have to do that. Just answer the questions.
That Washington, D.C. speech made one thing clear. The bigger mission isn't stopping no matter how this case ends. The direction is already set, slow but steady, like something that won't easily change course. But this legal battle? That's about to reach its final moment. The verdict is coming, and when it drops, everything shifts. Harry will have to decide what comes next after a fight that turned out more intense, more public, and more draining than expected. And this isn't happening in a vacuum. There are real pressures in the background. Financial questions, ongoing family tension, and a future that isn't as secure as headlines once made it seem. The next chapter won't be shaped by speeches or public appearances. It'll come from private decisions made quietly, away from cameras and headlines. Right now, the judge is still writing, and Harry is left waiting. That waiting alone says a lot. The uncertainty, the exposure, everything revealed during the case. That's already part of the price paid, no matter what the final ruling says. There's a reason people warned about going down this road. After 11 weeks, that reality is clearer than ever. Still, the end is here. One final judgment will officially close this chapter, even if the bigger story keeps going. The court will give its legal answer, but the public will form its own opinions just as fast. And when it's all said and done, the biggest decision will fall on Harry. What he chooses to do next with everything that's happened. He still believes in what he's fighting for, no matter the outcome. Whether that belief holds up over time is something only the future can decide. If you've been following this story, drop your thoughts below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and comment, because this conversation is far from over.
They are at the moment facing a real crisis. Meghan and Harry's crisis, completely of their own making, is they have no major projects, no major money earners. And so they're more desperate than ever.
Meghan herself. And Meghan herself. In the months before she met Harry, was setting up.
Tom Bower just dropped a claim about Meghan Markle's 2026 financial crisis, and it's the kind of detail her PR team definitely wouldn't want spreading around. Reports talk about $23 million worth of unsold jam sitting in storage, the Archewell Foundation being listed as delinquent in California records.
The implosion of the Sussexes. Meghan Markle's Archewell charity scam and as ever lies have finally been exposed, and an astonishing double blow for the fake.
A Netflix show that allegedly landed around 1,217 in the platform rankings, and a public image that once promised billionaire-level success. Tom Bower has built a reputation for digging deep into stories like this, and now people are paying attention to what he's saying about where everything could be heading. Some analysts believe the situation surrounding Harry and Meghan may be entering a rough phase, and the discussion around it is only getting louder. Here's the part many people miss. Some viewers look at Harry and Meghan and think, they're still wealthy, so what's the big issue? But Bower's argument isn't only about money.
Well, absolutely, but don't even believe that there were 5 options. What you really saw were Harry's and Meghan's fantasy narrative, which they call the truth.
He claims it's about a slow unravelling of a carefully built brand, something he predicted years ago that, according to critics, is now unfolding in plain sight. Bauer reportedly spent years researching the couple. He spoke with over 80 sources, including former staff, royal insiders, and Hollywood figures. The portrait he paints is dramatic, a story of bold ambition meeting the unforgiving reality of business and public expectations.
She is hoping that she's going to become a billionaire off all of this, which again is total insanity. I think the woman's expectations are so unrealistic.
This is the same woman who stepped away from one of the most powerful royal institutions in the world, secured a $100 million Netflix deal, launched a lifestyle brand, and created a charity platform while telling the public she planned to make a huge impact. Now Bauer claims the numbers, the documents, and the timeline tell a much different story, and he says he has the receipts to prove it. Let's start with the Archewell Foundation, because Tom Bauer says this is where the most revealing part of the story really sits. When Harry and Meghan launched Archewell back in 2020, the message sounded powerful and inspiring. They described it as a humanitarian mission, a project named after their son, Archie, designed to promote compassion, service, and positive change around the world.
Their problem is that they've got no future. I mean, as ever, all her product, of course, is a complete disaster. She's got no Netflix series. She hasn't got any project at all. And they are literally wallowing in in a maze where to go. It's and so predictably.
That was the public story everyone heard. But Tom Bauer lays out a very different version of events. According to Bauer, and according to the Foundation's publicly filed 990 tax documents, which anyone can check, he argues the numbers tell a story that raises serious questions about how the organization actually operated. Here's what those filings show. In 2021, Archewell reportedly received about $13 million in donations, which became the Foundation's strongest financial year.
Are they insane? What is happening? There is complete and utter chaos going on. The Meg and Herald are taking their rebrands far too literally at this point. Archewell, their charity effort, has not only changed its name from a foundation to philanthropies, which is even worse branding, I might add.
That was also the period when major media deals were being announced and public attention around the couple was at its highest. But the numbers began shifting fast. By 2024, reported donations had dropped to about $2.1 million, down sharply from $5.3 million the previous year.
Money is officially drying up for Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. As more and more news of the dissolution of Archewell Foundation comes forward, it's very, very clear that this restructuring is due to a lack of one very, very key thing, which is money. In fact, Harry and Meghan sold themselves to a dinner table at $100,000 a pop to raise money for Archewell.
At the same time, total expenses for that year reached roughly $5.1 million. When people look at those figures side by side, the gap immediately stands out.
There's been leaked financial details from the Archewell Foundation that's quite fascinating because it shows that there's 2 donors who've given one of them $15 million and one $3 million.
But Harry doesn't want to know any of that truth. That's the trouble with Harry. He just likes, because in his simple way, the paparazzi murdered my mother. Well, it wasn't as simple as that at all.
Then comes the detail Bauer says raises the biggest eyebrows. Out of that $5.1 million in spending, roughly $1.25 million reportedly went toward charitable grants and programs. The remaining funds, nearly $4 million, were listed for things like salaries, security costs, travel, and administrative expenses. Reports suggest security alone could run close to $2 million a year, and critics say that is a huge amount flowing through a charity structure. Tom Bauer's argument is blunt. He claims Archewell was never set up like a traditional philanthropy at all.
And I predicted it in the book, but even I would not have thought it would be that accelerated. I think personally, they've separated their professional lives, but I think what's really a great problem for them now, as of in the last few weeks, is that Meghan has got no real income anymore. She's finished.
Right.
The Netflix series is over. There's no great podcast. They don't generate any money. And I don't see where she is going from here. I think she has a major problem. And I think as of this week, the signal for her great problem.
Instead, he believes it functioned more like a financial vehicle connected to the couple's larger business deals, helping manage income from entertainment and publishing projects. Now, to be clear, structures like that are not unusual in the United States, and many wealthy figures use foundations in similar ways. But Bauer insists the Archewell situation stands out, and he says the reasons for that only become clearer when you look at everything else happening around the same time. And this is where Tom Bauer says things start getting really revealing. At its peak, the Archewell Foundation reportedly had just 5 employees running the operation. By the end of 2024, that number had dropped to only 2.
The Channel 5 investigation as to the state of the Sussex's finances. Now, we know they didn't move to a 2-bedroom cottage somewhere in the middle of nowhere. They're living in quite a large mansion in Montecito. And one of the things that Prince Harry made very public when he left the royal family, one of the things that he was quite disgruntled about was the fact that his father basically cut him off financially. So really, they were in a state where they had to make a lot of money and a lot of money fast. He blundered in a video and said, the Netflix deal was an idea that was pitched.
3 staff members were let go during what was described publicly as a rebrand, meaning around 60% of the entire team disappeared almost overnight. Some former staff were reportedly told the charity itself might be shutting down. Then suddenly, Meghan's team stepped in and walked that claim back. Around the same time, the Archewell website quietly went offline during the transition to what was called Archewell Philanthropies. To critics watching closely, the situation looked confusing and messy. Tom Bauer says this kind of situation fits a pattern he has talked about before.
Years ago, we were talking about Meghan Markle running for president. And what a decline, how irrelevant they've become today. Do the Sussexes still pose an institutional risk, or are they now culturally sidelined?
I mean, an institutional risk to the British monarchy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely. A huge risk.
Really?
Absolutely, because there's no doubt as they become more desperate.
According to him, when problems appear, the story often shifts, websites vanish, and a spokesperson appears with a new explanation while hoping the public doesn't look too closely. But this time people were definitely paying attention. Then came an official warning that made headlines. The state of California issued a delinquency notice stating that Archewell had failed to file certain required documents properly. Because of that, the organization was technically not allowed to raise or distribute funds until the paperwork issue was corrected. For a charity presenting itself as a global humanitarian effort, critics say that kind of notice is not just a small paperwork mistake. It sends up a bright warning signal that something behind the scenes might not be running smoothly.
I mean, extraordinary that the non-disclosure agreements are so draconian, so watertight, that nobody dares sell their story. I mean, that is what's quite astonishingly clever of Meghan and her lawyers to protect their reputation and all the dreadful things that have happened in Montecito behind the high walls. But my book reveals a bit more about that, my future book. But that's a teaser.
Now shift the focus to As Ever, because if Archewell looks like a slow financial stumble, Bauer argues this brand launch looked more like a dramatic business misfire. He warned from the start that Meghan's commercial strategy might rely more on image and hype than on solid business planning. When As Ever launched in April 2024, headlines exploded with excitement. Many reports claimed, Meghan's jam sells out in hours. The publicity wave worked perfectly, but then something strange happened. Online shoppers discovered that by adding huge quantities of products into the As Ever shopping cart, the website would reveal the actual inventory numbers behind the scenes, and what they found shocked a lot of people. Now here's the number that made people stop and stare. Reports claim Meghan Markle could be sitting on around $23 million worth of unsold products tied to the As Ever brand. That's a massive amount of inventory stacked in storage warehouses. According to the figures being circulated, there could be 137,455 fruit spread gift boxes still sitting on shelves.
I think the problem with Meghan is that she never actually says anything in interviews. It is so carefully controlled, so carefully chosen what she's going to say, that she says really pretty well nothing. Now, is it because she's got nothing to say, or is it because she is fearful that if she did move off the benign script, she would actually get into real trouble? I think it's the latter. She is clever enough to know that to retain her mystery and status, she should reveal nothing about herself.
Just revealed how catastrophically bad things are going for Harry and Meghan. Archewell is essentially done. Any aspect of their charity has essentially collapsed completely, and it's been revealed for what it really always was, which is a publicity stunt. They were completely and utterly willing to throw aside the people they were supposed to help, and now we have the situation where it's all their art. It's just artifice. It's just there for show, and Harry and Meghan just don't have a lot of hope going into 2026.
And the recent sales numbers, some critics point to look tiny in comparison. In one reported 24-hour period, only 26 units were sold. At that pace, some observers say it could take years to clear that inventory, especially since these products are food items that come with expiration dates. And the jam boxes are only part of it.
Want to get into the details of this, Brittany, because the details here matter, given that everything Harry and Meghan do is topspin, trying to convince the world, and very often the mainstream media are sucked in, that everything's okay, but it's really not. And the first revelation in regards to Archewell is that the charity is down to just 2 staffers.
Not Harry and Meghan, and she didn't want to play second fiddle.
That is so true.
Reports claim there are also 44,000 jars of orange marmalade.
They are using Archewell to fund their lifestyle, not to change the world, because the security bill alone said to be around $2 million a year, with money flowing out of the charity. So Archewell actually recorded total expenses of $5.1 million, according to its latest 990 form. Salaries for 2024 were listed at $913,000. Expenses were up 54% year on year, soaring from $3.3 million.
Around 62,000 candles and nearly 80,000 packs of decorative flower sprinkles that still need buyers. Critics say that's a lot of product waiting for demand that hasn't fully appeared yet. Tom Bower's explanation for this situation is blunt. He argues the original sold-out headlines may have been created through a very small launch window.
Other expenses recorded at $2.9 million. Meanwhile, donations and grants to the group dipped from $5.3 million in 2023 to $2.1 million in 2024. Insiders skeptical of how Archewell, which doled out $1.25 million in grants in 2024, can continue. The source said if they're shooting out grants, then that's a net loss and they're not bringing in that much money.
According to his theory, only a limited batch, possibly just a few hundred items, was released at first, just enough to spark excitement and trigger headlines claiming instant success. Those headlines then helped build the image of huge demand. But Bower believes curiosity doesn't automatically turn into long-term customer loyalty. Many people may try something once, especially when it's trending online, but repeat buyers are what truly keep a product alive. Some online reviewers were not impressed either. One person compared the taste to Smuckers at $36 a jar. Harsh criticism like that can spread quickly across social media.
I believe it is clear exposure of what Archewell really is. A PR project, nothing more. It's disgusting.
It really is, Dan. And one of the things is that Harry and Meghan have always said service is universal. They're going to be doing charity in the States and all these things. And it's just completely and utterly false. It was just a lie from the very face of it. And we've seen this endlessly. Meghan praises herself constantly for being this great humanitarian. But when you really think about it, what has she done? I mean, even before she married Harry, she was part of World Vision.
Then there's the Netflix factor. Netflix is reportedly connected to the As Ever brand in a limited way, but Tom Bower claims the company hasn't committed major resources to it. According to him, the platform appears cautious about putting serious money behind a product line that still looks speculative. Bower even uses a phrase to describe what he believes is happening with Harry and Meghan's larger Netflix partnership right now. Slow ghosting. The $100 million deal that once looked like it would turn them into huge global content creators now seems far quieter than expected. For example, the show With Love Meghan was not renewed for a 3rd season. Bower also points out something else interesting. He argues there wasn't truly a full second season at all. Instead, it was essentially one season divided into 2 parts, and the viewing numbers behind it tell a very different story than the early headlines suggested. The viewing numbers created another wave of criticism. Reports claim With Love, Meghan ranked around 1,217 on Netflix, while the holiday special reportedly landed even lower, somewhere near 1,500 in the rankings. For someone with enormous global attention, a major streaming platform, and a deal rumored to be worth close to $100 million, critics say those numbers looked surprisingly weak. Tom Bower's explanation is sharp and controversial. He argues Meghan struggled to offer something viewers felt was fresh or authentic.
I find really abhorrent. Well, I go further than that. I mean, all those things can be excusable as youth and all the rest of it. But the support of Meghan in her full story about the conversation, which was banter, and I know that from first hand, and was really inconsequential, to support that, that was his act of folly, because he was already a grown man at that stage. He knew the consequence of it. It was pretty gross.
The problem lies is the fact that Harry and Meghan, when they do have a camera in front of them and when they are in a position to communicate with the public, they're not promoting that charity. They're typically complaining about what's going on in their lives or what happened 4 years ago. So people don't know that there's an opportunity there to collaborate with them and make the world a better place with their charity.
According to him, the content often appeared overly controlled and carefully staged, which made it difficult for audiences to connect with it. Bower says Meghan seemed determined to position herself as a lifestyle icon similar to Martha Stewart, but critics claim the final product sometimes looked far less impressive. One moment that circulated online showed simple snack preparation, moving pretzels from one container to another, which sparked jokes across social media. Several production insiders reportedly told Bower that Meghan was extremely focused on how she appeared on camera. According to those accounts, a lot of attention went into lighting, angles, and styling. Critics believe that level of control sometimes removed the relaxed feeling lifestyle shows usually depend on.
Haven't been back since. Why wouldn't you nurture that popularity? It's nothing they do makes sense to me.
We come to was never, as Lady Colin Campbell has christened Meghan Markle's lifestyle business. Now, Brittany, you have been on this right from the start. It has been obvious that this business is a disaster. So much of the smoke and mirrors in the early days of the launch of that business was connected to the scarcity strategy, which meant that virtually no product was put on sale, right? So that it would sell out. And so that she got the good headlines, or what she thought was the good headlines. But now, the true extent of the stock available for As Ever has been revealed.
In Bower's view, the final result felt less like a natural cooking or lifestyle show, and more like a performance carefully designed for the camera. Some viewers noticed details like perfectly styled hair and polished presentation, when they expected something more casual and authentic.
Will it take Meghan Markle 9 years to get through her signature fruit spread gift box stock? That's seemingly what the math says, as an error in her As Ever website allows customers to not only see the entire amount in stock, but purchase them to the tune of over $5 million. This gives the greatest insight to the failure of As Ever so far, and the continued failure of Meghan Markle to manage products, websites, and brands, as this kind of information should never be publicly available.
Bower also claims Netflix executives began realizing fairly early that the content might not become the breakout hit they hoped for. According to him, the platform may have initially stayed patient because they expected larger projects down the road, possibly a major royal documentary or a deeply personal interview series. Instead, what audiences mostly saw were lifestyle segments focused on things like flower arranging, hosting tips, and specialty food products. Bower describes Netflix's current position with one striking phrase: slow ghosting.
This is just a small snapshot and not an overall indicator. It seems to confirm what many have suspected. Meghan Markle's As Ever gamble was a time suck and a money drain. It just seems that the audience for the products is rather small,
and massively overstocking seems to indicate a lack of market research and overconfidence that will result in product waste. Only time will tell how long this company will last, and then you have quite rightly given credit to Saint Meghan Markle subreddit and the user KikiLove777 for discovering this obvious error in the website. Brittany, this is disastrous. This is catastrophic. It proves what you have been saying for some time, that as ever is a flop, is a disaster. But the fact that this has been allowed to happen, Brittany, shows you what a shoddy, substandard, amateur hour business Meghan is running.
In his view, the remaining first look agreement may simply allow the company to quietly step back without making a dramatic public announcement. In the entertainment world, that can sometimes look like the professional version of not returning someone's calls. While these media and business questions were unfolding in California, another dramatic moment was happening across the Atlantic. Prince Harry appeared in a London courtroom, testifying in his lawsuit against the Daily Mail over alleged phone hacking between 2001 and 2013, years before Meghan entered his life.
Really does. I was shocked, Dan. Like when I first initially saw this post on X about it, I was like, no, there's just no way, because there's so much misinformation out there about Harry and Meghan in some ways. But then I was actually putting the numbers in, and you're getting stock counts. And I'm like, you should never, ever see that on a website. And in case, unless they have like 1 or 2 left, they will let you know that. But to have potentially 37,000 fruit spreads sitting out there is astronomically bad. And to move them so slowly, again, this was just anecdotal, is insane. And to think that the website is so poorly constructed that you can see any of this information, again, just proves how poorly managed this business is, how much of a terrible businesswoman Meghan Markle is, and how much she didn't put any forethought into this and how little it's moved.
But during the testimony, the hearing took an emotional turn. Harry became visibly upset and said, "They've made my wife's life an absolute misery." That moment quickly spread across headlines, adding even more tension to an already intense public story. And here's the detail that made many observers raise their eyebrows. During that testimony, Harry was speaking emotionally about his wife, even though the case itself focuses on events that allegedly happened years before he ever met Meghan. Tom Bower's interpretation is blunt. He believes Harry has become so deeply influenced by Meghan's narrative that even when discussing events from his own past, the conversation still circles back to her. Critics say that dynamic became very visible during the courtroom exchange. Then things became even more tense.
I'm hearing that they have huge financial problems. That they are eating into capital, and that they sort of, to an extent, been for much of their marriage into some capital, and also he doesn't have that amount of money. People seem to think that because he's the king's son, he's rolling in money. He never was. I mean, in terms of Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates, he's poverty-stricken, but they have financial problems. And a part of those financial problems are that Netflix is not funding the manufacture of the produce. The way Harry and Meghan presented the deal was that they would be partners with Netflix.
According to reports from the hearing, the judge had to step in 3 separate times. Each time, Harry was told to stop arguing with the opposing lawyer and simply answer the questions being asked. Imagine that moment for a second, a High Court judge repeatedly reminding a royal prince to stay calm and follow courtroom procedure.
The hope was that Netflix would fund, and the fact is that Netflix's funding was very limited for the first line of what was never produced, and because they were not prepared to put up good money on something that was so highly speculative. And the proof of the pudding, Dan, is in the eating of the figures, because according to Meghan, the line was sold out within 45 minutes. That tells you that the produce was in the low thousands. Several years ago, Arnold Scarse, the great American, Canadian couturier, put me in touch with QVC to do a jewelry line. And I spoke to the head of QVC about.
While all of this unfolded in London, Meghan was reportedly back in California, active on social media the same day the testimony made headlines. Critics quickly pointed out the contrast. On one side, Harry appeared emotional on the witness stand. On the other, Meghan's online presence looked calm and carefully curated. Tom Bower has argued for years that Harry ultimately made his own decisions, but he believes this moment captured the public dynamic around the couple perfectly.
What happens in situations like that is that you have to fund the merchandise, which has to be at, they figure, well, it might sell 30,000. So you might then say, well, we'll buy in 25,000. So the stock has to be there for when the merchant is merching the merchandise on the television or on Netflix or wherever it's going to drop.
The image of Harry becoming emotional in a London courtroom while Meghan continued posting online became a symbol critics say doesn't reflect well on either of them, and the stakes in that lawsuit could be massive. If Harry were to lose the case, legal analysts say the total legal costs could climb into the tens of millions of pounds. That's a serious financial risk, especially at a time when other income streams appear uncertain. This brings us to Bower's bigger prediction about where everything might be heading. He believes the couple's financial situation could become extremely difficult if their current spending continues. According to Bower, maintaining their lifestyle could require between $400 million and $600 million in long-term capital. Harry's personal wealth is often estimated somewhere around $35 to $40 million. That's still a large amount of money, of course. But critics argue it may not be enough to sustain the level of security, staff, travel, and property expenses tied to their current life. Meanwhile, several of their major projects have slowed down.
Prince Harry broke down in big boy tears as he gave some testimony today in his lawsuit against the Daily Mail, claiming that they have made his wife's life an absolute misery. Well, Harry, I'm sorry. Why does that have any bearing on this case at all? You're talking about articles that were written between 2001 and 2013, 3 years before you allegedly met your wife. So what does Meghan have anything to do with this trial? Well, as the answer turns out, it has everything to do with Prince Harry's motivation and his miserable existence right now, because his wife is miserable, she's making his life miserable, and everybody's living in absolute misery.
Netflix activity appears quieter than expected. The As Ever brand reportedly holds millions in unsold inventory. Archewell has faced operational questions, and Spotify ended its partnership years ago. When you line up all those developments together, Bower says the bigger picture starts looking far more complicated than the glossy headlines once suggested. Another story that raised eyebrows involved a reported fundraising dinner tied to Archewell, where access to sit at the table was said to cost around $100,000 per seat.
I've never believed that my life is open season to be commercialized by these people. To act in the public interest is to interest the public. I fundamentally reject that. Having my life, like others, commercialized in this way since I was a teenager, delving into every aspect of my private life, listening to calls, blagging flights so they could see where I was going. It was a time when everyone was in competition with each other.
Critics quickly jumped on that detail. Tom Bower argues that moves like this reveal how much pressure may exist behind the scenes. His view is simple and blunt. If a public brand reaches the point where people are paying huge amounts just for proximity to the personalities behind it, Bower believes it suggests the brand itself may already be losing its natural momentum. Then there's the ongoing battle over security in the United Kingdom. Harry has been pushing hard for taxpayer-funded protection while visiting Britain, arguing it is necessary for safety reasons. But Tom Bower believes the situation may also carry another layer.
Did he actually donate to Archewell through this Charity Buzz thing to sit at the table with Harry and Meghan, so Meghan had a buffer and he could get a tax write-off? I don't know how much money he makes, but that's just a funny idea. But this is a couple who had everything and they seemingly have squandered it.
According to Bauer, the security fight could also be about regaining relevance inside the UK, potentially reopening communication with the royal establishment and King Charles. And Bauer has made another controversial claim as well. He believes the motivation behind a possible reconciliation might involve financial stability as much as family relationships. Reports suggest King Charles has not changed his position. According to royal commentators, the king has remained firm that public funds will not be used to support Harry's personal arrangements. Even when Harry mentioned "my father's grandchildren" during courtroom discussions, analysts say the palace stance reportedly remained unchanged. Bauer also warns that the current moment could be a sensitive one for the royal family. In his view, when public figures lose major income streams, the temptation grows to monetize whatever attention or connections remain. That can include speaking events, interviews, documentaries, or future books, all of which still draw public interest largely because of their royal ties. And that leads to one of the most repeated statements Bauer has made over the years. He once said, "You cannot build a lasting brand entirely on victimhood."
I mean, an institutional risk to the British monarchy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely. A huge risk.
Really?
Absolutely. Because there's no doubt as they become more desperate financially and reputationally and seeking a purpose, they will do some very foolish things. And whatever Andrew has done, they will double the problem because they will not be controllable from London. So I do think that after Andrew, Charles and William do have this problem with the Montecito royals. Yeah.
According to him, audiences eventually move on. Not always with anger, but with something far worse for public figures: indifference. Bauer believes that shift may already be happening by 2026. The outrage that once dominated headlines has cooled, and the intense fascination that surrounded the couple for years appears to be fading. What critics say remains is a strange snapshot of the moment. A lifestyle brand reportedly holding over 137,000 unsold jars of fruit spread, a prince becoming emotional in a London courtroom during a case unrelated to his wife, and a charitable organisation that at one point faced an official delinquency notice from the state of California. For Tom Bauer, the story he has been telling for years is now being reflected in public records, court transcripts, and business results. In his view, those details are slowly writing the final chapter themselves. If this story shocked you, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe so you don't miss the next breakdown. There's a lot more happening behind the headlines, and we're going to keep digging into it. Drop your thoughts in the comments below.
Meghan Markle's latest monetization bid looks set to be her most sick stunt yet, as she puts her latest was never wardrobe onto her new website.
Meghan Markle just caught in one of her biggest as ever lies yet. And also, in news that will surprise absolutely no one, Meghan Markle and Prince Harry are apparently wildly unhappy.
Meghan Markle, the Duchess of Scam-A-Lot, that little huckster, she still doesn't seem to have real good quality control at her brand as ever, as you know.
Meghan and Harry put up with this all the time over there in California. I think maybe we should start a crowdfunder for them.
Maybe just a part of her would say, let me try something different. Let me do it differently. Everything that I've done in the past has failed.
Someone paid $58 for a box of luxury chocolates from Meghan Markle's brand, As Ever. And when the package finally showed up,
an apparent lie that Meghan Markle has just been caught in regarding her As Ever products. Now, Meghan over the weekend was promoting her new jams.
the reaction was pure disbelief. What arrived at the door has people asking some serious questions about what is really going on with the brand. And the situation looks far worse than many reports have suggested. Most people have dealt with a disappointing delivery at some point. Maybe a package arrived late. Maybe something got damaged during shipping. Or maybe it just did not look like the photos online. Those things happen, and usually people move on without much drama. But this is a different kind of disappointment. When customers spend nearly $60 on a product marketed as premium, luxury, and carefully made, expectations naturally go way up.
I received a candle without a wick, and I remind you of this every single day, okay? The wickless candle has become a recurring character on the show. It's gonna start charging me an appearance fee, I don't know.
People expect something polished and high-end. Instead, one customer opened her package and found something that looked completely different from what had been advertised. The customer recorded the entire unboxing experience, and the footage quickly caught attention online. The caramel appeared to have melted through the chocolates, and several pieces had merged together into one large, messy lump.
But over the weekend, something went so viral, okay? A young woman received chocolates from Meghan Markle's brand. It looks like some type of PR package. She's got the jams and the jellies and the flour sprinkles that I've tried. They're right here. If you remember on this show, I tried them. The chocolates seem to have melted, but it's not just that they melted. They look like they've absolutely just disintegrated, like they weren't packed properly. And if you are selling a food product, right? If you're selling food like chocolates or jams or jellies or whatever the hell it is, you should be able to get it to the consumer and the customer still intact.
Even the protective packaging insert seemed stuck to the chocolate itself. Rather than looking like an upscale treat, the product arrived looking damaged and far from presentation ready. What makes the story even more uncomfortable for the brand is that this was not an isolated incident. Serena Williams, one of Meghan's closest friends, also received the same chocolates and shared her own unboxing video online. Even though Serena remained positive and smiling throughout the video, viewers quickly noticed that her chocolates appeared to have the same issue. They had also melted together during transit. While Serena handled the situation with grace, social media users immediately began comparing the two unboxings and pointing out the similarities. Now, the brand faces an awkward reality. Two separate unboxings, two highly visible complaints.
Also, I just got this in the mail from my friend Megan, and her penmanship has always been amazing from like the 100 years I've seemed to have known her. She sent me a beautiful box of chocolates from her brand as ever. You guys should check it out. I debauched it.
Look at where
She's
the chocolates
like so
are.
classy, and I'm just like, look at this. This is nuts. Anyway, the chocolate was beautiful and it was delicious. I don't like chocolate, but I've been killing those. So good. Candles, ginger cashmere. I couldn't pronounce the other word. This one is amber, water lily. Another word I can't pronounce, but I love stud. I love candles. Thank you. I love you.
And both moments spread rapidly across the internet. When customers pay $58 for a box of chocolates, they are not just buying candy, they are buying the experience and the quality being promised. These viral videos have raised questions about whether that promise is being delivered consistently. But here's the wild part. The chocolates are not even the most awkward product story making headlines this week. Not even close. Enter the As Ever #5 Oni 9 candle, priced at $64, hand-poured in California, and placed inside what the company describes as a beautiful ceramic vessel. Yes, a vessel. That is the word used in the product description. The candle is said to be inspired by what the website calls the ease and joy of a day that holds Meghan's most cherished memories. Her wedding day, May the 19th. At first glance, that sounds like a sweet idea. A candle inspired by one of the most important days of your life. You picture happiness, celebration, sunshine, laughter, and unforgettable memories. It sounds like exactly the kind of story luxury brands love to tell. However, the conversation around the candle has taken an unexpected turn. Over the years, reports have circulated claiming that concerns were raised about the scent inside St. George's Chapel before the royal wedding.
Right? The bar is on the floor. The bar is so low, it's in the 7th ring of hell. We're not expecting much here from any celebrity brand, especially Meghan Markle. But when I look at these chocolates, imagine opening this. What is this? This is just diabolical. So shout out to this woman. I'm so sorry. Maybe Meghan Markle can reach out and say, listen, let me offer you a refund. Let me send you something new. Let me give you something to make up for your troubles. But then again, if you are ordering products from Meghan Markle's brand in a sincere way, not like me, just because you want to try them on your ridiculous podcast, if you're ordering Meghan Markle's products for real, you got to take a good look in the mirror and question where you stand in life.
According to those reports, there were discussions about potentially introducing fragrance solutions ahead of the ceremony. Those claims have been widely discussed, although accounts and interpretations have varied. That is why some critics online have found the candle's marketing particularly ironic. The product is presented as capturing the feeling and atmosphere of that special day, while old stories connected to the venue continue to resurface and spark debate. As a result, social media users have been having a field day with the contrast. And the candle drama does not stop there. Some customers have reportedly shared complaints about receiving candles that allegedly arrived without a wick. For a product priced at $64, that quickly became a talking point online. After all, a candle without a wick leaves buyers unable to light or fully use the product as intended. Naturally, these stories spread fast. Between the chocolate complaints and the candle criticism, the brand has found itself dealing with a growing list of uncomfortable headlines. What should have been premium lifestyle products are instead becoming the focus of online discussions for all the wrong reasons. And as surprising as all of that may sound, it is still not the biggest issue in this story.
But of course, if she's lying about this, she can be lying about everything, is what proved. Apparently, she's selling this candle on the website. She's peddling a massive lie at the center of her latest as ever launch, unveiling a $64 scented candle inspired by her wedding to Prince Harry. Even though she always complained, apparently reports say she complained about the St. George Chapels smelling musty ahead of the ceremony.
Everything discussed so far may be embarrassing and potentially damaging for the brand's image, but what comes next is on an entirely different level. While customers were posting photos of melted chocolates and sharing complaints about candles, another report was quietly gaining attention behind the scenes. According to reports circulating in fashion circles, Meghan Markle is said to be exploring the possibility of launching a clothing line. And what has really caught people's attention is the reported source of inspiration behind it. According to these reports, the concept is said to draw inspiration from the style of Princess Diana, not necessarily her formal royal wardrobe, but the relaxed, everyday looks that became iconic around the world.
Apparently, she wanted to spray air freshener all around the venue before the guests arrived. So is this a candle that just reminds her of the scent of that air freshener or of the actual musty St. George Chapel? But here it is, the new scented candle, which we have also on her website, $5.19, because, you know, it's the day they got married, May 19th. Our signature scent, modern and elegant, love at first light. I see what she did there. Number 519 is the feeling of warm sunshine and blue skies surrounded by love and laughter. This signature candle is inspired by the ease and joy of a day that holds Meghan's most cherished memories, her wedding day. May 19th, bright and refreshing, with quietly grounding notes of Moroccan mint, white tea leaves, and a back note of woodsy cardamom.
Think crisp white shirts, straight-leg jeans, simple layering, and the effortless style that made Diana stand out from so many public figures of her era. Before going any further, it is worth understanding why Diana's image continues to carry so much weight decades later. For many people, Diana represents far more than fashion. She is remembered for her humanitarian work, her public compassion, and the way she connected with people from all walks of life. Her impact extended well beyond royal headlines and magazine covers. Many who remember Diana firsthand often point to moments that defined her legacy. Visiting AIDS patients during a time when stigma was widespread, bringing attention to landmine victims, and engaging with people in ways that felt personal and sincere. Those memories remain powerful for millions around the world, even today. That is why reports about a Diana-inspired fashion project have generated such strong reactions online. Supporters see it as a tribute to a style that remains influential decades later.
Number 519 fills the room with a soothing, welcoming fragrance that remains our founder's tried and true favorite, housed in a beautiful ceramic vessel. A vessel. This candle is hand poured in California. Oh my, hand poured now. We get to actually, it's not made by AI. Are candles not typically hand poured? I guess they could be done in machines. But there it is. This is the signature candle, guys. Wow. Wow, that's $64. I mean, what a ripoff. What a massive ripoff. So yeah, she's hawking this thing saying it's the smell of the wet day, but apparently that's just not true. Musty smelling chapels, what it actually was the big day. The branding dramatically jars with reports that she wanted atomizers inside the chapel because she disliked its scents.
Critics, however, question whether drawing inspiration from such a well-known public figure, especially one with deep personal connections to the royal family, could spark controversy. Fashion commentators quoted in various reports have noted that Diana's image remains one of the most recognizable and influential personal brands in modern history. Because of that, any project associated with her style is almost guaranteed to attract enormous public attention. Some analysts argue that the commercial appeal of those fashion references is obvious, while others believe the topic requires careful handling due to the emotional connection many people still feel toward Diana's legacy. Adding even more fuel to the discussion, some observers have pointed out similarities between certain fashion choices Meghan has worn over the years and outfits that Diana famously wore. Those comparisons have circulated online for a long time, with supporters viewing them as respectful nods and critics viewing them differently. But a potential clothing line would take the conversation to a completely different level.
She is still selling her clothes on some weird website that she's allegedly an investor in. Let me read you about this. So she's back to being an influencer. After listing her As Ever promo, she has since listed her outfit. We have it up on the screen. She's monetizing her fashion through an AI styling platform, One-Off. Okay, it should be called Knockoff.
Wearing an outfit that reminds people of a historical figure is one thing. Building a commercial fashion collection reportedly inspired by that image is something else entirely. If the reports prove accurate, the project could become one of the most talked about and closely watched ventures connected to Meghan's brand yet, with supporters and critics both watching every move very carefully. And watching much of this unfold from a distance is Prince William, a figure who has spent most of his life under intense public attention. William was just 15 years old when he walked behind his mother's coffin in 1997, a moment that remains one of the most remembered images in modern royal history. Over the years, he has generally chosen not to comment publicly on speculation involving his mother's legacy, and that silence has often led people to draw their own conclusions. One thing that has consistently stood out about William is that he rarely responds directly to public controversies or media narratives, whether that approach reflects restraint, strategy.
She is preparing to launch a fashion line inspired by Diana, the Princess of Wales, after posting what sources told RadarOnline.com was a carefully curated glimpse inside her Montecito wardrobe. So this is the picture with Lily. We've discussed it in depth, but Radar reports the post has now prompted gossip that Meghan was using it to tease an expansion of her lifestyle brand as ever into fashion. Industry observers also noted reports about sizing charts for adults and children's t-shirts briefly appearing on the As Ever website before being removed. A fashion insider source revealing to Radar, at this stage, people within branding and fashion circles tend to assume that every image Meghan releases publicly has been very deliberately considered beforehand, right down to the styling, color palette, and positioning of
revealing at the same time. During a recent radio interview, Prince William shared a warm and personal memory about his grandmother, Queen Elizabeth II. The conversation was relaxed and lighthearted, and at one point he mentioned how the late Queen liked her scones prepared, with cream first and jam on top. It was a simple detail, but listeners loved it. The story spread online quickly, with many people enjoying the glimpse into a family tradition that felt authentic and relatable. Not long afterward, Meghan Markle posted a video featuring scones prepared with cream and jam in the same style. That timing immediately caught the attention of royal watchers and social media users, who began debating whether the similarity meant anything at all. Of course, there are several possible explanations. It could have been a coincidence. It could have been planned long before the interview aired. It could simply reflect a common way of serving scones. Without direct evidence, nobody can say for certain what was behind the timing. However, critics argue that this is why the moment generated so much discussion online. Some observers believe there has been a recurring pattern in which public moments connected to members of the royal family are followed by content that appears similar in style, theme, or presentation. Supporters dismiss those claims as overanalysis, while critics view the similarities as noteworthy.
Sources told Radar Markle is exploring a collection influenced by the late princess's famously understated style, particularly the white shirt denim and tailored casual wear combinations that became synonymous with Diana before she died in Paris aged 36 in a high-speed car smash in 1997. One insider said Meghan understands exactly how powerful Diana's image remains globally, and that leaning into those visual parallels is strategically very smart from a branding perspective. But because Diana's legacy is still so emotionally charged, any attempt to monetize echoes of the style risks being viewed by some people as cynical or exploitative. No sugar, Sir Sherlock. Another source added the white shirt and jeans formula associated with Diana carries enormous symbolic weight because it represented glamour without stiffness and royalty without intimidation.
Whatever the explanation may be, the debate itself has become part of the story. What might have been a small and harmless baking video quickly turned into another online discussion, with people examining every detail and drawing their own conclusions about what it all means. According to some royal commentators and online observers, the similarities between certain royal headlines and Meghan's social media content have become increasingly noticeable over time. They argue that responses often appear quickly, and that the gap between major royal moments and related online content seems shorter than it once was. Whether that is intentional or simply a result of intense public scrutiny remains a matter of debate, but it has certainly become a talking point. Adding another layer to the discussion is a recent appearance Meghan made in Geneva at a World Health Organization-related event focused on the impact of social media on young people. The event itself received far less media attention than some of her other public appearances, and that sparked a fresh round of commentary online.
Another fashion source said what Meghan seems to be developing goes far beyond the idea of simply attaching her name to a celebrity fashion label. The impression within the industry is that she's attempting to create an entire aspirational universe around her personal image, where clothing, homeware, wellness, entertaining, motherhood, and luxury living all operate together as part of one carefully managed brand identity.
Photos and reports from the gathering led some critics to question attendance levels, while others pointed out that audience size does not necessarily reflect the importance of an event or its message. Still, the images quickly became a subject of discussion across social media platforms, where perception often becomes part of the story. Following that appearance, Meghan's social media activity and brand-related content continued to generate headlines. Videos, product promotions, lifestyle posts, and new launches appeared in rapid succession, leading some commentators to speculate that there was a broader public relations strategy at work. Critics viewed the timing as an effort to shift attention toward new topics, while supporters argued that brands regularly schedule content releases regardless of outside news cycles. Either way, the conversation around the products continued to grow. From chocolate complaints to candle discussions and lifestyle content, attention remained fixed on the brand and its public image. Yet some analysts believe those headlines may not be the most significant challenge facing Meghan right now. The bigger question, according to industry watchers, involves influence and relationships within elite fashion and media circles. That discussion intensified after the recent Met Gala, widely regarded as one of the most important events in the fashion world. Every year, the gala attracts major designers, celebrities, executives, and trendsetters who want to be seen at one of the industry's most prestigious gatherings.
Also, over the weekend, Meghan Markle is copying Prince William and Catherine once again. You know, anytime William and Catherine do something, Meghan Markle has to copy it. She's a little bit of a copycat. She has no original ideas. Prince William was on a radio show and he spoke about scones. Let me read you a little bit about this. So he went on a radio show where they brought up scones. When the host asked how he liked his scones, he said the way he learned from Queen Elizabeth is how he loves to eat his scones. Now, Meghan immediately comes up with a post about the scones and she puts her cream and her jams on just the way William said. So I think Meghan does watch William and Catherine very closely because Catherine will wear something, then suddenly she's wearing it. Catherine will be out with the kids. Suddenly Meghan is back posting those weird Children of the Corn pictures of her children, Archie and Lily, from the back. Okay. I told you. All the Meghan Markle family albums, the kids are going to be from behind the back of their heads, okay? So I believe this. I believe that Meghan Markle, she probably saw the clip going viral online, on Twitter, and on social media, and she decided, let's do some scones. And she probably thinks that this is really getting to the royals. Hello, they're real royalty over there, okay? They're not bothered or concerned with you. Now,
Meghan Markle was not among the attendees, and that immediately became a topic of speculation online. However, it is important to note that guest lists for events like the Met Gala are private, and claims about invitations are often difficult to verify publicly. Even so, commentators have continued to discuss the role of Anna Wintour, the longtime editor-in-chief of Vogue and one of the most influential figures in fashion. Because of her enormous influence within the industry, any perceived relationship between public figures and the fashion establishment naturally attracts attention. Reports and speculation have circulated regarding how certain media appearances, public statements, and high-profile controversies may affect relationships within those circles. Whether those claims are accurate or not, one thing is clear. In the world of fashion and celebrity branding, perception can be almost as powerful as reality, and every move is watched closely. Another topic that continues to generate discussion involves Meghan's standing within the luxury fashion world and some of the industry's most influential figures. For years, Anna Wintour has been one of the most powerful names in fashion.
Meghan Markle is stunningly oblivious to her own hypocrisy, and that is definitely beginning to damage her in the eyes of the public and, more importantly, really, the eyes of the media. You can't avoid the stark comparison between Meghan Markle posting and exploiting her daughter on Instagram and then her complaining that children are being exploited by social media companies. The hypocrisy is just plain for anyone to see. And when it comes to her, let's say, authority on the topic, she has failed massively. There were zero crowds for this event. In fact, most people who walked by that we saw from Meghan Markle's own feed kind of sort of ignored her. And the reality is, I think that's most of the world. Most of the world does not take Meghan Markle seriously, and it's really beginning to show and damage her reputation.
As the longtime leader of Vogue and a central figure behind the Met Gala, her influence reaches across media, fashion, and celebrity culture. Reports over the years have noted that she has shown admiration for members of the royal family, including Catherine, Princess of Wales. Those connections have often fueled speculation about relationships between royal figures and the fashion establishment. At the same time, Meghan's name has frequently been linked to rumors involving major luxury brands. One of the most talked about examples involved Dior. Industry observers and media reports speculated for months about the possibility of a partnership between Meghan and the famous fashion house. Such a deal would have generated enormous attention and could have significantly boosted both her personal brand and her business ventures. In the end, however, no official ambassador agreement was announced. A similar conversation emerged around Balenciaga. Meghan attended one of the brand's Paris fashion events, and reports highlighted her presence there. That immediately sparked fresh speculation about a potential future collaboration. Yet despite the rumors, no major partnership has been publicly confirmed. Then there is Netflix, a relationship that has attracted intense scrutiny since the company signed Harry and Meghan to a highly publicized production agreement worth a reported 9 figures. Over time, media outlets have published a variety of claims about the partnership and how it has evolved behind the scenes. One particularly attention-grabbing report came from Variety, which discussed rumors surrounding interactions between Meghan and Netflix leadership. Those claims were widely circulated online and became the subject of considerable debate. Netflix disputed aspects of the reporting, and public appearances involving company executives later added even more discussion to the story.
And it shows her huge lack of popularity and the fact that the mainstream media just don't care about her, rather than going away and thinking, okay, how can I strategize about this? What do I need to do better? How can we turn this around? She immediately has to throw something against the wall. So it was obviously the wedding pictures, but also this, P. Dinah. And I just wanted to know what you thought of the new weird image for Was Never, which to me almost looks like, because there's the other one from last week too, where it's almost like creepily seductive.
Around the same period, online observers also focused on the couple's anniversary celebrations. Some commentators pointed out that there appeared to be relatively little public recognition from celebrities compared with previous years. Others argued that private congratulations often happen away from cameras and social media, making it impossible to know what occurred behind the scenes. Regardless of where people stand on those debates, one theme keeps resurfacing. Relationships and influence matter enormously in both Hollywood and the fashion industry. Every partnership, every appearance, and every public interaction is examined for clues about who remains supportive, who is keeping their distance, and what opportunities may come next. And beneath all the headlines, business launches, brand speculation, and celebrity gossip, there is still Prince Harry, a public figure many people have watched for most of his life, now facing a very different chapter from the one that once seemed mapped out for him. Prince Harry's story remains one of the most talked about public journeys of the modern era. Many people still remember the young boy walking behind his mother's coffin while the eyes of the world watched. It was a moment that left a lasting impression on millions and became one of the defining images of a generation. Years later, Harry served in Afghanistan on 2 separate deployments, an experience that earned respect from many people, regardless of their views on the controversies that would follow. For a long time, he was seen as one of the most relatable and popular members of the royal family.
Only visible anniversary wishes seem to be from The British Airways crew, who had apparently been informed about the anniversary beforehand. You poor thing, Meghan Markle. Life really does humble you. And then she posted this video, and it was very effective, P. Dinah, because it showed how these people do love celebrating their friends' moments, usually. But even the people who maybe remain close to her, and there's not many of them, know that it's sort of professional suicide these days to choose to be associated publicly with Prince Harry and Meghan Markle.
Someone who appeared determined to carve out his own path while still honoring his responsibilities. Now, however, reports and commentary from various sources paint a very different picture. Some claims suggest Harry has become increasingly reflective about the life he left behind. Reports have speculated that he misses parts of his former world, including family relationships, long-standing connections, and aspects of the life he once knew. While none of us can truly know what he thinks in private, those reports have fueled endless debate across both the media and social platforms. According to various commentators, the contrast between Harry and Meghan's current priorities has become a major topic of discussion. Meghan continues expanding her business ventures, public projects, and brand initiatives, while Harry is often portrayed as taking a quieter and more reserved role. Whether that portrayal is accurate or not, it has become a recurring narrative in coverage of the couple. That brings us to the question at the center of this entire story. When you look at everything that has happened over the last several years, how do you see it? Do you believe Harry fully understood the consequences of the choices he made and is now living with the results? Or do you think he is only now beginning to realize the true cost of those decisions, both for himself and for the relationships he left behind?
All else fails when everything is going disastrously wrong. There's always a stunt involving an airplane. But guess what? Today I can reveal that Meghan Markle's fakery with British Airways has just been exposed. To that very shortly. But we also got...
It is a question that divides opinion completely. Some people see a man who exercised his freedom and made his own choices. Others see someone who may be reflecting on what was lost along the way. There is no simple answer, and that is exactly why the debate continues to be so intense. What is clear is that the challenges surrounding the brand, the media scrutiny, and the endless public speculation show no signs of slowing down. Every new product launch, every public appearance, and every headline seems to spark another round of discussion. Meanwhile, the future remains uncertain, and many people are watching closely to see what happens next. Now I want to hear from you. Drop a comment below and tell me what you really think. Is Harry a victim of circumstances, a willing participant in the path he chose, or perhaps something in between? Share your thoughts because this conversation is far from over. And if you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, subscribe, and share it with others who follow royal news and celebrity stories. Your support helps the channel grow and keeps these discussions going. Thanks for watching, and check out the next video on screen now. You won't want to miss it.
Harry alone again, sad and isolated with his wife and family, nowhere to be seen. So Prince Harry has been spotted attending a polo match alone in Montecito, California, with Meghan noticeably absent from the outing. Now, this is very sad because polo is Harry's great passion, and the match is happening where they live in California, and Meghan is not interested. It speaks volumes. And it is very sad because she won't indulge him that pleasure. It's what he cares about. He grew up with it. It's a very royal, aristocratic sport. And the least she could do is come along and be supportive. And she can have a couple of drinks because Meghan likes a couple of drinks, and she could be a wife.
Prince Harry was photographed this week sitting barefoot on the grass at a polo match in Montecito, watching his friend Nacho Figueres' son, Artemio, compete in a youth game. It wasn't Archie or Lilibet on the field. Harry wore a black polo shirt, charcoal shorts, sunglasses, and a baseball cap. Meghan was not there, and neither were the children. On its own, the photo is not a major event. A father figure supporting a friend's family at a local match is a normal afternoon. But when that image is placed beside many others from the past year, it starts to raise eyebrows. What looks like a simple moment begins to feel like part of a larger pattern. Harry appeared alone in New York, while Meghan took center stage at an event. He was also seen on solo trips in Las Vegas, China, and Ukraine, where he gave a widely discussed ITV interview. Reports suggested reactions to those comments varied sharply behind palace walls. He was also seen on his own at the Invictus Games in Vancouver after Meghan departed earlier than expected. There was the Melbourne speaking engagement as well, which attracted attention for different reasons. Now comes another appearance. Harry attending a polo match close to home without his family beside him.
Goes along to support Artemio, the son of his close friend Nacho Figueras, as he competed in this polo match in Montecito. So Harry's going there. Harry's diary is now so empty, there's so little happening, that he can go to a polo match featuring a bunch of kids, none of whom are his. Obviously, if he goes to see Archie or Lily doing a bit of polo or soccer or some other sport, maybe tennis, that's one thing. He's got so much time on his hands, he can go to a polo match featuring youngsters, none of them belonging to him. So it's very, very...
Looking at each event separately may not mean much, but when they are viewed together, questions naturally follow. Observers continue to wonder whether these repeated solo appearances point to personal changes, professional shifts, or a combination of both. The professional side of the story is the easiest part to track. For more than a year, commentators have pointed to what many describe as a growing professional split between Harry and Meghan. Meghan's Netflix projects largely focus on her own work. Her lifestyle brand, public appearances, social media content, and major interviews increasingly present her as a standalone figure building her own business identity. The spotlight is often centered on her individual projects rather than a joint public image. Harry's presence is also far less visible across those ventures. His name, voice, and image are rarely featured in the branding or promotional material. To many observers, the separation of their professional identities now appears well established. Some analysts have argued that Meghan's business strategy is focused on creating a distinct personal brand, independent of Harry's public profile.
She's done. Forget it. She's keeping the marriage because she needs the royal titles and she wants to be Princess Meghan again. So he's still useful in that sense. But on a day-to-day basis, she's out of there. The professional divorce has already happened. He's not part of her projects because even she knows he's toxic. And then as people, they're living separate lives.
But the personal questions are what make the recent polo photo attract so much attention. A professional separation does not automatically explain why Meghan was absent from an event taking place so close to home. Polo has been one of Harry's lifelong passions. It is a sport tied to his childhood, his family history, and many of his most public experiences. Because of that connection, some people view a local polo match differently than a routine business event or work obligation. What stands out to critics is how little effort would have been required to attend. There was no long-distance travel, no major scheduling commitment, and no extended time away from home. It was a nearby event, making the absence more noticeable in the eyes of those following the couple closely. The children's absence has also sparked discussion. Many people see a polo match as the kind of relaxed weekend outing families often enjoy together. Horses, open fields, and a casual atmosphere can make it an appealing experience for young children. Harry himself grew up around similar events, attending matches with family members and becoming familiar with the traditions surrounding the sport. This time, however, neither Archie nor Lilibet were present, adding another detail that has fueled ongoing speculation about the family's public appearances together.
Cutting a sad figure, he added a baseball cap and sunglasses to the ensemble, basically completing the quasi-criminal look for which he is now so famous. And he was seen sitting barefoot on the grass as he watched from the sideline, supporting someone else's kids. Meghan is on the email. She's on the phone. She's on the WhatsApp. She's FaceTiming. She's on the Zoom. She's on the Skype. Do they still have Skype? I'm not sure they do. She's on the Teams meetings. She's trying to make it happen. Yes, she's terrible at all her jobs. She's not a TV host. She wasn't a princess. She's not a wife. She's absent as a wife.
They were somewhere else while Harry sat alone at the polo match. By itself, that may not mean much. But when people look at repeated solo appearances, event after event, and trip after trip, some begin to question how often the family is actually seen together in public settings. The connection with Nacho Figueras is also worth noting. Figueras, the Argentine polo star and businessman, has been one of Harry's closest friends since 2007. In a period when many relationships around the Sussexes have been heavily discussed, that friendship has remained remarkably consistent. Over the years, Figueras has publicly supported Harry and Meghan and has often been viewed as one of Harry's most loyal allies. That history makes the polo appearance stand out even more to some observers. Despite being surrounded by a sport tied to close friendships and long-standing connections, Harry was photographed sitting by himself on the grass watching the match. For critics and commentators, the image has become symbolic. They argue it reflects a man whose social circle appears much smaller than it once was. Whether that interpretation is fair or not, the photograph has generated discussion because of what people believe it represents, rather than what it literally shows. Many of these conversations also circle back to moments that have attracted attention in the past.
She wasn't a great actress, and she's certainly not an entrepreneur. Don't forget that Ted Sarandos, who runs Netflix, tore up the commercial deal with Meghan to sell jam and flour sprinkles. My husband. So that's fine. But Meghan's busy. She's trying. She has chutzpah. And Harry is sat there on the ground in barefoot. This is the son of the King of the United Kingdom.
One example is the discussion surrounding Valentine's Day appearances and social media posts. Last year, Harry and Meghan were both in Vancouver during the Invictus Games. Meghan left before Valentine's Day, which led some commentators to speculate about the decision. This year, attention shifted to a social media post that featured Harry and the children together, rather than focusing exclusively on Harry. On its own, a post like that is hardly unusual. Different couples celebrate holidays differently, and social media rarely tells the full story of a relationship. Reading too much into a single caption can easily lead to assumptions that are not supported by facts. However, those who follow the couple closely often view these moments as part of a broader pattern. Fairly or unfairly, they combine individual details and use them to build larger theories about the state of Harry and Meghan's relationship.
Not with him, neither were the children, Archie and Lily. It seems like Archie and Lily have checked out as well. That would be a nice outing for them, wouldn't it? To come along with their dad and watch a bit of polo. Polo is very exciting.
Whether those conclusions are accurate remains open to debate, but the speculation continues because each new appearance adds another piece to a story that many people are already trying to interpret. Many commentators have focused on small details that, on their own, may not mean much. A Valentine's Day post, for example, is hardly proof of anything. But when people already believe a relationship is under pressure, even minor choices can attract extra attention and become part of a larger narrative. One question that keeps surfacing is what Harry's everyday life actually looks like when he is not attending public events. Most people see the speeches, charity appearances, interviews, and polo matches. What remains largely unseen is everything that happens between those moments. Unlike his former role as a working royal, Harry no longer follows a schedule packed with official engagements. He is not carrying out royal duties, and many of his current projects operate on a much different timetable. As a result, some observers have wondered how much of his week is spent on active projects versus waiting for the next major commitment.
Harry was there supporting this youngster, Artemio, who is the son of this Argentine polo player, Nacho Figueras. They've been friends since 2007, one of the few friends that Harry has been loyal to and stayed in touch with. Don't take my word for it. The royal butler, Grant Harold, who knows Harry and William and Charles intimately well, having been their butler, told me one of the most shocking things about Harry these days, Harry 2.0, is he's dumped his friends. He's just dropped them in it, ghosting them, which I will tell you is a Meghan move. And now Harry's doing that. But I think that's very interesting. You know, Harry is replicating a lot of Meghan's behaviors that he wasn't known for before they met.
His charitable work remains important, but it does not create the constant public schedule once associated with royal life. Speaking engagements appear less frequent than in previous years, and several media projects have faced uncertainty or delays. That reality has led some commentators to question what occupies most of his time on an average day in Montecito. Critics often argue that Harry's public role now revolves around specific events rather than an ongoing professional routine. In their view, there are long stretches between major appearances, with much of the public only seeing brief snapshots whenever a new event takes place. That is partly why the polo photograph generated so much discussion. It was not taken during a major speech, a high-profile interview, or a headline-making appearance. Instead, it captured a quiet moment during an ordinary afternoon, which some people saw as a rare glimpse into his day-to-day life. The financial side of the conversation is also frequently linked to these discussions. Some analysts argue that personal fulfillment and professional momentum often go hand in hand. When someone has a clear purpose, a busy schedule, or exciting projects ahead, quieter periods can feel very different than they do when future plans seem less certain. Because several of Harry's major ventures have faced public scrutiny and changing circumstances, commentators continue debating how much that may affect both his professional direction and his overall sense of purpose. Those questions remain largely unanswered, but they continue to fuel speculation whenever a new public appearance sparks fresh discussion. Commentators have also pointed to the financial side of the story.
Meghan says she's such a fan of Canada. They're at the Invictus Games in February of last year, and she leaves just a couple of days before Valentine's. So she doesn't even want to spend Valentine's with him. And this year, when they had Valentine's, she puts a picture of Harry and the kids on there going, you guys are all great. That's not a Valentine. A Valentine is to your husband or your wife or your boyfriend or your girlfriend. It's not about the kids. Every other day, it's about the kids. We love the kids. They are the priority. But not Valentine's.
They note that some of Harry's business ventures have faced challenges, while several high-profile projects have produced fewer public results than originally expected. At the same time, maintaining a high-profile lifestyle comes with significant expenses, leading some observers to speculate about growing pressure behind the scenes. For many analysts, financial concerns and personal well-being are closely connected. They argue that uncertainty in one area can affect confidence and outlook in another. Whether that applies here is impossible to know from the outside, but it remains a frequent topic of discussion whenever Harry's future plans are debated. Another point raised recently came from Grant Harold, a former royal staff member who worked within the royal household and observed Harry over an extended period. Harold suggested that some people from Harry's earlier years have found it harder to maintain contact with him, describing what he believes is a pattern of growing distance from long-standing friendships. According to Harold, several relationships that once appeared strong seem less visible today. He also compared this to a broader pattern of friendships naturally fading or changing over time, something that can happen when people experience major life transitions, relocations, or shifts in priorities. What makes the comments noteworthy to some observers is Harold's history with the royal household. Unlike media commentators who are working from public reports, he knew Harry during a different stage of life and claims to have seen firsthand how he interacted with friends and family. Harold described the Harry he knew as sociable, loyal, and closely connected to a long-established circle. Because of that, he views the changes he sees today as significant, whether others agree with that assessment or not.
What an alien idea. What a strange thought that Meghan could be Harry's wife. Well, in just a moment, I'll be pointing out multiple examples of Harry absolutely not having a wife and being a very isolated figure within his own.
His remarks have added another layer to the ongoing debate surrounding Harry's personal and professional life. Some commentators argue that Harry today appears very different from the person many people remember from his earlier years. They describe a public figure who seems more isolated and less connected to the social circles that once surrounded him. Whether that perception is accurate or not, it has become a recurring theme in discussions about his life. Observers often point to several high-profile relationships that are no longer as publicly visible as they once were. George and Amal Clooney, who attended the royal wedding and were frequently linked to the Sussexes in media coverage, have not been publicly associated with them in recent years. Similar observations have been made about other well-known figures. Elton John, the Obamas, Oprah Winfrey, and Serena Williams have all been connected to Harry and Meghan at different points. However, their appearances together have become much less common, leading some commentators to speculate about how those relationships may have evolved over time. Of course, public visibility does not always reflect the true state of a friendship. Celebrities often move in different directions, focus on separate projects, or simply keep relationships private. Still, critics argue that when several connections appear to fade from public view at once, it creates the impression of a shrinking social circle. For some observers, this discussion leads back to warnings Harry reportedly received before his marriage. One of the most frequently discussed examples involves Prince William.
That she's her stated age of 44. But it's been well reported. And Charlotte Griffiths has told me this, right? Previously, very Harry and Meghan friendly, now they're arch nemesis. Charlotte Griffiths from the Daily Mail has given evidence in court which could see Harry lose the case, and it will cost him $10 million. Don't forget, I'll be straight down.
According to accounts that have circulated for years, William encouraged Harry to take his time and move more slowly before making such a major life decision. Supporters of that view argue that the advice was rooted in concern rather than conflict. William had witnessed firsthand the challenges faced by their parents and understood the intense pressures that come with royal relationships. From that perspective, slowing down was presented as practical advice rather than criticism. Others see the situation differently and argue that only Harry could decide what was right for his own life. Regardless of where people stand, the reported exchange between the brothers remains one of the most debated moments in the story. Years later, it is still cited by commentators who believe it offers important context for understanding how events unfolded afterward. Some commentators argue that one of the biggest points of tension between Harry and William stemmed from advice given before Harry's marriage. According to widely reported accounts, William encouraged his brother to slow down and take more time before making such a life-changing commitment. Supporters of William's position believe that advice was based on caution and experience rather than hostility. They argue that he understood the pressures of royal life and wanted Harry to be certain before moving forward. Critics of Harry's decisions often point back to that moment and claim many of the concerns raised at the time later became part of the public debate. Reports have also suggested that Prince Andrew expressed concerns and encouraged Harry to learn as much as possible before committing to the relationship. Commentators frequently mention this because it came from an unexpected source making the story stand out even more in hindsight. The broader argument from critics is that events moved very quickly.
And is not, because Nacho, this guy, is Argentinian, is a self-made man with a fortune of around $30 million, often referred to as the David Beckham of polo. And he's become one of Harry and Meghan's most vocal supporters. Of course, one of the few. They're all dying out, as we reported on yesterday's show. The Clooneys, out. Elton John, Can You Feel the Love Tonight? Out. Gwyneth Paltrow, the Obamas, Oprah, Serena Williams, out, out.
They believe a longer courtship might have provided more time for everyone involved to better understand the realities of the relationship and the demands that came with royal life. Of course, these are hypothetical scenarios, and no one can know how different choices might have changed the outcome. Still, many observers continue to speculate about what Harry's life might look like today if things had unfolded differently. They point to possibilities such as remaining a working royal, maintaining closer ties with certain family members, or continuing relationships that were part of his earlier life. These comparisons often lead back to William and Catherine's relationship. Their courtship lasted for years, included challenges, and unfolded over a much longer timeline before marriage. Supporters argue that the extended period allowed the relationship to develop gradually and withstand intense public attention. As a result, commentators frequently contrast the two stories. They highlight how William and Catherine faced major obstacles, including health challenges, global events, and relentless media scrutiny, while remaining together. Whether those comparisons are fair is a matter of opinion, but they continue to play a major role in discussions about Harry, his choices, and the path his life has taken since leaving royal duties. Commentators often draw comparisons between William and Harry, arguing that the brothers appear to be on very different paths today. William is frequently seen carrying out public duties alongside Catherine, while Harry's appearances are increasingly solo. Whether fair or not, those contrasts continue to fuel public debate. Supporters of the royal family often point to William's expanding responsibilities and growing public role.
Some did. Do you know who stepped in? William. William wanted to put the brakes on. He's like, do not rush this, Harry. Take your time. And you know what's amazing? Harry is so angry with William for having said slow down. Harry's bitter towards William for having said take your time. If she's the one, you don't have to rush into this. And Harry uses that rather than because William said slow down.
At the same time, critics argue that Harry's post-royal life has been marked by fewer official commitments and a less clearly defined public position. The result is a comparison that continues to dominate headlines and commentary. Another issue attracting attention is Harry's ongoing legal battle with associated newspapers. Reports suggest the case could reach a significant stage in the coming months, and legal experts have discussed the potentially high financial stakes involved. While outcomes remain uncertain, the case has become another major source of public scrutiny. For observers already focused on Harry's professional and personal challenges, the legal situation adds another layer to the conversation. They argue that financial pressures, public criticism, and ongoing legal disputes can create significant strain when combined over a long period of time. That is partly why the recent polo photograph generated such a strong reaction. To some commentators, it was not just a picture from a local sporting event. They viewed it as another example of Harry appearing alone during a period when questions about his future continue to grow. Whether those conclusions are justified remains open to debate. A single photograph cannot reveal the full reality of anyone's personal life. However, critics argue that repeated solo appearances, changing friendships, legal battles, and business challenges have combined to create a narrative that becomes harder for the public to ignore.
And of course he was right. And Harry, to this day, resents William for that. The other person that said beware, you won't believe this, the other person that said beware is the former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Winter. Oh, I've got so many girlfriends. Oh, Harry, slow down. She's a wrong 'un, and I know all about dodgy girls. Oh, but that was it. Of course, Andrew knows tricky ladies. Andrew's been around the block a few times, and he's made his mistakes romantically, has he not? It's an understatement. So Andrew said to Harry, do your due diligence.
The bigger question is what happens next. Some believe these developments are temporary and will eventually shift direction. Others argue that patterns become harder to change the longer they continue. For now, the discussion remains active, with each new appearance adding another chapter to an already closely watched story. At a certain point, commentators argue that a series of separate events can begin to look like something more permanent. The question many observers now ask is whether Harry is simply going through a difficult phase, or whether his current situation reflects a longer-term reality. Much of that discussion is based on public appearances rather than rumors. Critics point to Harry's schedule, his solo outings, and the growing number of occasions where he appears without Meghan. Whether those observations tell the full story is impossible to know, but they continue to drive speculation. Analysts frequently mention several challenges at once: ongoing legal battles, business uncertainties, shifting public roles, and changes in personal relationships. Taken together, some believe these developments create the impression of a man navigating a very different life from the one he once had as a senior royal. The contrast is what many people find striking. Harry was once viewed as one of the most recognizable and popular members of the royal family. Today, discussions often focus on his future direction, his projects, and the evolving shape of his public image. There is also symbolism that commentators attach to the polo photograph. Polo has long been associated with Harry's upbringing and with important parts of his family history.
That means like when a company buys another company, they look at the books, they crunch the numbers. What are the profits? What are the losses? And to be fair to Andrew, I know he's an idiot, he's a disgraceful man, but he was right. William was right about Meghan. And actually, Andrew was especially right. He's like, get this girl checked out, find out who she is. And if Harry had...
It is a sport connected to memories of his father, his brother, and the world in which he spent much of his life. For that reason, some observers see the image as carrying extra meaning. They argue it reflects the distance between Harry's past and present circumstances. Others believe it is simply a snapshot of an ordinary afternoon being overanalyzed because of who he is. Either way, the photograph has become a talking point because it touches on broader questions about identity, family, purpose, and change. As public debate continues, people remain divided on what the image truly represents, but it has undeniably added fuel to an already ongoing conversation. Many commentators now argue that the professional separation is clear, while the personal questions continue to grow.
He was alone in New York. Meghan makes a speech in New York, Harry's there, right? Holding the bags, a spare in his own marriage, the help, the PA, the number two, Harry, quite a number two. Alone in Las Vegas. If you let your husband go to Las Vegas alone, good luck. Because that is an invitation to all sorts of debauchery. Meghan couldn't care less. Meghan's like, knock yourself out. Do your worst. China. Harry goes to China alone. Ukraine. The United Kingdom. Even
They point to the repeated solo appearances, the changing social circle, and the distance from the royal institution as signs of a life that looks very different from the one Harry once knew. The recent polo photograph was not explosive or shocking. In fact, many people viewed it as a quiet moment rather than a major headline. Yet that may be exactly why it captured so much attention. Sometimes the most talked about images are not the dramatic ones, but the ones that seem to reveal something deeper. To critics, the photo showed a prince who once stood at the center of a world filled with duty, family, tradition, and public purpose, now spending a quiet afternoon alone at a local match. Whether that interpretation is fair or not, it is the image that has sparked so much discussion across the media landscape.
So she's done, and Harry, sad, alone, dejected, dressed like a homeless man, with the beanie hat and the burglar and the...
What makes the picture memorable is the story people attach to it. Some see loneliness, others see independence. Some see a man rebuilding his life on his own terms. Others see the consequences of choices made years ago. The truth likely remains known only to Harry and those closest to him. What do you think? Is the public reading too much into a single photograph? Or does this image reveal something important about Harry's current chapter? Share your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, subscribe, and share so you don't miss future updates and discussions. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
Worst thing that Meghan and Harry could have done. It just shows how disconnected they are from not only the public, the Remembrance Day, the people of the UK, but also from themselves, from each other. They are very disconnected from each other. She wants one thing, he wants another. And every time they step out here, him looking miserable and her looking so happy, it's very...
Markle and Prince Harry face an uphill battle. Insiders and experts tell us what went wrong and how they can bounce.
Prince Harry landed on the cover this week with a brutal story about Harry and Meghan's brand problems. The headline hits hard, talking about setbacks and asking what went wrong. That matters because Us Weekly was not talking like this before. Under former editor Dan Wakeford, who came over from People, the magazine often looked like a friendly platform for the Sussex camp, with soft coverage, special access, and stories that clearly helped their image. That kind of setup is common in celebrity media.
Only get so many chances to make mistakes. Maybe that's true, but come on, they've had more chances than virtually any other high-profile person who had no experience yet got these deals worth tens of millions.
Good press gets traded for exclusives, inside details, and access. But now the tone has changed. Under new leadership, Us Weekly is telling a very different story, and that says a lot. It shows that the number of major American outlets willing to fully echo Harry and Meghan's side may be getting smaller again. That shift matters for business too. A lot of the Sussex brand in the US has depended on a small circle of publications, especially People, that were willing to run source-based stories pushing their preferred version of events. So when a magazine that used to play along suddenly runs a cover about a brand crisis and an uphill climb, that is not nothing. It is a visible crack in the media support system, even if People still seems to be in their corner. But here is where it gets messy. Reporter Paula Froelich, who has been one of the more reliable voices on this story, says the article pulls a slick bait and switch. The headline sounds harsh and damaging, but the actual story leans heavily on people tied to Harry and Meghan, or close to them. The sources quoted through the piece keep framing the couple in a softer, more forgiving light than the cover suggests.
That had she just stayed as a royal, it would have been the likes of Kris Jenner, desperate to be in a room with her. Yes. Desperate to be in a room with Meghan Markle, and how the tables have turned. And she's not as clever as she thinks.
Yeah.
She doesn't get that this is not good for her brand.
I've never seen this sort of, I've never seen someone that struggles to just give us like one strip of.
So once you really read it, the article feels less like a serious takedown and more like a Sussex-friendly PR spin wearing the outfit of tough journalism. One example stands out: the story about Meghan and Harry attending Kris Jenner's birthday party, then reportedly asking for photos to be removed because it happened on Remembrance Sunday, gets spun by a Sussex-linked source as proof that they are doing their best not to upset the royals. That is a wild way to frame it, and it says plenty about who is really shaping the message here. Froelich's reporting goes way deeper, and it flips the story on its head. According to her, the reason those photos got pulled was not about respect or timing. It was because the backlash online was intense and people were not holding back. On top of that, the explanation involving a so-called consent form that did not even exist became a major issue. and that situation reportedly played a role in PR chief Meredith Main's stepping away. That's a completely different version compared to what Us Weekly presented. The memoir angle in the article follows the same pattern.
Disappointed that her show didn't truly take off. She poured so much heart and soul into it and really believed it, says the source, adding that Netflix had predicted much higher viewership numbers.
One source claims Meghan has had multiple offers to write a memoir, but is choosing not to, saying they are both being careful to protect the standards of the monarchy. That sounds polished, but it lines up perfectly with a controlled narrative. This is not a random insight, it is a planted message, especially considering the timing we already talked about. And the person saying it is close to the couple, not some neutral outsider. Then comes the part that really stands out, and it is a major slip. The article admits that Harry and Meghan insist on full creative control and final edit over their projects. One source even says that what they are allowed to say limits certain opportunities. That might sound like a normal business detail, but it actually opens the door to bigger questions, because if they had final say on everything, then every moment in their Netflix documentary was approved by them. No exceptions. That includes the controversial curtsy scene aimed at the Queen.
Season 2, which was a massive flop, didn't even make it to the top 10 charts, which for the amount of money that Netflix has paid is a colossal disaster.
The reason she doesn't want to do it is because she is holding out for the divorce, and we know she had already pitched a post-divorce manuscript, or not manuscript, sorry, pitch, a sort of top-line pitch to various publishers. That reporting, by the way, was backed up by Vanity Fair.
Any claim that certain moments were added by producers or misunderstood falls apart when their own side confirms they had full control. If it made it into the final cut, it is because they signed off on it, plain and simple. That level of control also means they own the decisions that cause tension with the very institution they now say they want to protect. You cannot claim distance from content when you had the power to shape every second of it. Now shifting over to the publishing side, because this is where things get even more serious. Froelich reports that Penguin Random House is not expected to move forward with a Meghan memoir. That is based on how things played out with Harry's book deal. He reportedly received an advance somewhere between $20 million and $40 million. And while Spare sold around 6 million copies, which is strong, the working relationship took a hit. There were reports of tension during the writing process, including clashes with the ghostwriter. Then came the paperback release, which is usually a big second wave where authors add new material and do another round of promotion. That did not happen here. No. Updates, no fresh media push, nothing extra to drive new sales, even though the publisher expected it.
Her business vision is just insanely out of touch and confusing.
Oh, God. No, I don't like it. It tastes fake.
It tastes bad. It tastes like a cheap.
It tapes. I swear, I know everyone thinks I'm fake because I'm hating Meghan. It really doesn't taste good.
No, because I don't hate her, and I think that.
All right, Valeria, you want to taste?
And then there is the money side of things. Reports say Harry and Meghan's team kept reaching out to the publisher asking for additional payments. The response coming back has reportedly been very direct. There is no extra money coming. That kind of back and forth does not help a long-term partnership, and it adds another layer to why the future of another big book deal is looking uncertain. There were multiple books promised in that original deal and they never showed up. That matters because the massive advance was tied to delivering more than just one project. Without those extra books, the publisher cannot fully earn back what they paid up front. According to Froelich, Penguin Random House has basically stepped away from the Sussex partnership altogether, and that is a serious shift. This creates a real problem for Meghan's future memoir. The obvious home for it, the publisher with the existing relationship, the experience, and the sales track record from Spare, is no longer on the table. That does not mean the memoir will not happen, but it definitely changes the strategy. The path forward is no longer smooth or guaranteed like it once looked. There is always the option of self-publishing, which Froelich points out. That route would let Meghan keep a bigger share of the money, which sounds great on paper. But it comes with a big trade-off. There is no massive marketing machine, no built-in global push, and no guaranteed advance sitting there waiting. It becomes a riskier move, especially for a project expected to be this high profile. And make no mistake, The memoir is still the biggest commercial play Meghan has. Any publisher that picks it up will likely offer a major deal, but the situation is now more complicated than it seemed back when Spare was dominating headlines.
In November, the couple asked Kris Jenner and her daughter Kim Kardashian to remove photos of them from social media after attending Kris's 70th birthday party, which coincided with Remembrance Day in the UK. In the original Netflix documentary was approved by them, including, and let's remember it, the famous mocking of the curtsy in front of the Queen. They wanted that in there.
What once looked like a clear, powerful publishing pipeline now looks uncertain and far more delicate. Now shifting gears because the parenting narrative is getting its own wave of scrutiny. A piece from the Times of London by Helen Rumbelow lays out a sharp and detailed argument that is hard to ignore. Her take focuses on those photos where the children's faces are hidden with emojis or turned away from the camera. Rumbelow argues this is not really about protecting privacy, but more about creating the appearance of it. She calls it security theatre, meaning it looks like protection, but it is more of a performance than actual privacy. The idea is that the act itself becomes the message, not the outcome. Her wording is striking. She points out that in any other situation, covering or marking over someone's face in a photo could be seen as aggressive or disrespectful. But when it is done with heart emojis, it suddenly gets framed as caring and protective. That flip in meaning is exactly what she's calling out. A TikTok journalist, she references goes even further, describing the emoji-covered images as ugly and smug. Ugly in the sense that the visuals themselves look awkward, like hearts pasted over faces, and smug in the sense that it feels like a performance of better parenting. The message, whether intended or not, comes across like they are setting themselves above other parents who simply share photos without all the extra layers. And that is where the argument really lands. The act of showing concern for privacy becomes its own form of exposure.
Issue is, the headline will draw you.
Are notoriously hard to shake, and the first impressions of As Ever are really bad. It's unorganized, it's unprofessional, bad tastes to the products. So, the products aren't very good, overpriced, chaos, stocking issues, shipping issues, having to refund things. It's not.
The performance of protection draws attention, sparks debate, and keeps the spotlight exactly where it claims it is trying to avoid. The kids are already on Instagram. Blurring or covering their faces does not suddenly make them private, it just changes how they are shown. What it really does is turn them into part of an ongoing content strategy, one that creates curiosity. And experts have pointed out that when you only show part of something, people pay even more attention, not less. That is where the contradiction starts to stand out. Harry has been very public about not wanting his children exposed online. He has spoken at events, pushed campaigns, and warned about the risks of putting kids in the spotlight without their consent. But then you have posts like the Easter content, where the same kind of exposure is happening, just dressed up differently. The heart emojis become a cover, not a solution. Calling it posturing parenting is not about questioning whether Meghan cares about her kids. It is about what the content is actually doing, because the posts are not really protecting privacy if they are still putting the children into a massive public space. Instead, they are feeding into a broader strategy, especially as the lifestyle brand direction continues to take shape. The content needs attention, and the children end up being part of that formula. The emojis create just enough distance to allow for deniability. It lets the content exist while still claiming a level of protection. But the end result is the same. The images are out there, people are reacting, and the attention keeps building.
Us Weekly isn't a fight with People Magazine. People Magazine is Harry and Meghan's go-to, right? And they want to be Harry and Meghan's go-to. They want more first-person stories. They think that will help their flagging circulation.
Now add in the Eileen Goose ski trip, and the contrast becomes even sharper. Photos showed Harry on a chairlift with the Olympic gold medalist, and he looked genuinely relaxed, almost like a different person. People noticed it right away, saying he seemed more at ease and natural than in many of his recent public appearances. Eileen Gu shared a photo set from that trip featuring big names like Justin Trudeau and Katy Perry, along with Harry. Noticeably absent was Meghan. At the same time, a skiing clip was posted showing Archie, filmed in a way that suggested Meghan might have been there, even though the available photos from the trip do not clearly place her in that setting. That detail raised eyebrows. It added to the feeling that some of the content might be more about shaping a narrative than simply sharing a moment. Meanwhile, the chairlift photos stood out for the opposite reason. There was no obvious performance, no heavy messaging, just Harry enjoying a real moment with someone he seemed comfortable around. This is where the contrast really hits. In one set of images, you have a natural, unfiltered moment. In another, you have carefully managed content designed for social media. And at the same time, other royal footage shows families simply spending time together without that same level of framing. All of these images dropped within the same stretch of time, and each one tells a different story. The chairlift moment shows ease, the social media posts show strategy, and the media coverage, like the Us Weekly feature, reflects a version of events shaped heavily by sources close to the couple. What you are seeing here is an attempt to spin a rough situation into something positive, but it does not fully land.
Wonderful. It was so great for the monarchy. I liked the message, all the things. When they left, I was really more just talking about like their decisions through the Netflix, through the trying to put 50 pounds of shit in a five-pound bag. It just seemed like had they been managed properly or really been strategic, like played chess, it would have been such a different outcome. I don't know what happened to Amal and George. They're close friends. Like, I want to be best friends with George and Amal way more than I want to be at the Kardashians. Like David Beckham and Victoria. Like, where's that? Like,
why wasn't she like they should have come to the States and been like friends with Michelle and Barack? Like, so many things. It seems like people in Hollywood.
Justin Trudeau.
In the process, it actually confirms something damaging. That Harry and Meghan had full creative control, which weakens the idea that they were just reacting to how things were portrayed. That detail sticks out more than anything else. The posturing parent critique goes straight at the Instagram strategy, calling out what the emoji-covered images really are and what they actually do. It strips away the soft framing and shows the mechanics behind it. And then you have that chairlift photo, which feels completely different from everything else that came out that week. It is simple, unfiltered and honest, showing Harry away from the larger operation, just on a mountain, looking genuinely relaxed. That contrast says a lot. Put that image next to the more formal appearances, like the conference setting in Sydney, and the gap becomes obvious. On one side, you have a version of Harry that looks at ease. On the other, you see the version shaped by expectations, roles and pressure. It starts to raise the question of what he actually wants versus what is expected of him. There is also a lot of speculation built into where this all leads, especially around a future book and major personal decisions, but those remain uncertain and should be treated carefully. What is clear right now is that media coverage in the US is starting to shift. The Us Weekly story is another sign that the tone is slowly changing, even if it is not a full break yet. The structure of that article is easy to spot once you look closely. The dramatic headline grabs attention, but the sources behind it are easy to trace, and the messaging lines up closely with the couple's perspective.
However, I will tell you one thing. Penguin Random House is not going to publish that book. They don't care. They gave Harry so much money. They will never earn.
Still, that one admission about creative control stands out above everything else. It is the line that people will keep coming back to, because it directly ties them to decisions they might prefer to distance themselves from. At the same time, the article does include one detail that feels more grounded than the rest. A third source, described as someone who has worked with the Sussex team, gives a more measured take. According to that source, Meghan was genuinely disappointed that her show did not perform as strongly as expected. She reportedly put real effort into it and believed it would succeed, while Netflix had hoped for bigger numbers. That detail cuts through the polished messaging. It shows that the disappointment was not just something critics were saying from the outside, it was felt internally too. The project was not treated as a throwaway brand move. It mattered to her, and the gap between expectations and results was real. And that part matters going forward, because if the belief was genuine, then the reaction to it also becomes more understandable. The shift toward new content, the focus on different types of messaging, and the ongoing push to stay visible all start to look less like a calculated master plan and more like a response to uncertainty. It reflects someone trying to figure out what works after something important did not land the way they hoped. This paints a more human picture of Meghan than what you usually hear from either side. Not some cold, calculated figure who expected things to flop and is now just managing fallout, but someone who actually believed in what she was building. She put real effort into it, expected it to land, and it did not hit the way she thought it would. Now, it looks less like a master plan and more like someone figuring things out in real time.
I mean, I'm sure most people have seen it by now, but this was, of course, the Instagram that we received over Easter, specifically timed to try and push Catherine and William and their 3 children off the newspaper front pages in the UK, although she didn't succeed with that. But now the Times of London, where you are a regular contributor, Paula, has written a fascinating piece, quite a scathing piece, actually.
You can see that improvisation clearly in the current Instagram strategy. 1 minute it is polished lifestyle content, then it jumps to casual clips, then something else entirely. The cheeseboard emails, the skiing video, the flower tutorial, the mummy angle, the lifestyle branding, it all feels scattered rather than connected. If there was a tight strategy behind it, it would feel more consistent. Instead, the lack of a clear identity is what stands out. That inconsistency is the giveaway. It suggests this is not a carefully mapped out rollout. It is someone testing ideas, adjusting on the fly, and trying to find what sticks. The Shop My page situation adds another layer to this. That kind of page is standard for influencers, built to earn money through affiliate links and product recommendations. Meghan launched it and then shut it down just 7 months later. The softer explanation is that it felt too transactional, too focused on selling rather than meaningful content. But there is a more direct read of what happened. If the numbers are not there, the model does not work. The audience was not large or engaged enough in the right way to drive consistent commissions. In simple terms, the influencer setup did not deliver the results needed to keep it going, and that leads straight into the bigger issue with the mummy pivot. The parenting influencer space runs on trust and relatability. People follow creators they feel connected to, people who seem real, consistent, and genuinely helpful in everyday life. That kind of connection cannot be forced. Meghan's audience comes from a very different place. Many people follow her because of her public profile and royal connection, not because they see her as a go-to voice for lifestyle or parenting advice. Turning that kind of attention into influencer-style engagement is a completely different challenge, and the content style does not fully match what that space usually rewards.
Childhood, they can instead broadcast endless nape shots of their child's necks, or slap a garish cartoon sticker on their face done in the name of hypocrisy or love.
The carefully managed images, the partial reveals, the polished filming, all of that creates distance. But parenting content that performs well tends to feel close, open, and personal. That gap makes it harder to build the kind of trust that drives real engagement. So the core issue becomes clear. Watching someone because they are famous is not the same as trusting them enough to follow their recommendations. And without that trust, the whole influencer model, whether it is product links or lifestyle branding, struggles to hold up. The lifestyle brand struggles follow the same pattern. Building authority in that space is not just about looking the part, it is about actually teaching people something useful. Real lifestyle creators show skills, share knowledge, and give their audience something they can take away and use. That is how trust gets built. But the content being put out here leans more toward the appearance of expertise rather than the depth behind it. Things like the cheeseboard email or the flower tutorial look polished, but they do not really offer anything new or valuable. The audience is not walking away with insights they could not figure out on their own, and that is a problem for long-term growth. Because the kind of audience a lifestyle brand needs is one that learns from the creator. If people are not gaining anything, they are less likely to stay engaged, and even less likely to trust recommendations. That gap between presentation and substance becomes harder to ignore over time. Now, bring it. Back to the publishing side, because this is where the business reality kicks in hard. Froelic's take is that Meghan is unlikely to land another massive $20 million style advance, not because the story would not sell, but because of how the working dynamic is perceived. If publishers expect heavy control and close management, they are going to protect themselves financially. That means future deals would likely look very different.
And weird and actually quite dark. The opposite, I think, of what she thinks she's portraying, especially this one where Lily looked sad to me.
Yes, with a sad rabbit.
Yeah. Paula, I've also got to ask you about the other social media moment of the week, which is someone who finally was not looking sad. Prince Harry on the slopes.
Instead of a huge upfront payment, it would be a smaller advance combined with royalties, so earnings depend on actual sales performance. In other words, the risk shifts back toward the author. That is how publishers manage uncertainty when they are not fully confident in the process behind the product. It is basically the same lesson applied in another industry. Similar to how streaming platforms move toward more structured oversight, publishers may still want the project, but with tighter conditions. The message is clear: they are willing to work together, but not without safeguards that protect their investment. Self-publishing, which Froelich mentions, flips that model completely. No publisher means no advance, but it also means no restrictions, no deadlines, and no outside control. Meghan would keep full ownership, full revenue, and full control over timing. That freedom can be powerful, especially for a project expected to draw major attention. And let's be real, the audience for a memoir like this is not choosing based on the publisher's name. People are not checking which company printed it before deciding to buy. They are interested in the content, what is said about key figures, and the personal details behind the headlines. That is what drives sales. So self-publishing keeps that core appeal while cutting out the middle layer. But the final decision depends on several factors, including how much value is placed on prestige, how big an advance might still be possible, and the timing around personal and financial considerations. One thing is clear though, the book itself is not in doubt. The real question is how it gets released, because the path to publication is where all the strategy, risk, and control come into play. In publishing circles and across the media world, people already have a clear idea of what that future book would include and exactly why it would sell. The interest is already built in, and the curiosity is not going anywhere. That part is locked, the demand is there. Now shift over to the Australia retreat, because this is where things are getting active right now. A security narrative has started to build, with coverage suggesting concerns around attendance and safety. Reports, including the angle raised by Charlotte Griffith, frame it as a potential risk issue, which then raises the big question being asked: is this a real security problem or something else entirely? Looking at the details, the situation starts to lean in a different direction. Ticketing changes stand out. Right away, a cheaper tier suddenly appears, rooms that were once described as sold out are now available again, and promotional content shows a setting that does not quite match the high-end image that was originally marketed. That is not how a fully booked, high-demand event usually looks. Instead, it gives the impression of an event still trying to fill seats.
To answer to anyone, she can do what she wants, she can have her tits out, they can donate money how they want, and she and Jeff, who I know, are great. I don't care what anyone says, they're great, they're doing what they want, they're allowed to hang out with anybody they want, okay? And I've known her for years, since like she first met Patrick, who I knew, her ex-husband, okay? So I've known her for years and talked about her. Meghan is trying to be so many different things, and I just don't think that she herself is fully aware of who she is. So you can't be I can be authentic, exactly who I am, piss people off, don't piss them off. I know where I stand and I make mistakes. I'll come back to the line. But like, it's very difficult to be front and center at the Kardashian 70th party and then also be many of the things that she wants.
And that is where the security angle becomes important, because if things do not go as planned, that narrative offers a ready-made explanation. It shifts the story away from questions about demand and towards something external and harder to challenge. The coverage building around safety concerns plays directly into that. By highlighting social media chatter and suggesting potential risks, it creates a framework where cancellation, if it happens, can be explained as a precaution rather than a business issue. That is a powerful shift in perception. Another detail adds to the picture. A journalist reportedly had their booking cancelled after being identified. That raises a different kind of question. Events that are confident in their value usually do not shy away from media attention. In fact, they often welcome it. So when access becomes restricted, it can suggest sensitivity around how the event might be perceived under closer scrutiny. That does not automatically prove intent, but it does shape how the situation is interpreted from the outside. At this point, both outcomes are still possible. The retreat could go ahead as planned, or it could be called off with security given as the reason. But what seems less likely is the original image that was being sold. A fully booked, ultra-polished, high-end experience delivering exactly what the marketing promised. What is visible instead feels more scaled back and uncertain. And that gap between expectation and reality is what keeps drawing attention as this situation continues to unfold. The posturing parent critique, the Us Weekly cover story, the Penguin Random House situation, and even that Eileen Gu chairlift photo are all pointing in the same direction. Different angles, same message. There's a clear gap between what is being presented and what is actually happening behind the scenes. The image is still being carefully managed, but the reality keeps slipping through. You can see it in the details, in the inconsistencies, and especially in that key admission about creative control. Having final edit, approving everything, including the curtsy scene, that is the line that ties everything together. It places responsibility directly on the decisions that shape the narrative from the start. Because once that is established, the framing becomes harder to shift. If every major moment was approved, then it cannot be brushed off as misunderstanding or outside influence. The choices were deliberate, the direction was set, and now there is a push to be seen as protecting the same institution that was previously criticized. That tension sits right at the center of the story this week. There is another layer here that matters just as much, and it goes beyond the individuals involved. The shift at Us Weekly is not just editorial, it is commercial.
Eileen Gu, who you probably know much more about because she's this American news superstar. But what I have been told, Paula, is that she is on the dating app Raya, right? Which is the dating app that you go on if you are a celebrity looking to find another celebrity or someone.
This is about what actually sells in today's media environment, and the answer is becoming very clear. Us Weekly and People magazine are competing for the same audience, celebrity news that drives both print sales and online clicks. For a while, both leaned into access-based coverage, where positive stories and insider angles helped maintain relationships. That model worked when interest in success stories was high, but the calculation appears to be changing fast. The new direction suggests that positive coverage is no longer pulling the same numbers. Audiences are not as engaged with polished success narratives. Instead, they are paying attention to conflict, setbacks, and behind-the-scenes tension. That is what drives clicks, shares, and sales now, so the tone shifts accordingly. Coverage becomes more critical, more analytical, and more focused on what is not working rather than what is. It is not just a creative decision, it is a business move. Media outlets follow attention, and attention right now is leaning towards scrutiny, not celebration. That puts Us Weekly at the front of a possible trend.
Never have we seen a showbiz fall from grace quite like it. Meghan Markle, desperate Duchess, has hit rock bottom. Announcing her return to acting, Hollywood source telling Page Six that when it comes to Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, there is not only no appetite left for them in LA, but they've also worn through any goodwill they once had.
Felony is homicide, and the murder victim is Harry's.
Other outlets may start adjusting in the same way as the numbers continue to point in that direction. It does not mean supportive coverage disappears entirely, but it becomes less dominant. People magazine still holds its position for now, largely because of its established relationship and access. That connection gives it a steady stream of exclusive style content that keeps a certain audience engaged. But even that audience is not immune to broader shifts, because the overall magazine market is changing, and the segment of readers fully invested in one version of this story is not as large as it once was. As that audience narrows, the pressure to adapt grows stronger. And in media, when the numbers change, the narrative usually follows right behind it. The bait and switch Froelich points out in the Us Weekly piece is not random, it is actually a calculated media move. Pull readers in with a sharp, critical headline, then soften things inside the article just enough to keep the relationship intact. It is a balancing act, giving critics something to talk about, while still feeding the Sussex side of the story. That kind of middle ground approach says a lot about where things stand right now. It is not fully hard-hitting journalism, but it is also not the overly friendly coverage from before. It sits right in between, reflecting a media landscape that is shifting in real time.
Cameo is a vanity project. Since her reputation has taken a nosedive.
People are sick of them. The actors gotten stale. They're just hopeless in professional set.
The tone is changing, but not all at once. More like a slow pivot happening across different outlets. And that shift has real consequences. The more publications start leaning toward honest or critical coverage, the harder it becomes to tightly manage the narrative. It does not collapse overnight, but it weakens step by step, outlet by outlet, as one realizes that straightforward reporting is pulling more attention than carefully managed praise. This mirrors what has already been happening on the business side. Partnerships that once gave strong support are starting to fade as their value drops. Each relationship reaches a point where it no longer delivers what it used to, and when that happens, it gets replaced, or quietly phased out. You can see all the pieces lining up. The parenting content strategy, the Sydney conference setting, the Us Weekly cover, the publishing situation, all of it points to the same bigger picture. An operation that has been slowly shrinking in influence, trying new approaches but not fully landing on one that connects the way it needs to. And then you have that chairlift photo again. It stands out because it feels real, simple, and unforced.
Is an absolute user of the media. She uses every conceivable way to try and play the victim and score.
Compared to everything else, it looks like a moment without strategy behind it. On the flip side, the more staged environments like conference rooms and planned content drops show where things are more controlled and calculated. The media signal is getting louder though. Us Weekly is one step, but it likely will not be the last. Keep an eye on People magazine, because that is the strongest remaining link. If that outlet ever shifts toward a more critical tone or runs a cover focused on setbacks, that is when the change becomes impossible to ignore. It has not fully happened yet, but the direction is clear. And once a direction like this sets in, it tends to keep moving the same way over time. The tone adjusts, the coverage evolves, and the narrative slowly slips out of anyone's full control. And that brings everything full circle. The headline grabs attention, the article softens the blow, but one detail keeps echoing louder than the rest. They had final edit, they approved it all, and that is the line people will keep coming back to again and again. If you made it this far, drop a like, subscribe for more breakdowns, share this with someone who is following the story, and let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Bauer himself continues to drop truth bombs about Meghan Markle, including the fact that despite her fakery with Harry, she actually hates Africa. Look.
Meghan didn't like Africa. So
Hang on, I thought they got engaged under the African stars.
Exactly. I think that was
under
a lot.
African skies.
She hated the trip to South Africa.
In a glorified tent, Tim.
Yeah.
Something wild went down this week, and it kicked off before Tom Bauer's book Betrayal even touched a shelf, before a single copy hit stores. Meghan Markle's team was already reacting fast, full-on panic mode. Her spokesperson rushed out a statement calling the book, and I quote, deranged conspiracy and melodrama. They doubled down, saying Bauer had crossed the line and turned criticism into straight-up obsession.
Everything is about her. The generosity is only about, if I express philanthropic views, how to reflect on me. And I think that's fine for her, except that she's doing it at the expense of our royal family. And that, I think, is unforgivable. And that is why I've taken her on, because I'm a monarchist. I believe the monarchy is critical to Britain's survival. And everything she has done since she inveigled her way into the royal family was warned exactly what was expected of her as the Duchess, the wife of Harry, has been to undermine the very people who gave this third-rate actress credibility and status.
They even described him as someone who builds ever more elaborate theories about people he does not know. That's a heavy claim, no doubt. But here's where it flips, because that statement didn't slow Bauer down at all. It actually boosted him. The backlash sent his book shooting straight to #1 on Amazon, almost instantly.
Absolutely. I mean, the cost of living for them is enormous. I mean, the security alone, which they feel they need, must cost between $1.5 and $2 million a year. The upkeep of their home and their staff must cost at least another $2 million. And then there's the rest. So I think that they're running out of money. I mean, I've conservatively put their annual expenditure at $3 million. But for that, they'd have to earn $4 or $5 million. And it's they're running out of money because they run out of people to interest to buy their story.
And as the days rolled on, more drama kept stacking up. New financial details dropped, a Netflix situation started looking messy, a charity issue popped off, and even talk of a last-minute acting comeback started buzzing all at once. At that point, it was obvious. Meghan's team didn't shut the story down, they cracked it wide open. Now we're breaking down every single bombshell piece by piece because there's a lot to unpack here. Let's start with the headline that really lit everything up.
Of what the insiders, and Variety says they spoke to multiple insiders. The mood in the building is, we're done, says a Netflix insider on the vibe on Meghan and Harry. Their bedside manner has ruffled feathers in meetings, and lackluster ratings for shows have led to doubts that e-commerce is the best way for Netflix to stay in business with the couple.
On March 6th, 2026, Netflix officially confirmed it was ending its partnership with Meghan Markle's lifestyle brand As Ever. And this wasn't just a casual deal. Netflix had equity in it, meaning real money on the line, and they chose to walk away.
Have you just got a problem with Meghan? You don't like her very much.
No, I don't like her.
Right. Is that a problem? Are
Not
you
at all.
objective?
I never like anyone I write about. I've written 29 books. I don't write about people who like me or I like them. My whole criteria for writing is not whether I like them, but these are people who are famous, seek to influence us, seek to profit from their fame, and seek in one way or other to manipulate their image as they stay up the greasy pole.
Of course, Meghan's team quickly tried to frame it as a mutual, empowering move. Her spokesperson said As Ever was ready to stand on its own, while Netflix kept things polite, saying they were glad to have been part of the journey. But when you actually look at the numbers, the story starts to hit very different, and it all ties back to Meghan's lifestyle show, With Love.
What's your response to their response to the book?
Well, I wonder what deranged melodrama is. I mean, I was very grateful for them to knock the book because it pushed the book to #1 on Amazon. But I think the idea that you can only write about people you know is just ridiculous because otherwise there'll be no history written. But more to the point, the Sussexes only will talk to people who repeat their own narrative.
Yes.
And who they can control.
Meghan launched the brand in March 2025, but things did not go the way anyone expected. Season 1 of her show didn't even crack Netflix's top 300. Not even close. Then Season 2 came in with around 2 million views and still couldn't make a dent in the charts. According to Variety, it ranked 3,436 across the platform for the first half of the year. And that's not some tiny miss, that's a major drop. And it gets worse when you look at the products tied to it.
So, of course, I don't deny at all I don't like her. I think she is a person who's done huge damage to the royal family, has been deeply, deeply inaccurate on many issues, and is of absolutely no value either to the royal family or society. But she just sucks from it, she takes from it and exploits it and profits from it.
Variety reported that Netflix was left sitting on over $10 million worth of As Ever goods, teas, baking mixes, jams, all just sitting in a warehouse, completely unsold. Then came the customer complaints, and they were not pretty. Some candles showed up without wicks. Yes, no wicks at all. The jam, people said it was watery and runny, not exactly premium quality.
Let's talk about the jam. How much of this bloody jam has she actually sold?
Very little.
Well, hang on a minute. It's been reported she's sold 27 million pounds.
Absolutely untrue.
How do you know that?
Well, because we went to the factory that produces it.
Did you?
And went to the bottle manufacturer. And, the limitation, they never had that much. The real story, of course, is there are vast stocks of unsold jam. I mean, you mustn't believe everything that they put out.
And when Tom Bauer dug deeper, he found something unexpected. These products weren't coming from a cozy Montecito kitchen. They were traced back to bottling plants in Ohio and Illinois. The jars were sourced separately too, which doesn't exactly match the image being sold. Even the story about strawberries picked fresh from Meghan's own garden doesn't line up with how the product was actually made. That gap between the story and reality is hard to ignore. Now here's where it really shifts.
Jam, which was meant to be strawberries picked in her garden and then lovingly turned into jam on the hob in her kitchen with Lilibet looking on, in fact is a spread manufactured in Ohio, Illinois, and put into a rather attractive jar. We tracked the jar makers down too. And they sold very few of the jars to the Illinois bottling plant and manufacturing. So of course not. That is why Netflix have finally admitted or revealed this week that they are ending their relationship with her, which I predicted in my book.
The original Netflix deal from 2020 was reportedly worth around $100 million, but by August 2025, it had been downgraded to what's called a first look deal. That means Netflix can review ideas first, but there are no guaranteed payouts anymore, no big upfront checks. Everything depends on performance now, and the performance hasn't delivered. Spotify followed a similar path earlier. When that deal ended in 2023, a senior executive publicly called them fucking grifters, a comment that made serious waves at the time. And while all of this was unfolding, another layer of the story started coming out quietly. Meghan and Harry's charity filings for the Archewell Foundation, now rebranded as Archewell Philanthropies, were released for 2024.
My book now is about the last 5 years when they're paying the price for betrayal, which is namely that they are desperate. They have lost, they haven't got any more programs lined up, they're running out of money, they've lost their credibility, they're very, very anxious to return to Britain to resume their royal titles, because revalidate them, because they are diminished as people. And so the whole book is a very different story and a new story. And I think the reason why people will be interested is because they're intrigued by the end game about the Sussexes. I mean, divorce, desperation, debt, everything.
And the numbers raised some serious questions. In 2024, the foundation pulled in just $2.1 million in donations. That's a huge drop compared to the $13 million they brought in back in 2021. But here's the part that really stands out. Expenses and charitable grants hit $5.1 million. That leaves a gap of about $2.5 million in just 1 year. Put simply, they spent more than double what they actually received, and that's not a small issue. At the same time, the organization has cut around 60% of its workforce. Senior staff haven't just been rotating, they've been walking out for years. At least 5 top executives have left, including James Holt, someone who had been close to Harry since before the wedding and was seen as one of the few who really understood everything behind the scenes. Now he's heading back to Britain. It doesn't stop there. Their chief communications officer, brought in during March 2025, also exited within a year. That kind of turnover raises serious questions about what's happening internally. PR crisis managers who reviewed these filings didn't hold back either.
I believe Harry is really depressed right now. And it's not just what's happening with his court cases, things with Meghan and, the monarchy, and it's just their finances. It's one of these things where you make your life worse and worse with everything that you do, and it's playing out before the whole world, and that's another part of it. I just don't know how Harry and Meghan, for that matter, can survive everything that is happening to them, because nothing is going their way, and I can only imagine what is happening behind closed doors with this couple, because the whole world is watching the complete unraveling of their lives.
One said the spending gives the impression the foundation is being used like a personal toy chest of interests, which is a sharp critique. Another warned that without real transparency, not rebrands, not polished appearances, the organization could be heading toward what they called total failure. And then there's this detail that caught a lot of attention. The couple reported spending just 1 hour per week on foundation work. 1 hour. That number came straight from a prior tax filing, and it's hard to ignore. Now this is where Tom Bower's book takes things even further, because unlike the filings, he leans on insider accounts, people who were actually there, seeing everything unfold in real time. One example takes us to Colombia. Meghan was invited by the Colombian vice president, someone who came from real hardship, growing up in a mining village and even having to evacuate her own children due to serious threats. The invitation was meant to spotlight support for children's causes.
Meghan never intended to be a dutiful duchess opening hospitals in Shropshire. She always intended to go back to Hollywood and use her title to pursue her career, and persuaded Harry, as I showed in this book, and they could only find happiness in California. And they went there, and undoubtedly at the beginning it was absolutely brilliant, and they earned a lot of money, but they have now reached the point at which the price of betrayal of the royal family is, as I say, the end game, which is not rosy for them.
But according to the account, Meghan instead delivered a speech focused on how women need to find their voices, which shifted the tone of the visit in a noticeable way. She made it about herself.
Because I think they're falling stars. I think that's the whole issue, that they were globally, and they are globally known, but because of the way they behaved in the last 4 or 5 years, and as a price of betrayal, they are now, their reputation and their status and their fortunes are crumbling.
She talked about how proud she was of little Lilibet finding her voice, sitting right next to a woman whose family had faced real danger and still turned the focus back onto her own story.
I went to Colombia at the invitation of the vice president, a woman whose background extremely poor, left-wing woman who hoped that Meghan would contribute to her charities for children. And in a speech to a group of young people, she talked about how women must find their voice, how Colombian women need to actually be more powerful. And there she is sitting next to the vice president, who came up literally from an impoverished mining village, whose own children had to be sent out of Colombia because they were threatened by death. And she's completely obsessed by herself, and then goes into how she's very proud of Lilibet, her daughter, who's finding her voice. I mean, she is so self-obsessed.
That contrast didn't go unnoticed. Tom Bowers summed it up in a blunt way, saying she comes across as so self-obsessed and disconnected from other people's realities that every moment, every room, every speech, every cause ends up circling back to her. Then there's Centibale, the charity Harry co-founded to support African children living with HIV and AIDS, a cause that has done real, meaningful work over the years.
It's called Forget Me Not, and it was meant to raise funds, awareness and help children, very young children in Africa suffering from HIV and AIDS.
Tom.
And it was a huge success in the ideas. They raised a lot of money. Then went a bit downhill because they had a bad director. Then they got a better director. But in the end, it was very reliant on institutional donations and Harry's polo game.
But according to Bauer, Harry hadn't even visited the project in Lesotho for the charity's chief executive, Sophie Chandauka, wasn't there to play along with image management either. She reportedly told Harry directly that his public image and ongoing criticism of the royal family were making it harder for the charity to raise funds. That kind of honesty hit hard, and it didn't land well. Things escalated fast after that.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to make conflict between, I think, Harry and Nacho. At least I saw some advertisement about that. They're trying to create some controversy to make it exciting. I just think you're trying to create something that is not there. We know that Harry and Nacho are pretty good friends, right? So you're just trying to make something up to, prove that you can make something successful with, some drama. I think it's a bad idea. I don't understand why they would even want to revisit this whole polo thing.
The breaking point came at a polo match in Florida, where the charity was raising over £1 million. Meghan arrived late, alongside Serena Williams, and immediately made requests, including asking for champagne, even though the event was sponsored by a bourbon brand. There wasn't even an ice bucket available, so staff had to rush out to get one. Then came the moment that really turned heads. Harry's team had won, and Sophie Chandauka was supposed to present the trophy. But with cameras rolling for a Netflix project, Meghan stepped in and presented the cup herself instead.
Sophie Chandauka, the chief executive, was to present him with the cup, but the whole thing was being filmed for Meghan's Netflix series. And so she pushed Sophie Chandauka out of the way and presented the cup herself. And the video of Sophie Chandauka being maneuvered out so Meghan could step in is absolutely horrendous in terms of Meghan's PR.
Reports described the footage as uncomfortable to watch. Afterward, Harry reportedly contacted Chandauka, asking her to release a statement saying this had always been the plan and that it reflected positively on Meghan. But she refused. According to insider accounts, that refusal sparked a major reaction. Chandauka later spoke out publicly, criticizing the situation, and not long after, Harry stepped down from the charity he helped create. And here's where things take another serious turn. Bauer claims there's a growing concern behind the scenes, because for years it was said to be constitutionally impossible to remove royal titles.
Everyone was saying you couldn't take away Andrew's titles without an act of parliament and everything else. And suddenly they invented letters patent to take them away, a great constitutional fudge. I think Harry realizes that once William becomes king, he's in danger of losing his titles.
But after what happened with Prince Andrew, that assumption no longer feels so certain. And that shift has reportedly caused real unease. For years, people believed it couldn't be done. That without an act of parliament, stripping a royal of their titles was basically impossible. It was treated like a fixed rule, something locked in place. And then everything changed overnight. Letters patent were signed and Prince Andrew lost his titles just like that.
This Australian trip is already a total PR disaster before it has even began, with now headlines running throughout the mainstream media all around the world about the fact that Australians are revolting at what is being described as a pseudo-royal visit. And there is actually a signature, a petition, which now has 32,000 signatures demanding that public money isn't used. Now, what's so interesting is the Sussex's team immediately...
So that constitutional impossibility turned out to be a lot more flexible than anyone expected. And Harry knows it. According to Bauer, he's fully aware that once Prince William becomes king, which could happen sooner than many think, given King Charles's health, the same option is sitting right there.
Brief back on the record saying, oh, no, this isn't going to cost Australians anything. But the problem is, no wonder Australians are worried because they've seen what sort of grifters the Sussexes are, how they use left-wing governments to try and fund things that they do, how they've used the Colombian governments, the Nigerian governments, the Canadian governments, and are now demanding money from the British government. The thing is, people know. They know that this is a grift and the grift is up because it's not the government paying, is it? It's us.
Because William is not expected to tolerate a separate high-profile royal operation running out of California while still using royal titles. The concern is about influence, image and control, and whether Harry and Meghan continuing to use Sussex branding for ventures, products and paid appearances crosses a line. And here's the key detail that keeps coming up. The Sandringham Agreement, signed when they first stepped back, reportedly included clear limits around using royal status for commercial gain.
If they run out of money, they're going to monetize their royal status, as they're going to do very shortly in Australia with a £17 a head at the health farm.
Yes.
Soon she'll be advertising mayonnaise. I mean, there's a desperation by them because they need money. Their cost of living is huge. Status means everything in Hollywood.
Bauer claims those limits have been crossed multiple times. If William decides the line has been pushed too far, the path to act is already there. The precedent has been set, and that changes everything. Now add this to the mix. The Netflix deal is done. Archewell's finances are under pressure, and paid speaking events, like appearances in Australia with high ticket prices, are becoming one of the more visible income streams. At the same time, there's a new angle developing in Hollywood. People close to Meghan are hinting that she could be planning a return to acting. Eric Roberts even said in an interview that she'll come back and blow everybody's mind. And his wife, a casting director, said, the timing feels right.
I think if Harry and Meghan in any way threaten the royal family from now on, and as they have in the past, William will be minded to do exactly the same, not only to Harry and Meghan, but also their children, because he doesn't need a rival, hostile royal family in California.
But here's the twist. Meghan herself told Variety back in 2022, I'm done. My intention is absolutely not to return to acting. She's repeated that message more than once. So now there's a clear disconnect between what's being said around her and what she's said herself. And despite the encouragement from a few voices, Hollywood isn't exactly rushing in with major roles or big announcements right now. A moment that really turned heads happened at a recent premiere. Actor Jack Quaid was asked on camera about possibly starring alongside Meghan in an upcoming Amazon film, and his reaction said a lot. He looked completely caught off guard, like a deer in headlights, and said, "It was insane." Then, almost instantly, he shifted gears and started praising the rest of the cast. Not her, the rest of them.
Meghan is not the kind of person that wants to show up and do her homework. She is so entitled in her mindset, and that is the worst kind of way of looking at things that you can have if you want to get back into the field of acting and to really do something exceptional. This woman doesn't know discipline and humility to even show up in a way to get people to root for her. I think it will just be a disaster. Meghan is going to show up as if she should be the A-lister that is headlining a movie.
That quick pivot didn't go unnoticed. As one Hollywood insider put it, if someone has nothing good to say about a person, they'll compliment everyone else and move on. And that's exactly what Jack Quaid did in that moment. Now, you might think all the concern around Harry and Meghan is coming from critics, but this week it came from somewhere unexpected. Tina Brown, author of the Palace Papers, and someone once seen as sympathetic toward the Sussexes, dropped a strong warning in her Substack. She asked a direct question: are the Windsors underestimating the situation? And her point wasn't about welcoming Harry and Meghan back with open arms. It was the opposite. She argued the royal family hasn't fully grasped the level of risk involved, both to the institution itself, to William's future reign, and to the monarchy's global image. She pointed to the Nigeria trip as an example. The couple reportedly travelled on a private plane provided by a businessman who was later reported to be facing serious legal issues in the United States related to financial crimes.
Jack Quaid has like a deer in a headlights moment where he's like, oh God, they've asked me about Meghan, and he says, it's insane, which is quite a weird way to describe it. Certainly no praise for her, but immediately wants to move the conversation on to speak about the cast members who he does like, who he does feel comfortable about.
According to her, there were no palace advisors involved and no visible due diligence, something she said echoes patterns seen in past royal controversies. But here's where opinions split. Tom Bower doesn't agree with her suggested solution of bringing Harry and Meghan back in a limited role.
Is there a way back for Harry in regards to the royal family, his father, the king, and his brother, William?
I don't believe so. Definitely not in public with the king, which, of course, is exactly what Harry wants at the Invictus Games in Birmingham. I don't believe the king will dream of doing that, not least because there'll be riots from the Muslim population there when the Israeli competitors start turning up at the track. And secondly, I don't think William would allow it.
His view, and reportedly the view of people close to William, is that bringing them back into the fold would only create more problems, more access, more inside information, and a bigger platform. Instead, the argument is that distance is the only way to manage the situation. So after all of this, financial pressure, media moments, public criticism, and growing tension behind the scenes, the big question now is, where does this actually leave Harry and Meghan? Tom Bower has stayed consistent across both of his books about this couple.
Her problem is she can't earn any money anymore. She made her money selling the dirt on the royal family, much of it, of course, in my view, invented, and now finds herself at an unfortunate crossroads where she can't raise money by work anymore, other than tawdry things like going to Australia and this health fund.
And in his view, betrayal isn't just another chapter, it's the endgame starting to unfold right now, in real time. Because when you break down the numbers, the pressure is serious. Just security alone is estimated to cost between $1.5 and $2 million every single year.
I think he's appalled by her. I think that he's shocked by her duplicity. I think he's shocked by her behavior. And by duplicity, I mean the fact that she pretended to want to join the royal family and be part of the team. And then what she said in the Oprah Winfrey interviews in the Netflix series. I think he is shocked that Harry was allowed, because Meghan did read the manuscript of his autobiography, say the things that they did about the private, I mean, whether William was circumcised and going, well, it was just dreadful things to put.
Then add the mortgage on the $14 million Montecito mansion, plus staff and daily expenses, Bauer estimates a minimum of $3 to $4 million annually just to maintain their lifestyle. To keep that going, they need major income coming in. And right now, those streams are shrinking fast. Spotify is gone. The original Netflix deal is gone. As Ever is now standing alone, with reports of over $10 million worth of unsold products sitting in storage. Archewell is dealing with a multi-million-dollar deficit while also cutting staff. And even though there are claims of reserve funds, reportedly over $20 million,
the royal family knew long before the wedding that Meghan was going to be trouble. As I describe in the book, there was a very famous member of the establishment who every 3 or 4 weeks sat with Meghan in Kensington Palace for more than an hour, explaining to her the job of being a part of the royal family. And after the 3rd or 4th session, that person reported that she was going to be amazing trouble and didn't believe she'd stay.
that kind of money doesn't last forever at this pace. Meanwhile, one person who seems to be watching all of this very closely is Prince William. He hasn't said a word publicly. No interviews, no streaming deals, no public back and forth. Alongside Catherine, he's stayed quiet despite years of criticism, choosing what Bauer describes as dignified silence, knowing anything said publicly could quickly be turned into headlines or featured elsewhere. But staying silent doesn't mean doing nothing. Because when William eventually becomes king, the conversation around titles, whether Harry and Meghan remain the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, and what titles their children hold, won't be debated in public.
About the prospect, finally, Tom Bauer, of a book by Meghan herself.
Well, I think that's very real. And I think that she'll write a very, very good book. It won't be the truth, but it'll be a very good book.
Hang on, it will be Meghan's truth.
It'll be Meghan's truth.
Like this is your truth, Tom
Exactly.
Bauer.
Well, no, my truth is subject to legal constraints. And the lawyers
This is
pour
what Tim and
over
I
it.
say about our own truth. All truth is subject to legal constraints.
Except hers won't be, because she'll have conversations with the Queen and other people which will be completely unverifiable and unchallengeable. And she could do and would do huge damage. But that is her ultimate get-out-of-jail card, our ultimate source of money.
It will come down to one thing: letters patent. One courtier put it bluntly this week: Archewell is the crown jewel of everything Harry and Meghan have tried to build since stepping away from royal life. And right now, it's running on fumes. They left Britain saying they wanted their voices heard, and for years they've pushed to stay in the spotlight. But the real issue now isn't silence, it's attention. Because if people stop listening, that changes everything. And that, more than any headline, any book, any deal falling apart, or any product that didn't sell, might be the real pressure building behind the scenes. If you made it this far, drop your thoughts below. I want to hear what you think about all of this. And don't forget to subscribe and share this with someone who needs to see it.
The final traces of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle from the British royal family are being erased, and this is far more significant than just the destruction of their former home.
Freedom flight. That was the phrase attached to Harry and Meghan when they left the UK in 2020. It carried a powerful image: two people stepping away from something they felt was restrictive, leaving behind royal duties and heading toward the promise of a new life in California. At the time, the story connected with a lot of people.
A huge blow-up, a big fight around Harry's plans for summer return to the UK, including spending time at Balmoral, potentially, and reconnecting with
The Oprah interview was still ahead, followed by the Netflix series and the memoir. Their departure looked like the start of a major new chapter. But 5 years later, that phrase hits differently. Frogmore Cottage is reportedly being renovated, not to welcome them back, but to remove the traces of their time there. Reports suggest the changes made during their stay are being reversed, with rooms returned to their previous layout. The £2 million renovation funded during that period is, according to reports, being steadily undone. Then there's another detail getting attention. According to commentary cited this week, Prince Andrew was reportedly offered Frogmore Cottage and chose not to move in. One source claimed the property had sat empty for years and that even he did not view it as a suitable option. So now, Two images sit side by side. The freedom flight that once symbolized a bold new beginning, and a cottage that reportedly remains unwanted. It may not be the most shocking chapter in the Sussex story.
It seems, as it's been revealed through The Sun, that assessments are being made of the property to see if it can be split yet again into either multiple residences, and basically to erase every single trace of Harry and Meghan on the property. And that is a really fascinating.
But it could be one of the most revealing. Tonight, we're breaking down what's reportedly happening at Frogmore, what these renovation decisions may signal, and why a recent Geneva appearance sparked attention for unexpected reasons. There's also the ongoing security court battle, and why it continues to matter so much. Then there's the Project Thaw reconciliation theory, which keeps making headlines, but repeatedly runs into this. To understand that, it helps to look at Windsor, where the Frogmore story is unfolding right now. Frogmore Cottage has a history that matters. Harry and Meghan moved in while serving as senior working royals. The renovation, reportedly costing around £2 million and funded through royal resources.
Of course, there was a lot of criticism about what Harry and Meghan, let's say, did. You know, they had to add a yoga room, a 5,000-pound copper tub, and all these sorts of things because Soho House, of course, was involved. I still am absolutely flummoxed by Meghan Markle's obsession with Soho House. I feel like I need to stay there one time and maybe, just maybe, I will understand, but I doubt it.
Transformed the property into a brighter, more modern home. Reports from that period often highlighted Meghan's strong involvement in design choices, making the space feel deeply personal. The kitchen became one of the most talked about features and was frequently mentioned in discussions about Meghan's style and preferences. The work carried out at the cottage was not a minor update. It was a carefully planned project with significant personal input. After their departure, the property remained largely unused for a long period. King Charles later requested that the couple vacate the residence, and the property returned to the Crown Estate. Since then, multiple reports have described Frogmore as sitting empty rather than being actively used or repurposed. Now, according to reports circulating in royal commentary, the household is doing more than simply leaving the cottage vacant. Resources are reportedly being directed toward reversing many of the Sussex-era changes.
Palace plot to reunite Prince Harry and Prince William is going to fail.
Updated utilities, redesigned interiors, and custom features are said to be getting removed as part of a plan to restore the building closer to its earlier role as multiple staff residences. The part drawing the most attention isn't the renovation itself. Buildings get updated all the time. What has sparked discussion is the direction of the work. Reports suggest the goal is not to add new features, but to undo previous changes and return Frogmore Cottage to how it looked before the Sussexes moved in. Supporters see that as simple property management. Before becoming a royal residence, Frogmore served as staff accommodation, so restoring it to that purpose could be viewed as a practical decision. Critics, however, argue that spending money to reverse specific design choices instead of working around them sends a different message. With every reported change being removed, some royal watchers believe the property is being reshaped to represent something clearly separate from the Sussex era. The impression, fair or not, is that the focus is on restoring what came before rather than preserving what followed. Then there's the Prince Andrew angle. During discussions about Frogmore's future, reports suggested he was offered the property as a possible alternative to Royal Lodge. He reportedly turned it down.
Harry and Meghan want to destroy. They might want to be there, but they want to destroy. That's why they're going ahead. That's why they're putting on smiley faces. That's why they're doing all sorts of things. But I don't believe in what they want to do at all. I think they're crooks. and nasty people to try and win.
One source claimed the cottage had been empty for years, and that even Andrew did not see it as a suitable place to move into. That detail has caught attention because it paints Frogmore as more than just vacant. It appears unwanted, even by someone who could benefit from having another residence available. That's a rare situation for a property on the Windsor estate, and it has become one of the sharper talking points in the wider debate over what Frogmore now symbolizes. Now, let's shift to Geneva, where another story highlights the ongoing gap between public intention and public reaction. Meghan recently addressed the World Health Organization in Geneva. Supporters viewed the Geneva appearance as an important chance to engage with global health policy on a major international stage. The speech received coverage recognizing the significance of the platform. Critics, however, focused on two details that continued to dominate discussion long after the event. The first was attendance. A journalist who reportedly attended described the crowd as much smaller than expected. The remark that gained the most attention claimed there were barely enough people present to fill a British phone box. Whether fair or not, that description spread quickly across royal commentary and became one of the most repeated talking points about the event. The World Health Organization remains a major institution, and the event was officially scheduled.
Meghan's always pushing out Harry. It's always got to be in the front. And lots of women would feel like that, but she doesn't. She's often doing an awful lot at the back, masses. And he could really lean on her, and she would trust him, and she would take advice from her. Now, she won't want it, and I'm sure that's why he won't do it.
Still, much of the conversation centered on the size of the audience rather than the content of the speech itself. For many commentators, the visuals of the room became a bigger story than the policy issues being discussed. The second issue involved a photograph. Meghan was pictured with a foreign health official who had previously attracted public criticism over reported comments. Critics argued that an organization operating at the level associated with the Sussex brand would normally conduct detailed background checks before allowing such a photo opportunity. The criticism was not necessarily about the meeting itself. Public officials regularly interact at international events. Instead, the debate focused on whether the review process that might have flagged potential concerns was working effectively. Both issues ultimately point to the same broader observation. Operating independently means managing public appearances without the extensive review systems often associated with formal royal engagements. Major royal engagements typically involve multiple layers of review, from communications and logistics to security and diplomatic protocol. Outside that system, many of those checks depend on smaller teams making decisions in real time. That can make a big difference. Sometimes, a single overlooked detail ends up becoming the headline, overshadowing the event's original purpose and shaping public discussion in unexpected ways. Now, let's turn to security, because it has quietly become one of the biggest issues in Harry's relationship with both the UK and the royal family.
Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are being erased from the history of Frogmore.
While the topic receives plenty of coverage, the wider impact is often overlooked. Most reporting focuses on the legal battle itself. What level of protection Harry should receive, what responsibilities the Home Office has, and what legal precedents court decisions may create. Those questions matter, but they are only part of the story. The larger issue is whether the security situation affects Harry's ability to maintain regular ties with the UK. Supporters of his position argue that safety concerns influence how often and how comfortably he can visit the country. In that view, the debate goes far beyond individual trips and touches on broader family and personal connections. His legal disputes over security arrangements have been well documented, involving hearings, rulings, and appeals that have remained a major focus for both his legal team and public statements. Harry's argument has consistently been that potential risks do not disappear simply because he is no longer a working royal. He maintains that security decisions should be based on assessed threats rather than official status alone. Critics see the issue differently. Their view is that the level of protection Harry seeks was originally tied to the responsibilities and visibility that came with being a senior working royal. They argue that the unique risks associated with that role are closely connected to the institution itself and the public profile it provides. That disagreement sits at the heart of the debate and continues to shape discussions about Harry's future relationship with the UK and the royal family. Once that role ends, the calculation changes. The government's responsibility to protect citizens remains, but providing the specific level of security linked to active royal duties becomes a separate question. So far, court decisions have not fully aligned with Harry's position. What makes this issue so important is not just the legal debate, but the real-world impact it creates. Security has become the key that affects everything else. If that issue were resolved, longer visits to the UK could become much easier.
So, Angela, to be very clear, what you're saying is that even though Charles himself might be a little bit more forgiving in some ways towards Harry and Meghan, Camilla would simply put a stop to it. Camilla is the one who is very, very clear they are not a good influence.
It could potentially allow more time at family events, more opportunities to see King Charles during an acknowledged health challenge, and more chances for informal interactions that might help relationships improve over time. All of that depends on whether Harry feels comfortable and secure while in the country. Managing large-scale private security arrangements can add major logistical challenges, which is why every development in the dispute attracts so much attention. For many observers, the conversation has grown beyond security itself. The reason is simple. People see it as a gateway. If the issue remains unresolved, discussions about rebuilding relationships often stay in the realm of theory rather than reality. That's why each court update sparks such intense interest. Now let's move to reconciliation. Reports suggesting quiet progress behind the scenes have once again gained momentum, and it's worth looking closely at what the available information actually supports and what remains speculation. Over the past 18 months, various versions of the reconciliation narrative have appeared repeatedly, often tied to the familiar Project Thaw storyline. The pattern has become easy to spot. A report emerges suggesting progress, and the conversation quickly reignites. A critical outlet questions the sourcing, and the wider royal commentary world quickly splits along familiar lines. The cycle repeats itself. Stories appear, suggesting progress, while the visible reality remains largely unchanged. There has been no major reunion, no clear public reconciliation, no resolution to key disputes, and no obvious movement toward the breakthrough that some reports continue to describe as being close. Much of this narrative has been supported by sources viewed as sympathetic to the Sussexes, while other commentators have argued that the palace's internal position may be far less warm than some headlines suggest. That clash between competing interpretations has never really gone away. Instead, it continues generating coverage from both sides, while the public facts stay much the same.
Harry can, because you can't trust him, Harry can take that and say, well, my father, when I saw him yesterday, he told me that I should do this at the court. I should do that at the court. He told me he doesn't want to do this in the court. And you know, he has done this before. Not so long ago, he did that in the BBC interview. He had an interview with his father. His father said, you know, please keep this secret. He went off and told them at the BBC. So he's not going to say what the king said, but he's going to say something and then pretend it was him who said it.
Reports of progress emerge, debate follows, and then attention shifts to the next round of speculation without any major visible developments. One argument promoted by some royal commentators centers on Harry's public comments about certain issues, including anti-Semitism. They note that some of his statements appeared around the same time King Charles was highlighting similar themes. Supporters of the theory believe those overlaps could signal quiet coordination between father and son. In their view, these moments may represent subtle signals, small tests of public reaction, or careful steps toward improving relations before any larger announcement is made. Others strongly disagree. They argue that the overlaps are exactly what they seem to be: two people with a shared family background, expressing views on similar issues during the same news cycle. Given the level of media attention surrounding both men, comparable themes are bound to appear from time to time. The key issue is evidence. While patterns can be spotted and theories can be built around them, the publicly available information does not clearly prove whether these similarities reflect active coordination or simply shared values and experiences. For now, that question remains unanswered. What many commentators seem to agree on is a simpler picture. By multiple reports and based on accounts of his behavior over recent years, King Charles would like to see his son. According to reporting that cited a palace source, concerns remain about private conversations potentially becoming public through future interviews, books, or other media appearances. That creates a difficult and deeply personal situation.
Initially, the house was actually subdivided into multiple sections because it was actually a residence for multiple staff members. So there was a process undertaken to redo the property, make it go from a multiple family residence to a single family residence. And of course, this was to the tune of millions of pounds. Some of those structural changes, these sorts of things, I'm sure were needed to upkeep a property.
It does not necessarily suggest hostility toward reconciliation. Instead, it points to a father who may want improved relations while also dealing with personal and institutional concerns that make the process far more complicated than simple goodwill alone can solve. Another factor appears repeatedly in reports about why progress has been limited. Prince William, as heir to the throne and, according to various accounts, a key figure in managing Sussex-related matters from the palace side, his position carries significant influence over what is realistically possible. Most reports suggest William's stance has become much firmer since the release of Spare. Commentators frequently point to that book as a major turning point in the relationship between the brothers. One reported incident has received particular attention. According to published accounts, William contacted Harry in late 2025 regarding concerns about public narratives involving Catherine. The reports claim the conversation ended with Harry indicating that he could not easily reverse positions that had already become central to his public story. If that account is accurate, many observers see it as one of the most revealing moments in the entire reconciliation debate. Not because it demonstrates permanent hostility, but because it highlights two people operating from very different priorities and expectations. That distinction matters. The issue may be less about personal dislike and more about conflicting requirements. Reports often suggest that for Harry to gain the level of access and relationship he reportedly wants with both his father and the wider royal circle, some form of change in the broader public narrative would likely be necessary. At the moment, many commentators believe those positions remain difficult to reconcile. which helps explain why meaningful progress continues to appear limited despite recurring reports of behind-the-scenes efforts. A major obstacle, often highlighted by commentators, is the idea that any meaningful reconciliation could require some form of public correction or acknowledgement regarding claims made in the Oprah interview, the Netflix series, or Spare. That would be a significant step. The memoir became a global bestseller, and the interview reached millions of viewers worldwide.
You have to remember how many lies and awful things he said. He tried to mess up Australia, didn't he, with saying what Trump should be doing. It's not his business. He's not anything to do with that. And it could have made it much worse for the king. So he has to get over that, which he did incredibly well. But you can't, and at the court case, you cannot expect the king to say anything because it's his. He's the king. And so therefore, you can't let him say anything at all.
Revisiting any part of that public record could carry considerable personal and reputational costs. Some analysts argue that if Prince William were ever to support closer ties between Harry and the royal inner circle, he would likely expect more than private discussions behind closed doors. In this view, any response would need to exist on the same public stage where the original claims were made. That is where many observers see the stalemate. Both sides are often described as having requirements that remain unmet, and the distance between those positions does not appear to be shrinking. As a result, repeated reconciliation stories continue to generate attention without producing visible results. Many reports suggest that the desire for improved relations exists, at least to some degree, on both Charles's and Harry's side. The challenge, according to royal commentators, is that the practical conditions needed to make that happen have not yet fallen into place. This is why some journalists have argued that Project Thaw coverage often reflects hope more than confirmed progress. The theory keeps resurfacing, but tangible developments remain difficult to identify. Another layer comes from reports claiming Meghan has little interest in returning to life in Britain, particularly on a long-term basis. Various unverified accounts describe discussions about the possibility and suggest the idea was rejected. Whether those specific conversations occurred exactly as reported remains unclear. Still, the broader picture aligns with what has been publicly visible for years. California remains the center of the Sussex family's life. The children's education, social circles, business operations, and professional partnerships are all based there. The infrastructure supporting the Sussex brand is also rooted in California. Their major projects, working relationships, and public-facing activities have largely been built around that foundation. Perhaps most importantly, the original argument behind the 2020 departure was that a different life could be created there. The promise was that the opportunities, freedom, and future available in California would ultimately justify the sacrifices and challenges that came with leaving royal life behind. Reversing course in any major way would be a complicated move. Bringing the children into a British environment, facing closer media attention, or moving nearer to the royal system they chose to leave would require a strong reason and a very different public narrative than the one that has existed since 2020. So far, the Sussexes' public direction has not appeared to move toward that outcome. Based on what has been visible over the past 5 years, the focus has largely remained on building a life and operation outside the UK, rather than moving back toward it.
And Angela, you say that Camilla, Queen Camilla, can see right through both Harry and Meghan and knows that neither can be trusted.
Yes, of course. I can even do that. I don't think it's easy. I don't think the people who say, oh, he's like that and she's like this, these are deliberate things that they're doing pretending they're one thing and doing something in the other. You can't do a book that stinks like Harry's and then pretend you're such a nice man.
That reality continues to shape how many observers view ongoing reconciliation reports, which brings the story back to the idea of freedom flight. 5 years later, that phrase now exists alongside reports of Frogmore Cottage being restored to its earlier form, with Sussex-era changes reportedly being removed. It also sits beside a Geneva appearance where discussion about attendance often received more attention than the speech itself, and a security dispute that remains unresolved. Then there is the reconciliation narrative, which repeatedly encounters the same obstacles whenever it is compared against publicly documented developments. It is also worth remembering that the Sussex brand generated major commercial interest in its early years. The Netflix agreement, Spotify partnership, and Penguin Random House book deal represented substantial commitments from some of the biggest names in media and publishing. These were not minor investments. They reflected decisions made after extensive reviews and evaluations by major organizations that believed the opportunities justified significant financial backing. Over time, however, those relationships evolved. Commentators often point out that several companies reassessed their expectations as circumstances changed. Whether viewed positively or negatively, that shift remains an important part of the broader Sussex story because it reflects changing commercial judgments made independently by major institutions rather than through any coordinated effort. Many analysts argue that the original value behind the Sussex brand was closely tied to the royal connection itself, the access, the status, the titles, and the powerful story that came with them. In recent years, some commentators have pointed to changing relationships with major media and publishing companies as evidence that expectations set in 2020 and 2021 did not fully match later commercial results. The security debate, the Frogmore renovations, the reconciliation stories, the Geneva appearance, and discussions about brand performance may seem like separate topics, yet many observers view them as connected pieces of a much larger picture. At the center of that picture is Harry's departure from an institution that provided a unique role, a high level of visibility, and a framework that shaped his relationship with both the public and his family. Much of that influence came not only from who he was as a person, but also from the position he held within the royal system. The move to California was widely presented as the beginning of a new chapter, one that would create different opportunities and a different way of life. The expectation for many supporters was that the benefits of that transition would outweigh what was left behind. By 2025 and 2026, however, debate continues over whether that transition has fully delivered on those expectations. The connection to royal life remains a major topic in media coverage, and interest in the relationship between Harry, the monarchy, and the UK has not faded in the way some predicted. That does not automatically mean the decision was a mistake. It may simply mean the trade-offs were more complex than they appeared at the time.
You can't have someone like Meghan who said she had terrible 7 years of agony and so awful. And then, 2 weeks later, she wants to come back because she's now been away for 8 years. So what's she talking about? She's just messing you around, and that's what she does. She messes you around. You don't know now about the children's names. You don't know now about whether you should have jam or orange juice or, it's all messy, and that way she can just jump from one thing to another and get nowhere.
Personal relationships, institutional ties, public perception, and commercial realities all carry long-term consequences. In many ways, that is the question still hanging over stories about Frogmore Cottage, the unresolved security dispute, and ongoing reconciliation reports. Different events keep raising the same issue. How sustainable are the long-term costs and benefits of the path chosen back in 2020? The freedom Harry and Meghan sought was real in the moment they chose to leave royal life behind. But over the years, the costs, whether personal, institutional, or commercial, have continued to grow in ways that many observers did not fully anticipate back in 2020. The debate today is no longer about whether freedom flight was the right choice. That decision was made years ago and shows no signs of being reversed. The bigger question is what comes next. With changing business opportunities, ongoing family tensions, and unresolved disputes, what does the next chapter actually look like? Right now, there are few clear answers. 5 years later, Frogmore Cottage, the home that once symbolized the Sussexes' place within the royal world, is reportedly being restored to its previous form. To many royal watchers, that feels like the most visible sign, yet that one chapter has officially come to an end. But what happens next? Is there still a realistic path toward meaningful reconciliation, or have the obstacles grown too large to overcome? Let us know what you think in the comments below. If you enjoyed this breakdown, please like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share it with others who follow the royal story. Your support helps the channel grow and keeps these conversations going. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to comment with your thoughts. We'll be back soon with more analysis, updates, and the next big chapter in this ongoing story.
Meghan Markle is seemingly giving up on ads ever because her efforts to actually help sell her products continue to get abysmally worse, to such an extent that today her graphic looks like an intern did it. Yes. Can you see the mistake there? Like the massive glaring error in that image? Well, apparently Meghan Markle's freakish attention to detail did not.
Just when you think she can't, she's always attempting to spin her epic losses as major wins, and you can't fool us anymore.
Meghan wants to get to billionaire status. She genuinely believes she's sitting on a gold mine with her jam. That was terrible, by the way.
Inside Netflix's headquarters, 2 entire storage rooms are stacked to the ceiling with Meghan Markle's jam, and not a single jar is being sold. It's not part of a launch or promotion. It's being given away for free. Workers are walking out with bags full of jam, some snagging up to 10 jars at a time. This is the same jam Meghan's team bragged had sold out in hours after launch.
It is such a tedious proposition to scale your own home recipe to something at mass and maintain the same, not just quality, but the same flavor that you're able to do at home. And I think any home cook would say that. If you say, great, can you make your cobbler that I love? I said, great, of course I can make my cobbler. Great, can you make 1 million cobblers? Can you teach someone how to make 1 million cobblers that taste just like the one that you have at home? I also have to be conscious of, people who really understand canning can say the bricks method when you're going at scale.
But now the truth is leaking out fast. While Netflix staff quietly clean out shelves, Meghan is reportedly plotting a massive global rollout. She's convinced she's about to take over the UK jam market, all on her own terms. That confidence, though, is shocking, considering she's still one of the most unpopular public figures in Britain.
Important in that the first hero product was this $9 jar of jam, which my 15-year-old self would have been able to buy. And then after you finish the jam, you could use that to put your flowers in it, little jar, or your pens on your desk. And I liked the idea of having something that just felt signature in that way and keepsake packaging and affordable.
Insiders close to Prince Harry claim he finally stepped in, telling her straight up, "We can't afford this." That line alone says everything about the growing tension behind the scenes. So how did someone with fame, fortune, and worldwide attention end up flopping so hard with a jam brand? The answer lies in how this project even began. Before the warehouse chaos, Meghan launched American Riviera Orchard with a picture-perfect PR campaign. Her team staged glossy Instagram shots of her wearing a high-end apron, looking effortlessly chic, She sent out elegant jars of strawberry jam to just 50 influencers, each one accompanied by handwritten calligraphy notes, crafted to look exclusive and elite. That's where the illusion started. And the story only gets messier from there.
And this is a woman who has claimed numerous times that Netflix is involved in her brand. They should be horrifically embarrassed that she is so incompetent and that she has all this support and everything. And it's like, okay, well, then where's the money going? Because a graphic designer would have not made that mistake.
The website looked flawless, sleek, polished, and dripping with high-end vibes. It promised more than just jam. It promised an entire lifestyle brand. The message was loud and clear. This wasn't ordinary jam. This was luxury. This was status. This was Meghan. But there's one basic business rule that somehow got ignored. Marketing can't save a weak product, and no PR team can patch up bad planning. The product lineup itself raised eyebrows fast. Alongside the jam were wickless candles, bottles of wine, and those infamous flower petal sprinkles that people say taste like dry grass. These were all branded as top-tier luxury goods. But the reaction didn't match the hype. Behind the scenes, mountains of unsold inventory piled up, even as Meghan's team kept claiming there was unbelievable demand. They even bragged about ordering 1 million more jars, supposedly because sales were through the roof. But reality hit hard. At Netflix headquarters, employees were reportedly told they could help themselves to the leftovers, and one worker didn't just grab a couple of items.
I did not think he should have aired the family's dirty laundry, but that's just me, darling. So I was like, Harry, no, don't do that. You know better. You know what I mean? But he did what he did.
People like her, lizards in human form, will stop at nothing, as you said, to get some attention.
They walked out with 10 jars of jam. Not 10 products total, 10 jars of jam. Think about that for a second. Netflix, a $200 billion company, using its office space as a storage unit for unsold celebrity jam and candles. Even worse, they're giving the stuff away as employee perks just to free up space. When pressed for a statement, Netflix had nothing to say. Total silence. And for a company that guards its image so carefully that silence is screaming. Meghan's team quickly scrambled to spin the story. They claimed the extra inventory had already been moved to another warehouse and insisted the stock left at Netflix was only for gifting, sampling, and promotional purposes. But come on, when promotional samples take up 2 whole storage rooms and staff are being told to take armfuls home, that's not smart branding, that's pure desperation. Then everything took a wild turn. Last month, a major glitch hit the American Riviera Orchard website, and it accidentally exposed something Meghan Markle definitely didn't want the public to see.
Number one, I think she's sort of starting to lose interest as the brand isn't doing well. I think she's kind of like, oh, I don't want to take the time. I just want to get this out. I just want to get this sold. And I get it, but like she wants to apparently run a multi-million-dollar, if not billion-dollar empire, and she ain't going to do it like this.
Curious users discovered that if they added large quantities of items to their shopping carts, the real inventory numbers popped up, and wow, those numbers were shocking. We're talking over 20,000 jars of jam, nearly 90,000 wickless candles, and close to 500,000 unsold items just sitting there. When those figures started spreading online, Meghan's team jumped into damage control mode fast. They issued firm denials, but once numbers like that leak, there's no way to hide them.
Because they're embarrassed of the marketing too. Wow. Unreal how bad this all is. This is clearly a hacked job by Meghan herself, and it shows that the effort and energy she put into it as ever is officially dead.
Harry and Meghan are in so much financial trouble now that they've very quietly, maybe possibly listed their home. Like, it's not a listing, it's like a pocket listing that like they're considering selling, unloading the Montecito $14 million mansion because they just can't afford.
They insisted it wasn't overstock at all, just inventory being prepped for international expansion, supposedly destined for Britain, Europe, and Asia. According to Meghan's PR team, the whole world was supposedly waiting for Meghan's jam. But come on, that explanation didn't show up until after people caught on. It wasn't part of a grand launch or global rollout announcement. It only appeared after the receipts went public. That timing says it all. But here's the real problem. The Netflix jam stash is just one piece of a much bigger mess. The entire business plan seems cracked from the start.
Netflix headquarters is overflowing with Meghan Markle's jam. And Prince Harry is warning Meghan Markle, we can't afford.
Let's talk about the Valentine's Day bundles, a desperate move to push sales. Meghan's team rolled out several romantic gift sets, hoping to tap into the holiday rush and last-minute buyers.
So bad, they are literally giving it away. Staff are helping themselves to free as-ever products as the streamer's Los Angeles offices are filled with Meghan Markle's.
One of those sets, called the Sweetheart Bundle, was packed with chocolate, strawberry spread, raspberry spread, and candles, a picture-perfect setup for Valentine's night. But even with all that glitz and branding, the sales didn't move. And that failure is exactly why the cracks in this luxury empire are getting harder to hide. The Sweetheart Bundle came with a hefty price tag, $185, and here's where it got real messy. When customers started adding up the prices of the individual items, they realized the total came out to exactly $185. No discount, no bonus, no deal. It was literally the same price, just bundled together and labeled as special.
Insider says Meghan is absolutely convinced this is the moment to go big, and she's not talking about dipping a toe in. She's going full global expansion. Oh my God, can you imagine how poor this is going to be? She believes there's serious money to be made overseas, especially in Europe, Asia.
Everyone knows a bundle is supposed to save you money, not charge you the same and call it exclusive. That's basic business sense. But it got even worse. One Reddit user broke down a smaller Valentine's Day set that only included a chocolate bar and a jar of raspberry spread. The price? $29. The chocolate alone sells for $14 and the jam goes for $12. That's just $26 total. Meghan was charging $3 more for absolutely nothing. No fancy packaging, no bonus items, no unique presentation, just a higher price tag slapped on the same stuff. Once people started catching on and calling it out online, Meghan's team quietly changed the pricing.
Reports are now coming in through Closer magazine as well that Prince Harry and Meghan Markle clash as he tells her, we can't afford this.
This is why I think she's a sociopath. And by that, I mean, I really think, just my opinion, she is a psychopath.
But the damage was already done. It exposed a deeper issue. She doesn't seem to grasp how retail works or what customers actually value. And then came the marketing fail that had everyone talking. Meghan posted a Valentine's Day promo on Instagram, a bright red background with her products laid out and the words limited edition written in what was supposed to be elegant calligraphy.
Mediocre doesn't stop there. We also have this random picture, and I'll have to say the Sidley twins were quite smart because one of them photoshopped the It character in the background, Pennywise. But I look at this picture, and again, what's the message here? Like, you know, you're selling romance in your text. But this looks like a crazy woman holding on to balloons in her yard for no inexplicable reason.
But the image looked terrible. The products weren't centered, the font was hard to read, and the editing was sloppy. You could literally see where different product shots were pasted together. One jar of strawberries was tilted so awkwardly it threw off the entire layout, leaving big, empty spaces on one side. Professional graphic designers flooded the comments, and they did not hold back. One pointed out that the limited edition text was tilted at a weird angle, and another noted that everything looked like it was floating, because there were no shadows at all. This is someone who supposedly has Netflix-level backing and lives in a $16 million mansion. Yet her promo post looked like it was thrown together in 5 minutes on a phone app. Meghan keeps talking up her business skills in every interview, but that Valentine's promo image told a completely different story. It looked like it was tossed together using the most basic editing software, with zero quality control.
Forced to deny the business was in trouble last month after a website glitch revealed unsold inventory of roughly over 500,000 items. Although now resolved, the site briefly displayed the inventory that included approximately 2,020 jars of jam, etc. And while eager-eyed internet sleuths took advantage of the glitch, as we just discussed, it revealed that she had a backlog of so much product, and her business was failing.
But honestly, the real failure wasn't just about bad design. It was the strategy. She positioned her Valentine's products as romantic gifts, trying to tap into the love season market. The website copy went on about easy romance, heartfelt gestures, and sweet little moments. But here's the cold truth. Most men aren't lining up to buy jam for Valentine's Day, and most women don't exactly dream of getting a jar of strawberry spread from their partners either. The comment sections were brutal. One woman joked, If my husband bought me spread for Valentine's Day, he'd be back home with his mama. Another said, I don't think my husband wants flour sprinkles on his eggs and bacon. The public wasn't confused. They were just completely uninterested. The whole idea missed the mark. The product didn't match the occasion, and the audience didn't connect at all. The market fit was way off. If Meghan really wanted her Valentine's rollout to hit, she should have aimed it at something that actually made sense, like mother-daughter gifts or thoughtful treats between friends. That holiday could have been the perfect chance to celebrate female friendship, women supporting women sharing something sweet together. Instead, the campaign tried to sell romance through jam, and that's where everything fell apart. Instead of pivoting her pitch, Meghan tried to convince everyone that strawberry preserves are somehow romantic. She pushed the idea that chocolate sprinkled with flower petals equals love. But the market didn't buy that fantasy, and the sales numbers made it painfully obvious. Now comes the wildest part. Despite every sign pointing to failure, Meghan Markle is reportedly doubling down.
There are 2 storage rooms packed with as-ever product. They are literally just giving it away to employees. One staffer walked out with 10 products for free. We're told jars of jam, candles, wine, and Meghan's famous flower petal sprinkles are being kept in storage rooms.
She actually believes this is her big moment to go global. According to Closer magazine, she's not talking about testing new regions or doing soft launches. She's planning a full-blown international expansion with her main focus locked on the UK. Let that sink in. She genuinely thinks she can dominate the British jam market, the same country where she remains one of the least liked public figures. And not just disliked, this is the same Britain whose royal family she openly criticised in front of millions, the same nation still divided over her treatment of the late Queen Elizabeth. UK commenters wasted no time voicing their feelings. One wrote, I'm from the UK and I can honestly say I will never buy any of her products after what she tried to do to the royal family. Another chimed in, she called our royal family racist. Yeah, we're all rushing to buy her jam. The tone online was brutal and overwhelmingly clear. It's hard to imagine a tougher market to break into, yet Meghan seems convinced she can turn it around. Meanwhile, across the pond, King Charles has been running his own organic food brand, Highgrove, for decades, built on authenticity, reputation, and steady public respect. And that contrast only makes Meghan's luxury jam takeover look even more out of touch. King Charles's Highgrove brand has been running strong for years, offering jams, preserves, chocolates, and teas, all made with care and high-quality ingredients. Plus, profits go to charity, which only boosts the public's trust and respect for the brand. Meanwhile, Meghan seems convinced she can compete with that legacy using wickless candles and pricey spreads, all while trying to sell to a market that frankly doesn't like her much at all.
Promoting what? You guys announced that you canceled with Love Meghan. It's done. It's done. You know, what other promotional purpose could this garbage?
And it's not just about popularity. The UK has strict food safety rules. Every product needs proper labeling, a full ingredient list, expiration dates, and compliance with EU food laws. Reports suggest some of Meghan's products have already missed a few of these requirements, meaning they could hit major roadblocks before even making it to store shelves. Still, insiders claim Meghan is confident that once her brand hits British soil, the whole narrative will flip. She supposedly believes the public is just waiting to discover her products. But the truth couldn't be further from that. British consumers aren't waiting, they're skeptical. And this is where Prince Harry reportedly steps in, and for once, he's pushing back. Sources say he's growing increasingly worried about the financial risk tied to her business ventures. He's not telling her to give up, but he's urging her to slow down, take a smarter approach, and stop burning through money so fast.
They were suggesting that it was unethical the way that she repackages things, like, oh, look at these Valentine's Day boxes I have, or these holiday boxes I have, and says that she got new stock in when it's the same stock. She's just repackaging it to try to generate some sort of interest in product that's not moving. I mean, it was very logistical the way this article was written, and the way that they were talking about how she basically takes the product that's not moving, slaps a ribbon on it, and says, here's the Valentine's Day.
And honestly, he's right to be cautious. The couple's financial picture looks very different now. Harry's memoir Spare sold big when it launched, but there's no sequel coming, no fresh book deal on the table. And that means the easy money days might be over. The pressure is clearly building behind the palace walls, and this jam empire might be adding more strain than success. Their Spotify deal crashed and burned. The Netflix projects didn't deliver the profits everyone expected, and Meghan's cooking show, reportedly shelved before it even got off the ground. The costs of setting up a real international distribution network are massive, and when you stack all that up, it's clear the ambition might be big, but the obstacles are even bigger. Despite all the warning signs, Meghan seems to be brushing off every lesson from her past failures. Insiders say she's still chasing those flashy launches, convinced that her global fame alone will turn into instant sales. But the truth about international markets is harsh. You can't just drop a luxury brand into a country that doesn't trust you and expect it to sell out overnight. And the logistics? A total nightmare. Shipping delicate jam jars and candles overseas costs a fortune. Add in warehouse space, customs, cold storage, and retail partnerships, and you're staring at bills that easily climb into the millions. One wrong move in distribution and the whole business could collapse before the products even hit a single British shelf. Then there's the marketing problem, and it's only getting worse. American Riviera Orchard had a splashy Instagram debut that turned heads for a minute, but the buzz disappeared fast.
Her products are mediocre slop. And then this is the other one. This is really expensive. And oh man, she has taken it off, guys, but we will talk about how much this is a ripoff. Why? Because she put something on there that the two individual products together equaled $26, and she was selling it for $29. So $3 for literally nothing. Nothing. Okay, so this is the Valentine's bundle that
Posts that once seemed elegant and polished now come off as tone deaf or out of touch. Followers have started noticing every detail. The poor edits, the awkward product shots, the captions that feel forced. The brand that was supposed to scream luxury now just looks lost. People are paying attention. They notice when the prices don't add up, when the product photos look sloppy, or when exclusive bundles make 0 sense. And that kind of scrutiny only gets harsher overseas, especially in the UK, a market that's both traditional and brutally critical. Financial pressure is clearly piling up. Netflix is reportedly sitting on piles of unsold jam and candles, giving them away for free just to make space. Meanwhile, Prince Harry is said to be worried about their cash flow. And for good reason. Their past ventures, from the failed Spotify deal to the underperforming Netflix projects, haven't brought in the returns they expected. Every new expansion now carries more risk, not less. But the real danger isn't just financial, it's cultural. Meghan's image in the UK has been controversial for years. Her public criticism of the royal family and the interviews that sparked outrage still divide opinion. And that makes her brand inherently polarizing. Even if the jam were top quality, many people simply aren't willing to separate the product from the person selling it. Yet, despite everything, insiders say Meghan remains utterly convinced she can still win over the market. That level of confidence borders on delusional, but it's also what keeps her pushing forward.
she's not doing, I think, especially with these edits and bundles, a good job of actually taking the products individually and doing a separate photo shoot with those products to show them together. She's photoshopping them together. And you feel it here really badly. So what she did is she took the disparate elements here. And this is obviously, and the picture on the site itself is not this bad. But let me show you. She took this. She screenshotted it, took out the background, and slapped it on this red one.
Some experts think there's still a slim chance to turn things around, but it would take a total overhaul. Smaller product runs, more genuine marketing, and a focus on audiences that actually want what she's offering. At this stage, every decision matters. One wrong move could mean another warehouse full of unsold jars, more markdowns, and another round of public embarrassment splashed all over social media. The question now isn't whether Meghan can sell jam, it's whether she can survive the PR storm that comes with trying. Going international isn't just about ambition or a fancy press release. It takes warehouses, shipping logistics, local partnerships, compliance with international regulations, marketing teams, and millions of dollars before a single dollar comes back in. And here's the kicker. Meghan is trying to do all of that while still sitting on nearly 500,000 unsold items in the US. Netflix is literally handing out her products for free just to make space. And somehow, she still thinks expansion is the next logical step. The math doesn't add up, but according to insiders, Meghan refuses to hear it. She's absolutely convinced her jam sales proved her vision for the lifestyle market. One insider even said, "She believes she's sitting on a gold mine with her jam. Harry just needs to trust her and let her run with it." That's confidence, sure, but there's a thin line between confidence and denial. In business, there's a saying every investor knows: don't throw good money after bad. When a strategy isn't working, you don't double down, you pivot, you reassess, and you listen to feedback.
Okay, Meghan, just putting it out there. No man in his right mind wants your chocolate or your spread for Valentine's Day. He wants his girlfriend, his wife, whatever, to go to Siren and pick up something from Sydney Sweeney. Because he's thinking about Sydney Sweeney. That's what men want for Valentine's Day. They want a negligee. Anything they do for Valentine's Day is because they want you in bed later. Men are simple.
But Meghan seems to be doing the exact opposite, treating every failure as proof that she should just invest more. And experts, from business analysts to psychologists, are starting to notice a pattern. Meghan's entire brand revolves around herself, her taste, her handwriting, her image, her name stamped across every product and post. It's all about her personal aesthetic. But she seems to have skipped the most important question of all. Do people actually want this? The market has spoken, and the answer is no. Not at these prices, not with these products, and definitely not from her. When you look at the giants of celebrity lifestyle brands, the difference is obvious. Martha Stewart built her empire on actual skill. She could cook, design, and create every product she sold. Gwyneth Paltrow's Goop, controversial as it may be, knew its audience inside out and delivered exactly what they wanted. Even the Kardashians figured out the golden rule. Sell aspiration, not yourself. Meghan, on the other hand, is selling herself, and the public just isn't buying it. The proof? Those overflowing Netflix storage rooms. A major streaming company took a gamble on her brand, probably as part of a bigger content partnership. They gave her resources, backing, and even space to store her products. And now, they're the ones stuck with piles of unsold jam and candles. Netflix employees are literally taking jars home like freebies at a trade show. That's not a collaboration. That's a liability. It's the kind of situation that leaves corporate execs quietly wishing they'd never signed the deal in the first place.
Probably one of the worst things I've seen, and she definitely doesn't know how to market it because, Meghan, your products do not appeal to a man whatsoever. This does. Sydney Sweeney does. So if you want to impress your husband for Valentine's Day, don't get anything from Meghan Markle. He will be very, very confused because, again, men are simple. They want a sandwich. They want a woman. They want a woman who can make them a sandwich. They're simple creatures, and Meghan Markle apparently has no clue how to reach them. Meghan Markle has no clue what men want, apparently. Has no clue how to market or brand her product.
So what's next for Meghan? There are a few possible paths. She could finally take a step back, accept that the luxury lifestyle queen route isn't working, and actually learn from what went wrong. Maybe she pivots to a product that fits the market better, something authentic, sustainable, and real. Because if she keeps pushing jam that nobody's buying, the only thing she'll be spreading is another round of public embarrassment. But let's be real, Meghan's track record doesn't exactly scream accountability. When things go sideways, she usually blames outside forces instead of owning up to what went wrong. Option 2. She could quietly scale back, let American Riviera Orchard fade into the background and say she's focusing on family or new passions. Honestly, that might be the smartest move. But it would also mean admitting defeat, and that's something she's never seemed willing to do. Then there's the third path, the one insiders say is most likely. She could double down on her UK expansion plans, throwing even more money into a market that's already rejected her. If she does, it could turn into a financial disaster so big that even her team won't be able to spin it. And finally, the quiet whisper from behind the scenes. The fourth possibility, Netflix could be preparing to distance themselves completely from the brand. They've already stopped promoting it, and those jam-filled storage rooms tell the story loud and clear. They just want it gone. Some say a silent separation might already be happening. At the end of the day, Meghan Markle had every advantage imaginable: fame, fortune, connections, and world-class resources. And somehow, she still couldn't sell jam. 2 Netflix storage rooms overflowing with products nobody wants. That's the legacy of American Riviera Orchard. So what do you think? Bad business, bad timing, or just bad judgment? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. If this breakdown opened your eyes or gave you a new angle on the Meghan Markle jam saga, make sure to like, subscribe, and share this video with someone who needs to see it.
Harry's only contribution is to get together with his rich mates who fly in from all over the world in their private jets and play polo while swilling champagne at very exclusive settings. You know, what is this all about? She said that it just doesn't feel right.
The court case has wrapped up its evidence stage, and now the judge is working on the final decision based on everything revealed in court. Behind the Charlotte Griffith messages and Gavin Burrows pushing back, even ignoring the judge telling the claimant to stay calm and answer properly, a clear picture starts to show.
Flow of information happens. Now, part of the Mail's contention was, yeah, we have journalists, and we have journalists who penetrated Harry's social circle. They got information in that way. Harry said, absolutely not. No, that has never happened. None of my friends have ever said anything to the newspapers ever, and I have never made friends with newspaper journalists.
It exposes how Harry sees journalism, and why that view just doesn't line up with reality. Harry's belief about the media, built over years of public claims and now repeated in court, is pretty blunt. He thinks journalists only get celebrity stories through shady moves, phone hacking, hiring private investigators, planting bugs, using tricks and tech to spy. He sees all of that as the main playbook. From his perspective, any story about him that he didn't approve of had to come from those tactics. Why? Because in his mind, his circle would never talk, and normal reporting couldn't uncover that kind of information. He stuck with this theory for years. It drove his earlier case against News of the World, and now fuels this fight against associated newspapers. He's painted journalists as groups sitting in rooms, picking targets, then going all in with surveillance and intrusion. But here's the twist. This idea doesn't fully hold up. Yes, press intrusion has happened, and the phone hacking scandal was real and serious, with major fallout. No question there. But saying this is how journalism works all the time. That's where things fall apart. Stories people want hidden have been getting out long before modern tech existed. The real engine behind it isn't always hacking, it's connections, access, and being close to the right people. This all comes down to one thing: connections. It's about building sources, getting close to people who actually know what's going on, and slowly gathering details from those willing to talk.
Between Prince Harry and Charlotte Griffith so funny. I was rolling in my bed laughing. See G-string, sugar, movie snuggles. Is Meghan Markle okay today?
I would say probably things are not too cool at Montecito Towers.
Not some dramatic spy mission like Harry keeps suggesting. Charlotte Griffith's testimony, along with her messages, lays it all out clearly. She was right there in Harry's world. Same parties, same country weekends, same social circle. They even exchanged warm, flirty messages over months, showing a real connection, not some fake setup. And through that connection, she picked up information she could report. No hacking, no investigators, no secret bugs, just being present, knowing the right people, and doing what good journalists do best, building relationships that open doors. This isn't shocking or unusual at all, it's basic journalism. It's been done this way forever, long before any modern tech came into play. But Harry doesn't seem to accept that. He keeps believing that if something private got out, it must have been through illegal methods. That belief says a lot about how he was raised. His life was surrounded by protection, press teams, security, and officials all working hard to keep things controlled and hidden from the public. So when something slipped through, it felt like the system had been broken into. Like the only explanation had to be something illegal. But that's not how it really works. That protection was never perfect and never could be. Information moves through people, friends talking, insiders observing, everyday social interactions. The same circle around him wasn't just support, it was also the source of the stories getting out. This isn't about malice or some secret hacking operation. It's way more basic than that. People share what they know with other people. And sometimes those people are journalists, Katie Nicholl is a perfect example of how this misunderstanding starts causing real damage for Harry.
On a car, no, proof of any sort of phone hacking in this particular case. But we now have, proof of the opposite, that while he says he didn't have a relationship with this person, there's a clear thread, a very friendly conversation between two people.
She's widely respected in royal reporting, known for being fair and balanced when covering both Harry and Meghan. She's supported them when criticism went too far and questioned them when needed. That's what makes what happened next so wild. She got pulled into Harry's court case under the suggestion that her reporting came from illegal methods. That claim alone put her reputation on the line in a serious way. She denied it, and no wrongdoing was found. But the damage doesn't just disappear like that. Being accused in a major court, having your integrity questioned publicly, it sticks no matter the final outcome. And here's the key point. This didn't happen because she actually did anything wrong. It happened because Harry's belief system demands that journalists must have used illegal tactics to get their stories. That's where things start to backfire. Instead of holding actual bad actors accountable, this approach ends up dragging respected journalists through legal stress and public doubt for no solid reason. This isn't about avoiding press accountability. It's about making sure those claims are based on reality, not a flawed idea of how journalism works. Now shifting to the Sandom situation, because this adds another layer that hasn't been fully explored. There's a constitutional angle here that's getting overlooked. Harry's expectation, depending on how you interpret reports, is that the king should step in and arrange higher security for him. The goal? Making any family visit happen strictly on his terms, no compromises. The argument being pushed is simple on the surface. If the king wants to see his grandchildren, he can just make it happen. But that's not how this actually works. The key detail getting ignored is this. Security decisions aren't controlled by the king. They're handled by RAVEC, a government committee that operates independently from royal influence.
This year, but he's only willing to come if he gets the security that he would require, which is automatic armed security, so because that's the only way he'll bring Meghan and the kids, even though it's like, it doesn't work that way, Kevin. If you tell Ravik you're bringing Meghan and the kids, you will likely get that security. It's not, I will only bring Meghan and the kids if I get that security.
That means the king cannot just step in and order a specific security setup for Harry, no matter the situation. He might be the head of the institution on paper, but he doesn't sit in those meetings or control those decisions. If he tried to interfere directly, it would create a serious constitutional issue. It would look like he's using his position to benefit a family member, going against an independent system that's supposed to stay neutral. But here's where things get messy. The way this situation has been presented publicly makes it seem like the king could fix everything if he just wanted to. Like the only problem is a lack of effort or care. That framing is misleading and it shifts the blame in a big way. It creates the image of a grandfather choosing not to see his grandchildren when the reality is far more complicated. And all of this is happening while the king is dealing with major pressures, serious health issues, ongoing royal matters, international responsibilities, and internal challenges all at once. He cannot legally give Harry what he's asking for, and he can't pretend otherwise either. But the narrative being pushed depends on people believing this is all about personal choice, not legal limits. That's where the real tension comes in. Some observers have even described this as a form of pressure or leverage, not in a strict legal sense, but in how the situation is being shaped in public perception. What's really being created here is a public storyline that puts emotional pressure on a sick father, using the idea of a grandfather missing his grandchildren to push for something that simply cannot be delivered the way Harry wants, and the rest of the royal family. They see it clearly. William, Camilla, and others aren't confused about what's going on.
The king cannot constitutionally be seen to get involved in any way in what Ravek decides. He cannot say to them, hey, listen, Harry wants to see the kids, so could you swing it so he gets this gun guard security from the police that he keeps asking for? The king can't do that. It would be unconstitutional.
They've seen this pattern play out before. Private talks turning into headlines, personal moments showing up in books, family interactions ending up on camera for global audiences. This isn't new to them. Because of that, the issue isn't hate, it's trust. And that trust has taken serious damage. Not based on rumours, but on repeated, very public examples where private didn't stay private. So what happens next isn't explosive arguments or dramatic scenes. It's something quieter, but colder. Distance, careful boundaries, avoiding one-on-one situations, choosing not to create moments that could later be exposed. That's what it looks like when trust isn't being repaired. It just fades out. Now bring in the Netflix situation, because this adds another twist. Reports this week, including claims linked to Paula Froelich, suggest Netflix may no longer allow Harry and Meghan to run projects freely without oversight. If that's true, it's a huge shift. Platforms like Netflix usually rely on creative trust. They don't step in unless something has gone seriously off track. But this kind of supervision, that signals caution. It suggests a partner that feels burned and doesn't want to repeat. And when you look at the projects being mentioned, Live to Lead, Heart of Invictus, and the Polo series, you start to see where things may not have met expectations. That's where the bigger picture starts forming. When both personal relationships and professional partnerships begin tightening control at the same time, it points to one thing. Confidence has been shaken, and now everyone's moving more carefully.
Umbrella, but you don't feel the intensity of the media. And Harry, when they land, immediately gets in a car and tries to go basically ambush Queen Elizabeth, and her team was like, she's not available, she's not available, she's not available. And Queen Elizabeth is like, you're going to deal with your father. We'll do the Sandringham Summit, I'll be in the room, but ultimately this is your father.
None of these projects pulled in the kind of audience Netflix was clearly expecting from the Sussex name. And that's a big deal, because Netflix isn't just handing out deals for fun. It's a public company that has to answer to shareholders when things don't perform. Each project fell short commercially, and that forced a response. Now the Polo documentary stands out the most, especially since a new Polo-based drama is reportedly on the way. Looking back at what went wrong there reveals something deeper about the limits of the Sussex brand. Here's the reality. Polo is a niche world. It's an elite sport tied to wealth, status, and very exclusive social circles. The audience for it is small and very specific, not the broad global crowd Netflix depends on, and this wasn't some hidden risk. It was obvious from the start, even before filming began. Still, the project moved forward. It's easy to see why Harry wanted it. Polo is personal to him. It's part of his lifestyle, his identity, and something he genuinely enjoys. Sharing that passion makes sense on a human level. But here's the problem. What feels meaningful personally doesn't always translate into something people want to watch. Creative passion and commercial success don't always line up. Then there's the charity angle, which makes things even more complicated. The Centrebile connection brings in a serious mission, helping vulnerable children in southern Africa affected by HIV and AIDS.
Because they do not trust them an inch. Anything you say around, if you're Anne or Charles or William or Kate, anything you say around Harry, maybe Meghan as well, their feeling is may be taken down and used in evidence against you in the media.
But the way the fundraising works has raised eyebrows. Wealthy players flying in on private jets, playing an elite sport, attending high-end events, all while raising money for people living in extreme hardship. That contrast hits hard. For some, it creates an uncomfortable image. Extreme wealth sitting side by side with extreme poverty in a way that doesn't fully sit right. And that reaction isn't baseless. It's a real ethical concern people have voiced. Reports suggest Harry was surprised by this criticism, not expecting that the model itself would be questioned. That moment reveals something important. Doing good and doing what you love can overlap. But if the bigger picture isn't considered, it can also spark backlash that no one saw coming. It might look completely different from the perspective of the people the charity is meant to help, and that's where things start to get uncomfortable. This moment, small as it seems, exposes a bigger issue. There's a clear gap between how Harry sees himself, someone doing meaningful work, making a real difference, and how that same work can come across to others watching from the outside. And this isn't a one-off situation. That same gap shows up in the court case, in the Sandringham situation, and now in the business side too. It's about a strong self-image that feels real to him, but doesn't always match how things actually land with the public. That disconnect keeps repeating. Now, with the newly announced Polo drama at Netflix, the same questions are popping up again. Some reports suggest the timing of that announcement was meant to shift attention away from negative coverage around their recent projects, but the core problem hasn't changed. The commercial appeal is still shaky for the same reasons the documentary struggled. Polo just doesn't connect with a wide audience, and if the project does move forward, it likely won't have the same freedom as before. Oversight, supervision, tighter control, that's now part of the picture. That says a lot about where things stand in Hollywood.
Listen, this is my personal opinion. I don't think this Polo drama is ever going to happen. You read the story saying, I mean, I accept that Netflix would say, on the off chance that Harry and Meghan have a good idea and we want to produce it, they don't get to play any part in it at all because they've proven.
This isn't the bold, independent success story that was once expected. It's something more restricted, more cautious, and more dependent on partners who are now being careful. The big money deals created huge expectations, but the results haven't matched that level of hype. And here's the hard truth. Announcements won't fix this. New deals, new projects, new headlines, they don't change the direction on their own. The only thing that does, results. Content that actually connects. Projects that people genuinely care about. Products people want to support. Without that, nothing really shifts. And that's the challenge sitting right at the center of everything right now. This is where everything stands right now. The court verdict is on the way, Netflix is reportedly tightening control, the Australia trip is coming up, and the Sandringham request has already been turned down. But instead of some huge dramatic fallout, what's really happening is quieter, and maybe more telling. It's the slow reality of a setup that promised big results but hasn't delivered at that level, now dealing with the consequences. That gap between what was promised and what actually showed up is the real story here. You can see it everywhere. In Hollywood deals, in international plans, in courtrooms, and even in those Charlotte Griffith messages, it all points back to the same issue. Now shifting back to the journalism angle, because this part goes deeper than just one case. Harry's view of the press hasn't just shaped his lawsuits, it's had wider impact. The phone hacking scandal was real, serious, and damaging. Journalists did cross the line, illegal actions happened, and there were real consequences. Investigations, arrests, even prison sentences. That part is not up for debate. But here's where things start to stretch. Taking that specific scandal and turning it into a belief that this is how all journalism works all the time, that's where the logic breaks. Most journalists aren't hacking phones or running secret operations. They're doing something far more straightforward. Building connections, showing up to events, staying in the loop, and getting information through normal human interaction.
And his friends, but particularly Harry, seems to have this kind of notion that there's no way journalists can get information unless they hack his phone or use illegal methods, use private detectives. Now, I don't know the truth of either side of these stories, but I do know that journalists have been getting information that people don't want from time immemorial, from before there are even
exactly like Charlotte Griffith did. And this misunderstanding has led Harry down a very specific path, taking legal action based on the assumption that anything negative must have come from illegal behavior. But if the information wasn't obtained that way, if it came from social circles, conversations, and access, then that entire foundation starts to fall apart. And that's the core issue now. If Charlotte Griffith knew things simply because she was present, connected, and trusted in those spaces, then the narrative of wrongdoing becomes a lot harder to defend. Not because she hacked his phone, but because she was actually there. And once that's clear, the entire legal argument starts to collapse. No matter how many witnesses are called or how strongly the case is pushed, a judge can't rule in favor of phone hacking if the evidence shows something completely different. And that's the core weakness right here. The Charlotte Griffith messages didn't just add detail, they exposed the reality in a big way. They show she was part of Harry's social circle, they confirm the connection, and once that's established, it explains exactly how she knew without any need for illegal methods. That alone shakes the foundation of the entire claim. Now look at Katie Nicholl again, because her situation really highlights the fallout from this kind of legal approach. She's known for being careful, balanced, and fair in her reporting on Harry and Meghan. She's not some reckless figure chasing stories through shady tactics. She's built her reputation through years of relationships, sources, and consistent work within royal circles. But because the case is built on the idea that information must have come from illegal activity, her name gets pulled into it anyway. Even if she's not directly accused, the association alone raises questions about her methods, and that's where the damage happens. Just being linked to a case built on claims of widespread illegality can cast doubt, even when there's no proof and no wrongdoing. That's the real issue here. The harm isn't just about the outcome of the case, it's about the reputational impact along the way. And it doesn't look like that consequence was fully considered before moving forward. Because when a case like this expands outward, it doesn't just target one claim, it pulls in others who may have done nothing wrong at all.
The idea of making a drama about the polo scene in Florida is a great idea. Is it? Is it? I think it's a terrible idea. Harry proved there is no interest in polo. It is a minority, elitist sport that only posh boys with champagne and private jets ever play.
This wasn't some random side effect. It was a direct result of the way Harry sees journalism. That belief set everything else in motion, and the fallout was almost guaranteed. Now look at the Netflix polo drama announcement, because the timing alone raises eyebrows. It dropped right after the Variety report that laid out serious concerns about the Sussex Hollywood track record. And that report wasn't light gossip, it was detailed, sourced, and backed by a major publication with the weight to stand behind it. So what happens next? Almost instantly, a new project gets announced. A Netflix drama, right on cue, shifting the conversation toward creativity and future plans. This pattern isn't new either. Negative press hits, and suddenly there's a fresh announcement to change the narrative and create a sense of momentum. But here's the problem. The project itself comes with the same issues as before. A polo-based story, set in a niche world that doesn't attract a wide audience, already starts at a disadvantage. No matter how polished it is, the core appeal just isn't broad enough to guarantee success. And we've seen this play out already. The Meet Me at the Lake project created buzz when it was announced, but the actual production never followed through. That's the pattern. Big announcements grab attention, but the finished product doesn't always show up. So this new polo drama could be heading down the same path. The announcement does its job. It pushes back against negative coverage, signals activity, and gives supporters something to point to. But whether it actually gets made, that's a completely different question. And now, with reports that Netflix is stepping in more directly, adding oversight instead of giving full creative freedom, it sends a strong signal. This isn't business as usual. It's a response, a move to keep tighter control after previous projects didn't land the way they were expected to.
Yeah, and what Sophie was furious about, and I can understand it, was, we're over here in Africa, trying to tend to kids who need help, their parents who died of AIDS. This is a very important charity. And okay, we need funds to be raised. But why are we here in Africa dealing with these poor little kids?
Netflix seems to have reached a clear conclusion. The Sussex pipeline from big announcement to actual production just isn't delivering strong results. And because of that, they're stepping in more directly to protect their investment. That's not a sign of trust. It's the opposite. It shows a lack of confidence in letting things run freely the way they did before. If this polo drama even gets made, it likely won't be shaped the way Harry and Meghan originally imagined. It'll be guided by Netflix executives and experienced producers who are focused on what works commercially, not what fits a personal narrative. Their names may still carry weight, but how that weight is used is now out of their hands. And here's where it gets interesting. This setup could actually lead to a better end product, or it could lead to nothing at all if professionals decide the idea just doesn't hold enough value. That puts Harry and Meghan in a position they once pushed back against, names attached to projects, but not fully in control of how those projects are created. There's a strong irony in that. They stepped away from royal life partly to avoid being symbolic figures with limited input, and now, under this reported structure, they risk landing in a very similar role. Their names still have some commercial pull, even if it's not as strong as before, and Netflix may continue using that, but with tighter control and less creative freedom. This isn't the bold independence that was once promised. It's a different kind of reliance, this time on a major streaming platform that's adjusting its approach after mixed results. And the polo world itself almost mirrors the situation. A space driven by passion and status, where the experience feels meaningful to those inside it, but doesn't always translate into something that connects with everyone watching from the outside. Polo is one of those worlds that feels important from the inside, but looks completely different from the outside.
It just never stops, does it?
Harper's Bazaar, Meghan's cover of Harper's Bazaar. Oh yes. What is your take on this story? I thought this was really interesting from Paula Froelich of News Nation, that Netflix won't allow the couple to work on projects solo anymore. They have to have supervision.
What seems meaningful to those playing it can come across in a totally different way to everyone else watching. Even concerns raised around its use in charity highlight that tension. The idea that it doesn't feel right as a fundraising vehicle points to something deeper than just strategy. It questions the whole image being presented. And that same energy shows up in Harry's life in Montecito. From his perspective, it likely all feels purposeful. Speeches about accountability, big ideas about change, time spent with influential circles, public statements about family, social media posts, and legal battles over the press. All of it probably feels like action, like impact, like it matters. But from the outside, the picture isn't so simple. It looks more layered, more complicated, and sometimes harder to connect with. That gap between how it feels internally and how it's perceived externally has been growing, not shrinking. And nothing captures that gap more clearly than the polo setting itself. Private jets, luxury environments, exclusive events. It creates a powerful image, but not always the one intended. That earlier comment, that it doesn't feel right, goes beyond fundraising. It hits at a bigger question. Does the activity actually serve the cause it claims to support, or does it mainly reinforce the lifestyle and identity of the people involved? That's the real issue sitting underneath everything. Whether it's the court case, the Sandringham situation, public speeches, or new media projects, each one can be seen in two completely different ways. On one side, it's meaningful work with real purpose. On the other, it can look like building a new identity after losing an old one. And the truth? It's probably a mix of both. Genuine intent and personal interest can exist at the same time. But which one is driving things more? That's what's slowly being revealed. As the business side struggles to meet expectations, the bigger question keeps getting louder and harder to ignore. So what happens when the deals start fading, the publishers step back, and Netflix tightens control? What's actually left? That's the big question. And the answers aren't coming from headlines, they're showing up in moments. The polo events in Florida, the meetings in Australia, the court testimony about Charlotte Griffith, and soon, the judge's final ruling. Each one adds a piece to the bigger picture.
Elizabeth refused to take Prince Harry's calls without a witness to keep a record of what was said. And I've reported that before, but it reminds me of what you're saying, that the Queen had cancer, the Queen was sick, the Queen was...
Now there's one more detail that really stands out. The claim from Hugo Vickers that Queen Elizabeth chose not to take Harry's calls without someone else present. That detail hits differently when you look at everything else going on, because this wasn't just anyone. It was the Queen, a leader known for handling sensitive conversations with care, privacy, and personal attention throughout her entire reign. And yet at some point, she made a quiet but serious decision. She didn't want to speak to her grandson alone. Not out of lack of love. By all accounts, she cared deeply for him. But even that wasn't enough to remove the concern that private conversations might not stay private. So she asked for a witness to be present. That's a powerful signal. When a grandmother who is also a head of state feels the need for that level of caution, it says a lot about how trust had shifted. And it doesn't stop there. Reports suggest Queen Camilla has taken a similar approach, but even more directly. During a past meeting between Harry and King Charles, she made sure she was in the room, not just for family support, but as a safeguard, someone who could confirm what was said, someone who could ensure there was no confusion later. That kind of setup changes the tone completely. It turns what should be private family moments into something more controlled, more guarded, and far less personal. So what's left when the big deals cool off, publishers step back, and Netflix starts watching everything closely? That's the real question now. And the answers aren't in flashy headlines, they're showing up in real moments. The polo events in Florida, the Australia meetings, the Charlotte Griffith court testimony, and soon, the judge's decision. Each one adds another layer to what's really going on. Then there's this detail that really stands out. The claim from Hugo Vickers that Queen Elizabeth didn't take Harry's calls without someone else present. That hits hard when you look at the bigger picture. This was the Queen. someone known for private, careful conversations throughout her entire reign. And still, she reached a point where she didn't want to speak to her grandson alone.
See me, Camilla said, by the way, Camilla hates Harry. She doesn't want to be anywhere. She doesn't want to be in the same postcode as him. She is the poor woman that Harry said was the villain of the story. And all
Evil
that.
stepmother.
Not because she didn't care. Reports make it clear she did. But concern had crept in that private talks might not stay private. So she made the call to have a witness there. That says a lot. When a grandmother and head of state takes that step, it shows how much trust had shifted behind the scenes. And it didn't stop there. Reports say Queen Camilla took it even further. During a meeting with King Charles, she made sure she was in the room, not just as family, but as a safeguard. Someone to hear everything, to avoid any confusion later. That kind of move changes everything. It turns personal family time into something far more controlled and a lot less relaxed. The parallel is right there for anyone willing to see it. The judge will eventually decide the press case, and the family will keep operating under strict boundaries shaped by broken trust. Where this story ends, and when, that's still unclear. But here's what is clear. A grandson whose grandmother felt she needed a witness just to take his call. A son whose stepmother won't sit in a room with him without someone else present. A brother who believes private conversations could turn into public content at any moment. And a father, seriously ill, now caught in the middle of public narratives about family access and security. This is what broken trust really looks like. Not shouting, not chaos, but quiet distance, controlled meetings, careful setups, and constant caution. Witnesses in rooms, staff on calls, every interaction measured. And far from it all in Montecito, a man who walked away from an institution believing it failed him, now facing the reality of what that decision has cost. Waiting on a court ruling, waiting on doors that may not reopen. That's where things stand right now, and it's still unfolding. If you've been following this story, make sure to like, subscribe, share, and drop your thoughts in the comments below.
I just feel really sad for the monarchy at times because I know that's what Meghan has in her sights, to do things to people like Catherine.
Stephen Colbert's Late Show is finished. CBS has now been taken over by the Ellison family, and the entire vibe inside the network has shifted fast. CBS News is now being shaped under the influence of Bari Weiss and the Free Press, which completely changes the media climate that once worked in Harry and Meghan's favor.
Between a woman who is genuinely interested and compassionate towards others, and then there's a fraud who is only interested in monetizing the pain and the grief of others. So often when you juxtapose side by side Meghan Markle and Catherine, the Princess of Wales.
For years, the Sussex household benefited from a broadcasting system that gave them soft coverage, friendly interviews, and supportive framing. But now, that system is getting ripped apart piece by piece. Meghan Markle's recent decision to publicly distance herself from NBC is starting to look like a massive strategic mistake, because NBC was one of the few major networks still naturally aligned with the couple's progressive public image and messaging. That move may have looked bold at first, but the timing could not be worse. CBS, the same network that aired the explosive 2021 Oprah Winfrey interview, is no longer the safe media space it once was for the Sussex brand. Back then, the network environment gave Harry and Meghan room to control the narrative and shape public sympathy in America. That protection shield now looks seriously weakened.
Hands posted, Princess Catherine has once again worn a perfectly tailored, gorgeous-looking beige suit to her visit to the University of East London. Meghan Markle's suit to Time 100 was ill-fitting and wrinkled.
Everything has changed at CBS. The ownership changed. The editorial leadership changed. The late-night support system disappeared. The entire broadcasting structure that once gave the Sussex household cultural backup has shrunk in a major way, and media insiders are noticing it fast. This was the core argument pushed during Dan Wootton's outspoken broadcast with P. Diner this week, where they broke down how the media realignment connects to the Sussex brand losing influence across entertainment, culture, and business circles. According to their analysis, this is not just about one canceled show or one executive change. They say it's part of a much bigger shift happening across American media power centers. The Ellison family takeover of Paramount Global, including CBS, is being viewed by many commentators as a major political and cultural pivot. Larry Ellison, the Oracle founder, alongside his son David Ellison through Skydance Media, officially closed the deal, and people inside the industry are already talking about the ripple effects on editorial direction and network priorities. Then comes Bari Weiss entering the picture. Weiss, known for founding the Free Press, brings a completely different media approach compared to the old CBS culture. Critics and supporters alike recognize that her style openly pushes back against the type of progressive celebrity protection that Harry and Meghan were often associated with during previous years of coverage.
Catherine actually has no interest. She doesn't want to do fashion. Meghan does, but it's just something that comes totally natural to her. And this has all resulted in a major new essay by Queen Esther, arguing that it's because of grace under fire, which is why Catherine is the future queen the world really needs.
And the Stephen Colbert situation made the shock even bigger. Colbert had spent years acting as one of the most reliable late-night voices, giving the Sussex household friendly treatment and mainstream cultural support. His show often framed Harry and Meghan in a softer, more sympathetic light while mocking their critics. But now that era is ending completely. CBS confirmed that The Late Show with Stephen Colbert would end in 2025, with its final broadcast planned for May 2026. That cancellation wipes out one of the strongest entertainment platforms the Sussex household had inside American late-night television. And this matters more than people think. Late-night comedy is not just entertainment. It helps shape public opinion, celebrity image, and political mood in mainstream culture. These shows influence how audiences emotionally react to public figures, scandals, and media narratives. Losing that kind of platform changes the game in a very real way. The Stephen Colbert program spent years acting like a reliable shield for Harry and Meghan. Whenever the Sussex household faced criticism, Colbert's show often leaned into supportive jokes, softer interviews, and friendly framing that helped keep them protected in mainstream entertainment culture. That is why the recent Saturday Night Live cold open shocked so many people. The sketch reportedly portrayed Meghan as an American terrorist holding Harry hostage. And the bigger story was not just the joke itself, it was the fact that major comedy television even went there in the first place. That kind of public framing would have been almost unthinkable a few years ago, when the Sussex household still had stronger cultural protection inside major media circles. The cancellation of Colbert's show now feels like the network-level version of that same shift. The comedy world that once gave Harry and Meghan consistent support is changing fast, and the safety net around their public image is looking weaker than ever. Yes, late-night hosts like Jimmy Kimmel and Seth Meyers still generally lean toward progressive commentary and celebrity-friendly coverage, but neither carries the same influence or cultural authority that Colbert built over the past decade.
Esther argues there's a reason Catherine, Princess of Wales, continues to command public respect, even during the most difficult periods of her life. And it has very little to do with titles, photographs, or palace PR. It's the way she carries herself when the spotlight becomes unbearable.
His platform had become one of the biggest mainstream entertainment spaces where Harry and Meghan could expect favorable treatment and public sympathy. Commentators like Dan Wootton argue that this media realignment has direct consequences for the Sussex household's future business position in America. For years, the couple's brand benefited from a media environment that framed them positively and helped shape audience perception in their favor. Without that support system, every project now faces a much tougher audience reaction. The problems are already stacking up. The Netflix relationship has reportedly cooled compared to the early hype. The Spotify partnership ended badly, and became a public embarrassment. Their consumer brand projects continue struggling to generate consistent excitement or major commercial success. And now, all of those business issues are happening while the media environment around them grows more skeptical and less protective. That creates a cycle that becomes harder to escape. The weaker the media support gets, the harder it becomes to build excitement around new projects. And when projects underperform, media criticism grows even louder. One problem starts feeding the next, creating pressure from multiple directions at the same time. Another important piece of this story involves Gayle King and CBS Mornings. King remains publicly friendly with Meghan and still has ties to the Sussex social circle in America. That relationship has not disappeared. But insiders say the bigger issue is the environment around her has changed completely. Even if personal friendships still exist inside CBS, the leadership structure, editorial direction, and overall network priorities are now operating differently under the new ownership and management setup. That means the support system surrounding those relationships no longer carries the same power it once did. The institutional backing that previously helped protect or amplify positive Sussex coverage inside CBS has reportedly been weakened in a major way.
Every disappearance from public view became a headline. Every silence was treated as suspicious. Social media dissected her marriage, her health, her appearance, even her whereabouts, with a level of entitlement that at times became genuinely disturbing. And yet through it all, she still refused to turn herself into a victim. That is what makes Catherine different from so many modern public.
So while individual allies may still remain inside the network world, the larger media machine around them is no longer working the same way. And that shift could have huge consequences for Harry and Meghan moving forward. Meghan Markle's recent NBC boycott is now being described by some commentators as a huge strategic mistake. According to Diner's breakdown, NBC was actually the media space most naturally aligned with the Sussex household's public image and messaging over the last several years. NBC, along with MSNBC, The Today Show, and the wider Comcast media structure, has often been viewed as one of the strongest mainstream outlets for progressive celebrity narratives and sympathetic royal coverage. That made it one of the most valuable broadcasting environments available to Harry and Meghan. But after Meghan reportedly pulled back from NBC over coverage the household viewed as unfair, the situation suddenly became much more complicated. Critics argue the move effectively cut off access to one of the last major American networks, still capable of giving the Sussex brand broad cultural support at a time when their media options are already shrinking fast. What makes the timing even more dramatic is that CBS, once another key support zone for the couple, has also gone through major internal changes. So now, according to this analysis, the Sussex household may be facing reduced influence across both of the biggest mainstream network ecosystems that previously offered them softer treatment and positive exposure. And that creates a serious pressure point. Media support matters when celebrities are launching projects, negotiating partnerships, or trying to keep public momentum alive. With Netflix questions hanging in the air, the Spotify fallout still remembered, and business ventures struggling to generate major excitement, losing strong network relationships could make rebuilding much harder. Diner's argument goes even deeper than network politics, though. The analysis claims the real issue may be Meghan's approach to handling criticism and public conflict. According to this view, emotional reactions and public disputes with media outlets may be hurting the household's long-term strategy more than helping it.
In discussing her recovery, she focused more on encouraging others facing cancer than turning herself into the center of the story. No warrior branding, no demand for the world to revolve around her pain, just honest perspective and quiet empathy.
The argument is simple but sharp. When a public brand is already under pressure, every major media connection becomes valuable. Walking away from networks, fighting with outlets, or responding publicly to every perceived slight can slowly reduce the number of places willing to provide favorable coverage or promotional opportunities. Commentators pushing this theory argue that a more strategically disciplined celebrity approach would focus on maintaining working relationships everywhere possible, even with platforms that sometimes deliver uncomfortable headlines. In today's media world, access itself is power. That is why some analysts believe the Sussex household's current challenges are not only tied to changing politics inside television networks, but also tied to how the couple navigates those changes publicly. In this reading, the pressure is coming from both directions at once, a shifting media landscape and strategic decisions that may be narrowing options even further. The broadcast also introduced a major comparison between Meghan and Catherine, Princess of Wales. That contrast was built around the now widely discussed Queen Esther essay circulating through royal commentary spaces online. The essay, written by a well-known royal commentator using a pen name, focused on how Catherine handled intense public attention during her cancer treatment period. Supporters of the comparison argue that Catherine's quieter and more controlled public response created a very different perception compared to the louder celebrity media conflicts that often dominate headlines around Harry and Meghan. The essay's main argument about Catherine, Princess of Wales, centers on one big point: she handled her cancer diagnosis in a way that avoided turning it into a public performance. According to the analysis, she did not build a victim narrative around herself, push dramatic warrior branding, or make every public moment revolve around her personal struggle. Instead, Catherine addressed the public speculation with one calm and carefully delivered video message that immediately changed the tone of the conversation. After that, she reportedly shifted attention toward encouraging other people dealing with cancer rather than constantly revisiting her own situation in public. Supporters of this approach argue that she stayed focused on stability, family, and her long-term royal responsibilities instead of trying to turn the experience into an ongoing media storyline.
The monarchy doesn't need louder personalities competing for attention every day. It needs someone who understands that real leadership is often understated. Someone who can remain steady even when the pressure becomes deeply personal. The attacks will probably continue because social media thrives on outrage, conspiracy, and division. But maybe that's also why so many people connect with Catherine. Not because she demands sympathy, but because even in the middle of something frightening and deeply personal, she still carried herself with restraint, empathy, and grace.
That level of restraint is what many commentators say separates her response from the modern celebrity playbook. The essay claims that today's public figure culture often rewards people for turning personal hardship into continuous emotional content. Social media, interviews, documentaries, and public campaigns can all become part of a cycle where personal pain keeps audiences emotionally engaged for long periods of time. But according to this analysis, Catherine took the opposite route. Rather than extending the story for attention or public sympathy, she kept the messaging limited, controlled, and calm. The result, supporters say, is that audiences view her as disciplined and steady instead of performative. The essay argues that this creates a deeper kind of public loyalty. People are not constantly being asked to emotionally participate in her struggle or repeatedly prove their support online. Instead, they simply observe her composure and consistency over time, and many respond to that with respect. In this interpretation, Catherine's public image becomes stronger precisely because she asks less from the audience emotionally. There is no endless demand for sympathy, no dramatic overexposure, and no attempt to keep the public emotionally hooked on every detail of her personal life. The broadcast then shifted into fashion comparisons as another example of the same pattern. During a recent University of East London appearance, Catherine wore a clean beige suit that blended naturally into the event without becoming the center of attention. Commentators noted that the tailoring looked polished and effortless, which meant people focused more on the engagement itself than the outfit. Meghan Markle's appearance at the Time 100 event was used as the contrast point in the discussion. Critics online heavily analyzed her suit choice, with some social media users calling the outfit wrinkled or poorly fitted. The broadcast argued that the difference reflects two completely different approaches to public presentation. According to this commentary, Catherine's style works because it appears secondary to the purpose of the event itself. The focus stays on the institution, the message, and the engagement. Meghan, meanwhile, is portrayed by critics as placing much heavier emphasis on fashion image and celebrity presentation, which can lead to harsher scrutiny whenever the execution does not land perfectly in public opinion. The broader argument from the broadcast is that these differences are not just about clothes or media moments. They reflect two completely different strategies for managing public attention and personal branding in the modern celebrity era. The broadcast argued that the final result almost flips expectations upside down. According to the commentary, the person who appears most focused on fashion and image ends up receiving the harshest criticism over presentation, while the person who seems less obsessed with style often comes across more polished and natural in public. The analysis claims this happens because long-term discipline and consistency create a stronger overall image than constantly chasing attention through appearance alone. In this framing, Catherine's public style is seen as steady and functional, while Meghan's approach is viewed by critics as more image-driven and heavily managed. A major part of this discussion came from the independent royal commentary platform, Meghan's Mole, which has become known for posting side-by-side video comparisons of Meghan and Catherine during similar public engagements. Those comparison clips are now spreading widely across royal discussion spaces online. The format is simple but powerful. Instead of long commentary segments, the videos place both appearances next to each other and allow viewers to make their own judgments by directly watching body language, interactions, clothing presentation, and audience reactions in real time. According to supporters of the format, that approach works because it removes heavy narration and lets the visual contrast speak for itself. The audience watches synchronized clips and naturally forms opinions without needing dramatic voiceovers or aggressive editing to push a conclusion. The broadcast claimed this side-by-side style has become one of the most effective tools in online royal commentary because viewers feel like they are observing the differences firsthand rather than being told what to think.
It's so interesting, P. Dinah, though, when you compare to how they react so differently when the times are tough, when the criticism is high. And the irony with all of this is that it's Meghan Markle who has always claimed, oh, she doesn't read anything. She's not looking at the newspapers. She's not looking at social media. Now, we know that's baloney, right? Because she so immediately hits back. And we've seen that in recent weeks.
One of the stronger reactions highlighted in the discussion came from critics who argued the contrast reflects two very different public energies. One centered on genuine interest in people, and another viewed as more focused on branding and commercial image building. That interpretation has become increasingly common in certain royal commentary circles online. The conversation then shifted toward another issue that commentators believe affects Meghan's standing in entertainment, culture, humor, and self-deprecation. According to P. Dinah's analysis, this may be one of the biggest reasons parts of Hollywood and mainstream comedy have become less supportive over time. American comedy culture often rewards celebrities who can laugh at themselves, public figures who handle jokes calmly, play along with satire, and avoid reacting defensively, usually maintain stronger relationships with audiences and entertainment platforms over long periods. Many major stars survive criticism because they understand the game comedy shows tease everyone. Being able to roll with those moments often helps celebrities appear more relatable, confident, and emotionally secure in the public eye. But critics argue Meghan struggles in that environment because jokes about her are often interpreted as deeply personal attacks rather than normal celebrity satire. According to this reading, public pushback, media disputes, and defensive reactions can sometimes amplify the criticism instead of diffusing it. The broadcast argued that this creates a difficult cycle inside entertainment culture. Every new comedy sketch, headline joke, or online parody becomes a bigger story because audiences sense tension around the reaction itself. In the eyes of these commentators, the issue is not just the jokes. It is whether a public figure can comfortably exist inside a culture where humor, criticism, and satire are part of everyday celebrity life. And they argue that perception may now be shaping how broader entertainment audiences respond to Meghan moving forward. According to P. Diner and Dan Wooten, parts of the American entertainment industry have now reached a firm conclusion about Meghan after years of public controversies, media disputes, and difficult press cycles. Their argument is that Hollywood's patience has slowly worn down through repeated attempts to engage with the Sussex brand, and the mood around the couple has shifted dramatically over time. The next major move, they predict, could be a public vow renewal event, and they believe it would be designed less as a romantic milestone and more as a large-scale commercial media project. The reported framing behind this rumored event is that Harry and Meghan may present it as a chance to finally experience the wedding celebration they deserved the first time around, after claiming the original royal wedding experience was overshadowed by pressure, criticism, and conflict involving the British press and royal institution. Critics, however, argue that this narrative would mainly function as emotional marketing. According to this analysis, the vow renewal storyline would allow Sussex-friendly media outlets, streaming platforms, and entertainment partners to build documentaries, interviews, sponsorships.
That it's always going to show itself to not be authentic and real because she's plotting everything. And that's not being a real person, you know? And Catherine is just someone that is thinking about other people. She's caring and wants to give good back to the world because of all the good that has come to her. And you can see she does it in a way that is real and authentic.
And branded content around the event in order to generate fresh attention and new revenue streams. In this reading, the vow renewal would not simply be about romance or marriage. Commentators believe it could become a commercial centerpiece designed to create headlines, secure media deals, and revive public interest during a period where the couple's business momentum appears weaker than before. The discussion also tied this idea to broader financial pressure surrounding the Sussex household. Analysts pushing this theory argue that shrinking partnerships, reduced media support, and inconsistent commercial success may be forcing the couple to search for larger emotional storylines capable of pulling public attention back toward their brand. What makes the entire debate even more controversial is the comparison to the original 2018 royal wedding. Critics point out that Harry and Meghan's Windsor ceremony was already one of the most globally celebrated and heavily produced weddings in modern royal history. The event took place at St. George's Chapel inside Windsor Castle, with enormous institutional support and worldwide media coverage. Reports at the time estimated total wedding costs at roughly £32 million, with security expenses making up the overwhelming majority of that figure. The global audience reportedly reached billions of viewers, turning the ceremony into a massive international television event. The Sussex household received historic royal settings, worldwide attention, and broadcasting power that very few public figures could ever realistically access. Because of that, critics argue it becomes difficult to convince many viewers, especially in Britain, that the original wedding was somehow denied the grandeur, support, or public attention the couple wanted. For audiences who watched the event unfold in real time, the scale of the celebration is still very fresh in memory. That is why commentators say any future vow renewal narrative would likely be aimed more toward international and American audiences rather than the British public. The argument is that overseas viewers may be less emotionally connected to the details of the original wedding and therefore more open to a reframed version of the story. The broader takeaway from the broadcast is that every new Sussex media project is now being analyzed through two lenses at once: public emotion on the surface and commercial strategy underneath. And according to these commentators, that tension is becoming harder and harder to separate. The Nicole Avant media situation became another example. Commentators used to argue that the Sussex household now spends huge amounts of energy reacting to negative headlines instead of controlling the bigger narrative. According to the discussion, after Daily Mail reporter Alison Boshoff published claims suggesting Nicole Avant had distanced herself from Harry and Meghan. A quick counterstory reportedly appeared through journalist Dominique Hines. That follow-up article painted Avant as one of Meghan's close supporters, mentors, and powerful allies within elite social circles. Critics argue the speed and tone of the response revealed a larger pattern. Instead of allowing unfavorable reports to fade naturally, the Sussex household is accused of immediately pushing back through friendly media contacts whenever damaging narratives begin circulating online or in the press. The broadcast claimed this creates a constant defensive cycle. Every negative article sparks another response piece, clarification, briefing, or image management effort. Over time, critics say this approach weakens the ability to drive a bigger long-term agenda because too much energy gets spent fighting individual headlines one by one. According to P. Diner's framework, this is where the contrast with Catherine, Princess of Wales, becomes especially noticeable. Catherine rarely responds directly to criticism or online speculation. Instead, her public schedule and institutional work reportedly continue without major adjustment, regardless of whatever commentary dominates social media or tabloid headlines. Supporters of that approach argue it projects stability and confidence because the agenda appears independent from the daily news cycle. The work continues, the messaging stays controlled, and there is little visible reaction to every controversy happening around her. The broadcast then shifted back toward Meghan's reputation inside Hollywood and television circles. According to P. Diner's analysis, many industry professionals now reportedly view Meghan as a difficult public figure to manage during appearances, interviews, and promotional events. The commentary claimed that production teams behind talk shows and industry functions have privately struggled with the level of attention, accommodation, and control expected during certain engagements. Critics argue the core issue comes down to perception and expectations. According to this interpretation, Meghan enters many professional spaces expecting treatment that matches a very high personal sense of status and importance. But the entertainment industry may no longer view her with the same level of excitement or influence it once did during the peak of the Sussex media frenzy.
Oh, it's just so tragic and sad. But, Harry's going to one that's going to, like I said, pay the price for it at the end of the day. But they do need to continue to rise above it, the monarchy, and just try to continue making the people their focus. Because Meghan is going to always try to find something to do.
That gap between expectation and industry reception is what commentators believe creates tension behind the scenes. The argument is not necessarily political. Instead, critics frame it as an operational issue involving production editorial shifts. The external support system around the couple may be shrinking at the same time. The broadcast argued that this combination creates a much tougher environment moving forward. Less industry enthusiasm, plus reduced institutional media protection, could make it harder for Harry and Meghan to maintain the same level of cultural influence they once held in America. Still, commentators pointed out that alternative media channels remain available. Platforms like Substack, podcasts, YouTube, and independent digital publishing continue growing fast, and many public figures are now bypassing traditional television networks entirely to speak directly to audiences. According to the discussion, the real question is whether the Sussex household can successfully adapt to that new media landscape, or whether the challenges surrounding their mainstream industry relationships will continue following them into independent platforms as well. The final argument from the broadcast is that switching platforms alone will not magically solve the Sussex household's bigger problems.
But she can't do it. And that's why she comes off so poorly, because she can't make fun of herself. She takes herself way too seriously, I think. And this is why she's always so upset about what people say and joke about her. This is Hollywood. This is comedy. You need to try to lighten.
Commentators pointed out that independent platforms like Substack still require many of the exact same skills needed to survive in mainstream television and entertainment media. Success on those platforms depends on consistency, audience trust, emotional control under criticism, and the ability to keep people engaged over long periods without relying on giant institutions to protect your image. Creators have to face public reactions directly, deal with criticism in real time, and continue producing content without constant defensive battles. Critics argue that Harry and Meghan have struggled with several of those pressures, even while operating inside major media systems backed by powerful networks, celebrity allies, and streaming platforms. Because of that, some analysts believe moving into alternative media spaces may not automatically produce better outcomes. According to this reading, the issue is no longer just about access to television channels or media partnerships. The deeper challenge may involve strategy, public perception, and how the Sussex brand responds under pressure when public opinion shifts against them. That is why commentators say all the recent developments connect together into one much larger picture. The CBS leadership shakeup, Meghan's NBC boycott, the Catherine comparisons, the fashion debates, the rumored vow renewal discussions, the Nicole Avant response cycle, and Hollywood's reportedly cooling attitude toward Meghan are all being viewed as parts of the same broader trend. The argument is that the Sussex household is now operating in a shrinking environment on multiple fronts at once. Media support appears weaker, industry enthusiasm appears lower, commercial momentum appears less stable.
Problem she's got too, P. Dinah, is if you look at the American broadcasting landscape, in the past, her major ally has been the CBS network. Now, that is the network which broadcast her Oprah Winfrey interview. It is also the network where Gayle King, her friend and someone who is still considered to be part of her circle, broadcasts on CBS mornings and is quite a major force at the network.
And public patience in certain audience groups appears to be fading faster than before. Meanwhile, Catherine, Princess of Wales, is being framed by supporters as moving in the exact opposite direction. Her public approval remains strong, her institutional role continues growing, and her long-term positioning inside the monarchy appears more stable following the public response to her cancer announcement and later royal engagements. According to these commentators, audiences are increasingly comparing both approaches side by side and forming long-term conclusions about discipline, public behavior, consistency, and leadership style. The broadcast closed with a stark prediction. The pressure surrounding the Sussex household may continue intensifying over the next several years if current trends remain unchanged. Critics believe media opportunities could become more limited, commercial options may continue narrowing, and public scrutiny will likely grow stronger as the documentary record around the couple expands over time. At the same time, Catherine's public image is being described as increasingly reinforced by stability, restraint, and institutional continuity qualities royal supporters argue are becoming more important than ever in the next chapter of the monarchy. And with that, the debate around Harry, Meghan, and the future of the royal media battle is clearly far from over. If you enjoyed this breakdown, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, share this with others following the royal drama, and drop your thoughts in the comments below.
Well, it is all over for the grifters of Oz. So long, farewell, Meghan, or just call me Meg, as she apparently likes to go by, and her spare handbag, Harry, have finally left Australia after a whirlwind circus.
It's absolutely empty, the background, devoid of people, and they have these shots that is the back of this guy for several seconds. Why? Because they have nothing.
I spent all my life investing in women. Can I finally invest in me?
Oh, you bitch! Oh, God!
Is that not the worst thing she has ever said?
Oh, God! She must not ever read the paper or go online. Video comparison between 2018 and 2026. And here you can see the big difference between the two. You have actual crowds, you had actual expectation, people. There was a lot of energy back then that is undeniable compared to what is this?
47 people actually said yes out loud. Just 47, not 4,000, not even 447. out of the entire country of Australia.
Charlotte Griffiths, Miss G-string, Prince Harry's little bit on the side, all of a sudden is starting to drop truth bombs. Do you think it is because we've now all read the messages and we do have the proof?
Only 47 people thought dropping $3,000 for a weekend with the Duchess of Sussex made sense. And even that number feels a little generous. Because when those photos slipped out, and they always do, the scene told a different story.
Even so, it's Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex. How could Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex, drive this small a crowd?
Harry's face is like, wait, hang on, where? Where is everyone gone? Why am I not loved? Meghan probably thought the same. This has got to be the scam of the century. Attendees fooled into paying big bucks for a weekend with Meghan. I'd be calling for a refund.
That's why we're going to have the restraining order. We don't want you and your constant dramas and your constant messy revenge moves anywhere near our British royal family.
Tables sitting untouched in the back, glasses still flipped upside down, napkins folded like a restaurant waiting for guests who never showed up. This was hyped up as the big comeback, the moment Harry and Meghan would step back into the spotlight and remind everyone why they matter. But instead of cheers or even backlash, Australia delivered something way colder. Pure silence. Now rewind to where it really fell apart, the Her Best Life retreat. Yes, that was the actual name.
Yeah, you see nobody in there. Nobody's there for the oracles. There are a few really cringe moments.
Markle's buying into this one-off where they immediately made anything she wore anywhere available to purchase as soon as she appeared. She's invested in it, and she's posting all her outfits.
Grifting is one thing, but carrying out a faux royal visit to a children's hospital while flogging your outfits online appears to have crossed a line.
Set at the Intercontinental Coogee Beach in Sydney, 5-star luxury, ocean views, all the glam you could imagine. Prices kicked off at $2,699, and the top package climbed past $3,200. What were people promised? An intimate, immersive, life-changing weekend with Meghan, Duchess of Sussex. A chance to connect, feel inspired, and walk away transformed. For $3,000. But what did they really get? Meghan showed up at 5 p.m, sat down for a Q&A on stage, and just 2 hours later she was gone.
A little bit of footage from Her Best Life retreat. Grog suggests there are about 60 people in this clip. Certainly not near 300. Looks like the event was quite a bust. No wonder Meghan didn't want to take a round. Yeah, I guess she saw the crowd. And it was 2 minutes in, and she already wanted to leave. These are some shots of the crowds having, a good time. Meghan had already left. But that's it. That was... How many people are in there? Some tables have only 3 people at them and some have 4. This was a massive, massive fail.
Do that just to act like they're important, like they're the president or something. They're nobody!
Well, I mean, the good thing is the security line wouldn't have taken long because it's probably like
47 people. Yeah.
Slipping into a Range Rover headed to a rugby match with Harry. 2 hours. That's it. She stayed just 2 hours at a weekend retreat. People paid thousands to attend. And during that short time... No photos allowed, no filming at all. Security checking bags at the door. It was airport level strict. And if you wanted a group photo with Meghan, that would cost you an extra $500 on top of the $3,000 you already paid.
Their problem. They have a huge problem that they are basically not drawing any crowds. They are not pulling any people for their events. They are overpricing their event.
Markle spends 2 hours with these women. Oh, there's the Moe ready to go. 2 hours. And bear in mind they paid 3,200 Australian dollars for a chance to spend time with her. 2 hours.
Now really think about that for a second. You've dropped $3,000, booked a flight to Sydney, checked into a fancy hotel, picked out your outfit, built up all that excitement, and then the person you came to see walks in, sits down and spends about 90 minutes talking about how difficult her life has been. Then, right there in front of you, after you've handed over $3,000, she says,
Meghan Con, or what were they calling it? Meg Stock, where people had to go.
The Ultimate Girls Weekend.
But she was there for what, 2 hours? I think.
Not even. She was late,
even?
by the way.
Of course.
Lots of security. Security at table 1 and table 8 were pretty much security.
Because Prince Harry and Meghan are said to have made a whopping $10 million from this trip, would you believe? According to expert Ted Jenkin, this is extraordinary, Meghan and Harry could make more money from audience, aggregation, premium access, brand leverage. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex could earn $2 million from speaking engagements and appearances, $3.5 million from sponsorships and brand deals, and $4.5 million from media and content value.
I've spent my whole life investing in women. Can I finally invest in me and men? And just like that, she's gone. Gone before the main course even hits the table. She literally leaves to go watch rugby. And afterward, the organisers step in trying to smooth it over, saying, "Oh, this was always the plan. Meghan was only ever scheduled for the Q&A. She had a great time." Right. Sure. Try telling that to the women sitting at those untouched tables in the back.
And then Markle spoke for 1 hour, answering Gemma's questions. And it was all, I'm a victim, poor me, oh my God, I'm taking $3,000 from each of you, I'm a victim, the most trolled person. Harry gave the same speech, basically. I'm a victim, life's so hard.
And at the event, Meghan told the women, quote, "I've spent all of my life investing in women. Can I finally invest in me?" What investments is she talking about? The Netflix series, because that failed. The, was it a polo documentary? I think it was. There was a Girl Scouts one, I think, too. Then there was that Christmas special and the podcast, all of which have been failed ventures. I mean, everything that these two have touched have been a disaster.
Tell that to the people now asking for refunds, because out of 300 available seats, only 80 tickets were sold, and a big chunk of those went to journalists. That leaves just 47 actual paying guests showing up. And the reaction? One Australian newspaper nailed it with a headline that says it all. The crowd went mild. Not loud, not wild, mild. That wasn't a joke. That was a real headline written by a professional journalist. And honestly, it might be one of the sharpest lines written all year. But here's where it gets even more uncomfortable. The retreat wasn't even the worst part of the trip.
Crowds for them at the Sydney Opera House. And if you look closely, they clearly expected crowds because you could see there the barricades were up. There were like fences up, waiting in anticipation. And there was nobody.
Headline, I don't know which paper it was. One of the big Australia papers' headline was, "And the crowd went mild." The Sydney paper
brilliant.
Had a headline about the gruesome twosome turn Australia into their own ATM.
Yeah.
Inside a hotel, you can hide empty seats, shift camera angles, keep things looking polished. Out on the streets of Sydney, there's no hiding anything. Harry and Meghan showed up expecting what exactly? A repeat of 2018, when massive crowds lined the sidewalks and filled every corner just to catch a glimpse. Back when people were actually excited to see them, when the energy was real and crowds showed up without being asked. That's what was expected. But what showed up this time?
These are the worst takes. There's the worst one, the worst offenders. You see the barriers, you see all the empty space, you see the 30 or 40 people there in the background, that's it. And you see Harry and Meghan walk in, and who is around them? There's just nobody.
And it's a far cry from the tens of thousands who lined up and camped out, as you can see there, 8 years ago when they last came. I mean, look at the crowds then, the signs, the Aussie flags. They loved them. They love them. Oh, and that was the same trip, by the way, that they called the catalyst for leaving the royal family. Well, look at that. Compare the pair. Oh, and that was also the same trip, by the way, where Meghan reportedly said, "Oh, gee, I can't believe I'm not being paid for this." Seriously.
Crowd control without the crowd. Barriers lined both sides of the street. Clean, brand new, perfectly set up like they were preparing for a massive turnout. Except no one came. Those barriers stretched down the road for nothing, while maybe 50 people casually walked past, most of them heading somewhere else entirely. And you know those barriers didn't just appear. Someone signed off on that plan. Someone sat in a meeting and confidently said, yes, we'll need full crowd control here. And then reality hit hard. The camera crews tried to work magic though. Tight shots, low angles, filming the same guy from behind again and again. It meant something.
They had these barriers, like they were expecting, I don't know, hundreds of people to flood the streets of Sydney and be excited about, oh, you know, there's going to be the sausages in there. But no, nothing of the sort. No, this is terrible optics. And I mean, Meghan should be really pissed off at this. Look at that. All the shots with the same guy.
Because if you keep the frame tight, you don't have to show the long stretch of empty pavement sitting right behind him. But people caught on fast. They paused the clips, grabbed screenshots, shared everything, and within hours the real story was out. Even the Opera House moment people pointed to as proof. That crowd wasn't there for Harry and Meghan. Those were parents lining up with their kids for free school holiday events. They were there for a puppet show. And honestly, at that point, who could blame them? Now this next part shifts the tone because it's not funny and it didn't sit right with a lot of people watching it unfold.
And you have this extreme, framed camera angles of how many people we're talking about here, like 40 people as well. And they're really trying to make this seem in some shots that people were caring about them when they actually didn't. Perfect blueprint to completely fade into obscurity because this is what our eyes are seeing. You cannot make this up. This is not AI. This is the harsh reality.
These phonies could go up and feign like they care so much about these kids. What?
Well, she's done
BS?
that. She's done that multiple times. I mean, the first big time was Uvalde, right? When all those kids were killed down in Texas, and she showed up with a camera crew to, I guess, stare at.
To give away
bosses.
donuts or something. It was like, but they film it, of course. If they didn't film it, it doesn't count, and they wouldn't do it.
At the Royal Children's Hospital in Melbourne, the visit was presented as a heartfelt tribute to Princess Diana's legacy, connecting with children going through serious illness. And there was a moment that sounded genuinely kind. A 12-year-old girl named Novi said Harry told her to stay brave, and it lifted her spirits. That part matters. But then reports started coming out that raised real concern. Claims that seriously ill children, including those going through intensive treatment, were brought into a common area to be present during the visit, reportedly without masks.
Except when you go to Children's Hospital and you're talking to
props.
Yeah, you're using these children with cancer who've lost their hair as props so you can sell your latest outfit. That's disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm disgusted with the hospital. Just the way the hospital lined them up in the atrium, because remember, let's make this quick.
Yeah.
She had to be in there quick. So probably her people were pushing them no, they can't go from room to room to room. That takes too long. Get these fucking sick kids and get them together in the atrium so they don't have to walk in and they can walk in and walk out. And get the sickest fucking kids you've got in here. And I want some bald kids. If not, shave their heads.
That detail is what left many parents, healthcare workers and observers questioning how the situation was handled. Surrounded by people who had just flown in from overseas and spent days shaking hands all across the country, doctors will tell you straight, when a child is going through chemotherapy, even a minor infection isn't just uncomfortable, it can turn serious fast. These aren't kids dealing with a simple cold. These are children in critical conditions fighting through intense treatment. And yet, someone thought it made sense to bring them into a busy public space during a high-profile visit. And then, this is the part that really got people talking.
Oh, and Meghan was on this fake tour as well, wearing designer clothes, which she put on a platform. It's an AI platform, which she's an investor in, so that people can buy what she was wearing. And she wore this $1,200 dress. This was to a visit at a hospital in Melbourne. And then she later wore that same dress to a homelessness shelter for women and popped it up on her platform, $1,200 dress. And no doubt getting kickbacks from that. She's literally profiting off events which should have been low-key engagements for her to go out and do some charity work.
Within minutes of leaving that hospital, the outfit Meghan was wearing reportedly appeared online for purchase on her fashion website. That sequence didn't go unnoticed. One commentator summed up the frustration, saying, if they didn't film it, it doesn't count. And if they did film it, make sure the checkout button is ready. That line spread quickly because it captured how the situation felt to many watching. The reaction across Australia was strong. Formal complaints were reportedly submitted, and people started calling for answers because moments like that make people stop and question what they're really seeing. Then came Bondi Beach. Harry and Meghan visited to meet survivors and first responders connected to the December 2025 attack during a Hanukkah event, an incident that deeply affected the community and left lasting grief.
Like $50,000 worth of jewelry at this homeless shelter for women.
Where can I buy it?
I can show you on one off. No, this is psychotic. I mean, this is crazy. I can't believe this is the schemingest, weaseliest move I've ever seen her make.
See that? She did it again this week, which she, they had that Bondi terror attack. The
She went to Bondi Beach. They put that outfit up. This is where 15 people were murdered on Hanukkah.
I mean, you don't want the look.
You
don't want the look of somebody honoring.
I know.
What is that?
Did anyone order a hero?
Showing up to acknowledge something like that matters. But again, attention shifted when people noticed that the outfit worn at the memorial site was also promoted online shortly after. People pay attention to timing. And when moments feel mixed with promotion, it leaves an impression that sticks. But the moment that really exploded online wasn't about clothing at all. It was about a woman on the sand, as Harry, Meghan and their large group moved along Bondi Beach, which, by the way, looked pretty quiet that day. There was a woman lying on the sand, sunbathing, just minding her own business and enjoying a public space.
Can't believe she did that. And I can't believe they gathered first responders and survivors for Meghan Markle and Harry to go there and sell her outfits. That is so gross.
Yeah.
What is wrong? First of all, what's wrong with her?
Look at how unbothered Aussies are by these two. Oh, no one's moving. Look. Nothing. I mean, no one is moving. That woman on the sand, please somebody find her and give her a medal. That is quintessentially Aussie. We love the sunshine. We love the beach. We ain't moving for nobody, especially these two non-royals. And, they're here to make money.
And the big question people started asking was simple. Did the entourage just walk around her? There was open beach in every direction, hundreds of meters of it, plenty of space to walk around without coming close to anyone. But instead, they walked straight past her, right around her feet, near her head, like she wasn't even there. And this woman, honestly iconic, didn't move at all. Didn't flinch, didn't look up, didn't react. Not even a glance. She just stayed exactly where she was, completely unbothered. She ended up becoming the accidental symbol of the whole trip. Because in that one moment, she reflected what a lot of people felt all week. No reaction, no interest, just carrying on. And then...
And this lady couldn't give a single F about Meghan and Harry. 0 F's given. Not one F given. No, that was brutal. All of this. Meghan was trying to do the Catherine shot. What is the Catherine shot? As you know, Catherine with children. The children, that they gravitate towards Catherine. And Meghan wants to do the same.
There was the little girl with the drawing. This clip blew up, millions of views in under 24 hours. You watch it once, and it clicks immediately why people couldn't stop sharing it. Meghan is on the beach, moving through the moment, making appearances, being seen. Nearby, there's a young girl sitting quietly, focused on her sketchbook. Meghan leans in, and the girl looks up. Then, calmly and without hesitation, she pulls the sketchbook back, closes it, and holds it close to her chest, out of reach. No noise, no scene, no overreaction. Just a quiet, clear choice.
Girl, put the book away from Meghan. No, you're not gonna touch my book. You're not gonna touch my drawings. Get away, you witch. Yeah, I'm not saying that the girl said that, of course. I'm just making things up. Meghan, you're not made for this. I'm telling you, not as a friend. You know that I'm not your friend, but I'm telling you, as an advisor, as PR, do not get your videos around children. This is going to happen. Maybe the girl was so sweet, but at the same time, she didn't like the bad juju of the Duchess of Sussex.
A small moment, but it said a lot to the people watching, like, "No, this is mine." The reaction online was intense. Comments everywhere, people reading into it, analysing every second. Some said, "Children know. They always know." Others saw it as something simple and personal. And sure, maybe the girl just didn't want to share her drawing. That's completely fair. But the fact that millions of people watched that clip and felt something bigger behind it, that's what made it stand out. When a moment like that turns into a talking point across the internet, it says something about how the public is viewing things right now. Now here's a number that really puts everything side by side.
For 10 years, I've been bullied and attacked, and I was the most trolled person in the entire world. Man or woman. I'm still here.
She claimed that she was the most trolled person in the world, says the woman who's made a career out of trolling the royal family, who reportedly claimed the monarchy was racist and who allegedly bullied her own staff. And let's not forget Harry is also being sued for defamation by the charity he co-founded following allegations of bullying there too. Her and Harry are the ultimate victims. They will screw anyone over to make money. Us. This guy has been handed everything and more in his life. He has lived a very, very privileged life with no money issues, and yet he talks about it like he's lived the hardest life of anyone. And let's not forget, Prince William lost his mother too, and he hasn't gone around and demanded sympathy left, right and centre.
Same weekend, same country, around the same time, Pamela Anderson held a public event. About 2,000 people showed up. Tickets, around $85. Now compare that. Pamela Anderson, $85 tickets, 2,000 attendees. Meghan Markle, $3,000 tickets, 47 people. That's roughly a 40-to-1 difference in turnout at less than 3% of the price. Those numbers speak loudly all on their own. I'll just leave that there for a second. Let it sit. Because what this trip really showed goes way beyond empty seats, leaked photos, or that moment on the beach. For years now, Harry and Meghan seem to have been working off one big misunderstanding. That attention means support. That headlines mean loyalty. That controversy keeps everything alive.
I couldn't get her therapy, remember?
Yeah.
Because they didn't have an HR department?
Exactly, yeah.
So there was no way to get a therapist.
Nope.
There was no, and he knows Elton John, who will buy his carbon, he will erase his carbon footprint, but Elton John won't help him find a therapist.
I mean, at that time, he also knew the king or the queen at that time.
The firm denied it.
So apparently they could only find one therapist, and Harry's like, I need it more than you. So, yeah.
Sorority girl, actress, influencer, victim.
But that's not how it works. People tune in the way they slow down to look at something shocking, curious, maybe even confused. Not always, because they feel connected. And that kind of attention, it doesn't last forever. In Australia this week, it looked like that energy had faded. They stepped away from royal life, saying they wanted privacy and independence. Yet there were crowd control setups on quiet streets. They spoke about wanting a more normal path. Yet events came with high price tags for short appearances. They've also spoken about supporting important causes.
She's so clueless.
No, she does, because she's, the big takeaways that she's
the most trolled person in the world.
Which, no, then
Well,
stop.
she also trolled her husband's family.
Yeah, and her
6
dad.
episode series for millions and millions of dollars.
In my opinion, should be kept well away from the children and from William and Catherine. He has proved not to just betray his brother, to hurt his brother. To me, I think he's proved that he's almost unstable with his hatred.
But when timing around public moments and promotions overlaps, people notice and they start asking questions. At some point, when actions and messaging don't line up cleanly, it becomes harder for people to overlook. And this time, nothing seemed to slip past unnoticed. Meanwhile, back in the UK, a completely different conversation has been building, one that carries a lot more weight than anything tied to a single event. People close to royal circles, speaking publicly and on record, have described the relationship between Prince William and Prince Harry as deeply strained. Not just distant, not temporary, seriously fractured.
Prince William is done with him. he is done with him. I don't think there's any coming back. When you think about how Prince William has always been, he's always had a tight circle of friends, and it's always been a known thing with Prince William. If you betray him, you're out. That's it. It's done.
Is William at the stage now where you could say that he genuinely, and I don't know whether this is too strong a word, but hates his brother?
I don't think it's too strong a word.
Some reports even use strong language, suggesting there's no clear path to reconciliation right now, and discussions have started to surface about future royal events, major ones, where Harry's role or presence is now being openly questioned. If that direction holds, it could mean missing out on historic family moments that once would have been unthinkable. That shift says a lot about where things stand today. Think about that for a second.
Prince William has absolutely no intention of his younger brother being at that event. And that would be a seismic moment, Tash, because that would be saying, it's done, it's over, forever. Restraining order will be absolutely necessary. His security and his police protection will be told, that man stays away from my family and my children.
He's proved that he's almost unstable with his hatred and this blame. He seems to have focused. Prince William is the cause of everything. And it's turned into something that I wouldn't blame Prince William if when his father's gone, he actually gets a full restraining order against Harry.
Two brothers who once walked side by side behind their mother's coffin, who stood together again at their grandmother's funeral. And now there are reports suggesting things have become so strained that distance between their families is being seriously discussed. That's no longer just a disagreement. That's something deeper, something that doesn't fade quickly. And then you look back at everything else, after the Netflix deals, after the Oprah interview, after the book, the documentaries, years of constant headlines and global attention. After all of that, 47 people.
I'm going to zoom in because Meghan blinking is out of control, and even with the low quality of the video, you can see it for yourself. Here it goes. Look at Meghan blinking, the crazy blinking. She is really upset.
47 people in a half-empty hotel ballroom, glasses untouched at the back tables, a woman on the beach who didn't even look up, a little girl who quietly held onto her drawing, and a brother who, according to reports, may have reached his limit. Australia didn't need protests, loud backlash, or dramatic scenes. There were no banners, no shouting crowds, no big public pushback. They just didn't show up. And that silence, that calm, uninterested, unimpressed silence, hit harder than anything else.
William will not have Harry at the coronation. And actually, finally, an acknowledgement, and I know you feel a bit queasy about this, Tash, and I do understand there is a big debate about it, but finally, an acknowledgement from the mainstream media too, that at some point we are going to have to deal with this because Charles's health is really not good.
Because criticism can be debated, headlines can be spun, negative press can be brushed off.
That's why we're gonna have the restraining order. We don't want you and your constant dramas and your constant messy revenge moves anywhere near our British royal family.
But an empty room, that speaks for itself every single time. If this video hit different for you, don't just scroll past. Hit like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs to see this. And drop a comment below. What moment from this Australia trip stood out the most to you? I'm reading through all of them.
The money's running out and she's looking for the next thing. She's looking for the next advice. And it depends who this astrologer is. If she finds somebody as manipulative as her, if she finds somebody as unscrupulous as her, the advice could be to leave him. The advice could be your star signs tell you it's time to move on. Meghan's career and potentially her relationship is on death row. She now...
Meghan Markle is reportedly refusing to lock in business meetings unless her astrologer says the timing is right, and people connected to her projects are now speaking out about how chaotic that has become. Veteran entertainment reporter Rob Shooter, who runs the Naughty But Nice Substack, claims this is becoming a real issue behind the scenes. According to Shooter, one business contact tried setting up a Zoom call with Meghan, only to get turned down because the energy was wrong and the chart supposedly wasn't aligned.
Will never last. She'll fall out with these astrologers. That'll be ghosted. She'll be on to the next, probably Scientology next.
Harry jumping into astrology too, maybe to keep her happy. He's clearly not happy, but he's also too a very weak.
The source said the meeting had to be pushed back because the stars didn't support it at that moment. That person described it as the actual reality of trying to do business with the Sussex camp right now. The bigger story here is that Meghan's business choices are allegedly being filtered through astrology before anything moves forward. Meetings, deals, and partnerships are reportedly being delayed or approved based on advice from spiritual advisors and chart readings. This became a major talking point during Dan Wootton's recent broadcast with Shooter, where they broke down what sources in California have supposedly been saying for months. And this isn't just casual horoscope scrolling before breakfast. Reports claim Meghan has become deeply focused on star charts, energy readings, and spiritual guidance before making both personal and professional decisions. Insiders say she now connects several recent setbacks, including problems surrounding the Netflix partnership, to bad cosmic timing and spiritual imbalance instead of standard business problems.
Are so troubled that Meghan Markle has now become totally obsessed with astrology because she is trying to do everything possible to save her career, to save her marriage.
She has also reportedly described the years between 2019 and April 2026 as the hardest stretch of her life. According to the claims, her astrologer told her that difficult chapter had finally ended. Fans started noticing the same messaging when Meghan posted an astrology-themed message on Instagram in late April aimed at Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, and Aquarius signs. The post claimed that April 25th marked the end of the toughest 7-year cycle for those zodiac signs, which many now see as a public hint at the private guidance she had already been receiving. Shooter compared the situation to what American culture calls doctor shopping, where someone keeps searching for professionals until they hear the answer they want. He argues Meghan's reported pattern with astrologers and spiritual advisors follows a similar lane, with different voices being consulted until one gives the reassurance or direction she's looking for.
No longer casual for Meghan, one insider tells Naughty But Nice. She checks timing, signs, and energies before almost anything important. Astrology has become part of how she operates.
Meghan reportedly has access to some of the most respected astrologers and spiritual experts money can buy, but according to Rob Shooter's sources, that's not the direction she chose to go. Instead, he claims she found an astrologer who tells her exactly what she already believes and wants to hear. Shooter's view is that the real purpose of the relationship isn't deep spiritual guidance or serious astrology. He argues it works more like reassurance. According to his reporting, the advice allegedly gives Meghan a way to blame outside forces, bad energy, timing, cosmic cycles, instead of looking at whether her own business choices may have played a role in recent setbacks. The Princess Diana angle is where things reportedly get even more complicated inside the Sussex marriage. Diana was famously interested in astrologers, psychics, and spiritual advisors during difficult periods in her life. Dan Wootton pointed to information connected to Simone Simmons, who was known as one of Diana's close spiritual confidants, saying Diana genuinely believed in those practices and relied heavily on the guidance she received.
In other words, it's not just that she's a total talentless bitch, it's in the stars.
That's why Shooter believes Meghan's reported interest in astrology carries extra emotional weight with Prince Harry. In his analysis, Diana's belief system was personal and sincere, while Meghan's use of astrology appears more strategic. He claims the connection to Diana creates an emotional bridge that makes the advice harder for Harry to question or push back against. The concern raised by Shooter is that if the astrologer is simply reinforcing Meghan's existing opinions, things could spiral into bigger personal decisions being framed as destiny instead of choice. He argues that if every issue becomes tied to cosmic signs and spiritual alignment, even major relationship decisions could start being viewed through that lens. In that kind of setup, the narrative can quickly shift from "the stars brought us together" to "the universe is telling us it's time to move on." That's the scenario Shooter says worries people who were once close to Diana and remember how strongly she leaned on spiritual guidance during emotional moments.
Princess Diana famously turned to astrologers, psychics, and spiritual advisors during periods of uncertainty, and insiders say Meghan is now following a strikingly similar path. At this point, astrology is not a hobby, says one source. It's part of how she runs her life.
Dan Wooten also brought up commentary linked to Lady Colin Campbell's long-running opinions about Meghan and Harry's relationship. According to that viewpoint, Meghan would only make a dramatic personal move if there were already a stronger financial or social opportunity waiting on the other side. The astrology angle may reportedly be setting the stage for major changes, but according to Rob Shooter's analysis, it doesn't mean dramatic action is actually about to happen. He argues the financial reality surrounding the Sussex household still matters too much. In his view, no major personal split or business shake-up would realistically happen unless there was already another strong financial setup ready to replace the current one. That's why Shooter believes the astrology narrative works more like preparation than action. It creates a storyline where future decisions can be explained as destiny, timing, or the universe instead of direct personal choice. In his reporting, that framing helps soften accountability while keeping options open behind the scenes. Shooter also argues this situation developed because, in his opinion, Meghan has run out of people to blame for recent struggles. First, critics pointed to the royal family fallout after the Oprah interview.
What she does, I think a lot of it is just to try and trick Prince Harry and keep Prince Harry on board with this failing,
where many of the couple's frustrations were publicly linked to palace life and treatment inside the institution. After that, attention reportedly shifted toward palace staff and senior royal figures. Names connected to tensions behind the scenes, including Angela Kelly and Princess Catherine, became part of public speculation and media briefings during the years following Megxit. Then came the stories involving Sussex staff members. Reports about the so-called Sussex Survivors Club and the widely discussed Jason Knopf emails added even more controversy to the picture. Those stories fueled ongoing debates about how employees inside the Sussex operation were treated during difficult periods behind closed doors. More recently, Netflix executives reportedly became the latest targets of frustration. Reporting discussed by Alison Boshoff in the Daily Mail claimed that sources tied to the Sussex Circle were blaming certain Netflix figures for scaled-back projects and reduced business momentum. According to Shooter's overall argument, every previous scapegoat has now been worn out in the public eye. Critics looking at the full pattern have increasingly started asking whether the only constant factor across all these disputes is Meghan herself. That's where the astrology narrative allegedly becomes useful.
Take it at face value, at least initially, that she now is looking for something else. And we see this a lot, particularly with celebrities. When things are not going well, a lot of celebrities find Scientology, they find God, they find a muse. And so this is not that unusual. And what it really is about is celebrities, famous people often don't want to accept any responsibility. If they're freer, if they're...
Concepts like bad energy, wrong timing, or misaligned charts are much harder to challenge because they can't really be fact-checked in the same way accusations against real people can. Shooter believes that makes the spiritual framing harder to confront publicly. He even used a dramatic comparison to describe the situation, though he presented it carefully because of how strong the image is. Shooter compared it to the psychological pattern, where people facing major personal setbacks or defining moments turn toward belief systems that help them emotionally reframe what's happening. In his view, the astrology focus may be serving a similar role as pressure surrounding Meghan's business reputation continues to build. According to Rob Shooter's interpretation, the astrology narrative reportedly changes the meaning of what's happening around Meghan rather than changing the outcome itself. In this framing, career struggles or stalled projects are no longer seen as personal failures. Instead, they become part of a bigger cosmic storyline where events are supposedly guided by fate, timing, and spiritual cycles. Shooter compared this to situations where public figures turn toward belief systems during periods of pressure or uncertainty. He stressed the comparison carefully, but argued the pattern is recognizable in celebrity culture. In his view, the belief system helps repackage setbacks into something emotionally easier to process and explain. He pointed to examples like Tom Cruise and John Travolta becoming heavily connected to Scientology during major periods of fame and public scrutiny. Shooter's argument is that influential figures sometimes lean into spiritual or ideological systems when they feel their careers, reputations, or personal lives are becoming unstable. Those systems can provide reassurance, loyal support circles, and a language that frames the celebrity as misunderstood or unfairly treated. Shooter also referenced Katie Holmes during her marriage to Tom Cruise, saying there were long-running public discussions about whether she was trying to find emotional fulfillment and structure through Scientology that she wasn't fully getting elsewhere in her life. He believes Meghan's reported focus on astrology follows a similar emotional pattern. In his analysis, the astrologer is no longer just giving predictions or advice. The astrologer allegedly fills a deeper role by providing validation, certainty, and emotional reinforcement during a period where Meghan's professional circle has reportedly become smaller and more isolated.
Health, or their talent, or their lack of work ethic, they can blame somebody else. And I think that's partly what's going on here with Meghan, but I do think too, and we get to it eventually in the story, forgive me for teasing, but ultimately this is about Princess Diana. The big difference, Dan, you got it right, is Diana fundamentally believes.
That isolation is what Shooter says makes the situation more serious behind closed doors. According to his sources, there are very few people left around Meghan who are willing to openly challenge her decisions or push back during major conversations. He argues that healthy businesses usually depend on debate, disagreement, and tough discussions before important choices get made. Shooter compared that to organizations where anyone who disagrees eventually leaves the room completely. In his view, the Sussex operation now reportedly works more like the second type of environment, where opposing voices gradually disappear instead of being part of the process. Because of that, Shooter claims there's no strong internal counterbalance against whatever advice the astrologer gives. And when it comes to Prince Harry, Shooter's opinion is that Harry is emotionally tied too closely to the framework Meghan is using to seriously challenge it himself. That's why, according to this reporting, the astrology influence continues growing without much resistance inside the household. Shooter also linked this dynamic to previous reports about tense Netflix discussions and internal staff frustrations, arguing the same communication patterns have already been visible in other parts of the Sussex operation before. Reports from people connected to Sussex Netflix projects claim there were tense moments during business calls where Meghan would abruptly end conversations once frustrations started building. According to accounts discussed by Dan Wooten, some employees said video meetings occasionally ended with Meghan switching off the camera or leaving the call suddenly, later explaining that her children needed immediate attention. Wooten argued that this reflects the same overall behavior pattern now being linked to astrology, just with different language wrapped around it. Back then, the explanation was reportedly family responsibilities. Now, according to Rob Shooter's sourcing, the explanation has shifted toward bad energy, cosmic timing, or charts being out of alignment. The claim isn't really about astrology itself, but about how difficult conversations allegedly get shut down in ways that are hard for others to challenge. If someone questions a meeting ending because of parenting duties, they risk looking insensitive. If someone questions a delay tied to spiritual beliefs or energy readings, they risk looking dismissive of personal practices.
So in the British royal family, it was a conspiracy. It was Catherine. It was Angela Kelly. You know, they were all to blame. Then it was her own staff members. Then she goes to America. Oh no, it's the terrible people at Netflix. It's the terrible people at Spotify. Meghan Markle will always find anything she can not to have to look inward.
Critics argue that makes the situation difficult for business partners to push back against openly. Shooter says the wording may have changed, but the underlying behavior pattern appears consistent. In his view, uncomfortable interactions are being paused or avoided through explanations that immediately place the other side in an awkward position. He also stressed that experienced astrologers typically don't approach the practice this way at all. According to Shooter, a serious astrology practitioner would usually describe astrology as a tool for reflection, timing, and self-awareness, not as a replacement for handling responsibilities or showing up to professional obligations. An astrologer might suggest that certain days are better suited for negotiations, creative work, or personal decisions. But Shooter argues that most credible practitioners would not support repeatedly cancelling meetings or business commitments because the energy feels wrong. That's why he believes the current situation is less about astrology as a genuine discipline and more about using spiritual language to justify existing habits and reactions. In his interpretation, astrology has become part of a larger pattern where outside explanations are used to frame difficult professional situations. Wooten also predicted that the relationship with the current astrologer may eventually break down too. Shooter reportedly agreed with that assessment, arguing that this could follow the same cycle seen in previous professional relationships, where support systems remain useful only until they stop reinforcing the narrative Meghan wants to hear. Dan Wooten even floated Scientology as a possible future direction, pointing to the long history of celebrities attaching themselves to powerful belief systems during unstable moments in their careers. Rob Shooter agreed the pattern isn't unusual in Hollywood, where famous figures often turn toward ideological groups, spiritual movements, or self-help structures when public pressure starts building. But Wooten also made an important distinction when comparing Meghan's reported astrology focus to Princess Diana's long-time interest in spiritual guidance. According to people close to Diana, she genuinely believed in astrology, psychics, and intuitive readings. Diana saw those sessions as emotional support and personal insight, not as something that controlled every practical decision in her life.
Finding Jesus. That happens so much here in America, I think in Britain too. And I think it's fair to say this metaphor might be too aggressive, but I think it's fair to say Meghan's career and potentially her relationship is on death row. She now is at the end, and she's not a stupid person. She might be vain, she might be self-absorbed, but she isn't stupid. She has to know that to some degree, so she can't blame the usual suspects.
Even while relying on spiritual guidance, Diana still carried out royal duties, attended public events, handled responsibilities, and continued moving forward with daily obligations. The readings existed alongside her life, they didn't replace it. Shooter claims Meghan's reported approach now looks very different. In his analysis, astrology is allegedly becoming the deciding factor in whether meetings, projects, or important conversations happen at all. Business plans are reportedly delayed based on chart alignments, while personal choices are being tied more heavily to cosmic timing and spiritual readings. That distinction matters in Shooter's view because he argues a genuine believer usually integrates spiritual practices into an already functioning life. What concerns critics, according to him, is when the readings start becoming substitutes for difficult decisions instead of tools for reflection. The conversation then shifted into another reported issue involving Lauren Sanchez and the Bezos circle. Shooter claimed Meghan previously underestimated Sanchez privately, allegedly dismissing her as loud, thirsty, and painfully performative. But according to his reporting, that attitude may have backfired now that Meghan is searching for stronger business connections and new media opportunities. The Bezos network represents enormous commercial influence. Through Amazon, Prime Video, Whole Foods, The Washington Post, Blue Origin, and a massive entertainment ecosystem, the Bezos circle controls access to opportunities that many people in Hollywood want close ties to. With questions continuing around Netflix projects and fewer entertainment paths reportedly staying open, Wooten argued that platforms like Hulu and Amazon Prime Video may become critical targets for any future Sussex media deals. Hulu's Disney connection and Amazon's streaming power make both companies valuable players if Meghan and Harry want to keep building large-scale entertainment projects moving forward. Reports now claim Meghan is trying to reposition herself closer to Amazon Prime Video, but according to Rob Shooter, that would require repairing her relationship with Lauren Sanchez first. And apparently, that repair effort is already happening quietly behind the scenes. Shooter says the Sussex Circle has allegedly been sending handwritten notes, carefully selected gifts, homemade jam, and luxury items to Sanchez in an attempt to rebuild the connection. Some of those efforts were reportedly routed through Kris Jenner, who has ties to both Meghan and Sanchez, and is said to be acting as a social middle ground between the two camps.
Doctor shop. When you can't find a doctor, a legitimate doctor, to do what you want, like a Michael Jackson, you keep shopping until you find somebody who does. That's what Meghan has done, I'm told, in the world of astrology. She hasn't thought out the greatest astrologer. With her resources and her power, she could have the most amazing people do her charts, sit with her. She hasn't done that.
But Shooter's assessment of the situation is extremely skeptical. According to him, Lauren Sanchez spent years being dismissed in Hollywood while working as a television host and media personality, and she reportedly remembers very clearly who treated her with respect during that period and who looked down on her. Now that Sanchez is married to Jeff Bezos, the power dynamic has completely flipped. The same entertainment figures who once ignored her are suddenly trying to get close, and Shooter believes Sanchez has little reason to reward people who previously kept their distance. That's why he thinks the reconciliation effort may not work. And if it fails, Wooten argues it could shut down one of the Sussex's most valuable remaining business pathways. According to his analysis, Meghan's lifestyle brand, mockingly referred to by Lady Colin Campbell as "was never" instead of "as ever," could have massively benefited from Amazon's infrastructure and global reach. An Amazon connection could reportedly have opened the door to major product placement deals, large-scale distribution, marketing support and streaming promotion through Prime Video. Without that relationship, critics say an important commercial lane may already be slipping away. Shooter also claims Meghan's earlier attitude toward Sanchez may now be creating long-term consequences. He argues Meghan allegedly treated Sanchez dismissively during the years when Sanchez was still climbing socially and professionally, and now the balance of influence has changed in a huge way. At the same time, another story is reportedly developing underneath all the astrology drama and business maneuvering. Shooter previously claimed Meghan had quietly been discussing a possible post-divorce book project with publishing insiders, and he says later reporting from Vanity Fair helped fuel even more speculation around that idea. According to these reports, conversations involving Oprah Winfrey, Melody Hobson, Shonda Rhimes and Nicola Vaught, described in some reports as a powerful four-women circle, have allegedly included discussions connected to Meghan's long-term memoir plans. Shooter claims there may already be material being prepared specifically for a future divorce-focused narrative. Even while the marriage itself continues publicly, he argues the publishing outreach is not necessarily proof a split is about to happen tomorrow, but more of a strategic backup plan waiting in the background. Wooten's interpretation, which Shooter reportedly agrees with, is that Meghan is not actively trying to trigger a divorce right now.
Not her. It's the universe out to get her. She recently said it's the worst 7 years of her life, and that now her astrologer has told her is over. And so you're right, it won't last, this will blow up, but at the moment, this is where Meghan is now.
Instead, they believe the potential book project is being positioned as a future commercial opportunity that could eventually be activated if the marriage reaches that stage later on. And according to their analysis, the reason nothing dramatic happens yet is simple. There still isn't a stronger financial structure fully in place to replace the current one. According to the latest reporting and commentary, the alleged post-divorce book idea may already be prepared behind the scenes, but the timing simply isn't right yet. And one reason this story is suddenly getting more attention is because of who is now talking about the Sussex finances publicly. Dan Wakeford's reporting has become a major talking point because Wakeford isn't just another random commentator. He spent years as a top editor at People magazine and was widely viewed as one of the most Sussex-friendly media figures during that period. For years, critics joked that People magazine practically acted like an unofficial Sussex newsletter because of how positively the couple was covered there.
There's nobody left in the organisation. There's nobody to talk to debate with, to have conversations with. I think the most healthy companies I've worked for and the way that I run my business is we do have meetings and we do have disagreements. If you do that with Meghan, you're gone. And so there's nobody left now apart from this astrological world. And
that's why Wakeford, now discussing financial strain, shrinking resources and long-term money pressure, is being treated as a major shift in the media landscape. According to reports, Wakeford pointed to concerns about spending levels, business momentum slowing down, and questions over how long the current lifestyle can realistically be maintained at the existing pace. Some commentary surrounding the report even suggested a rough 5-year financial runway if things don't improve significantly. Rob Shooter argued this matters because mainstream American media outlets that once strongly protected the Sussex image are now starting to acknowledge operational problems more openly. In his view, that signals the protective media shield around Meghan and Harry is becoming weaker than it used to be. Shooter reportedly said he wished this kind of reporting had appeared much earlier and more directly, even suggesting it should have made a People magazine cover story by now. Still, he believes the shift itself is important because audiences are starting to see financial and business concerns discussed outside the independent commentary world. At the same time, another report started gaining traction this week involving Prince Harry and a possible move to Montana. According to commentary discussed by Dan Wooten, Harry has allegedly floated the idea of leaving Montecito behind and moving somewhere quieter, cheaper, and more private. The reported pitch was supposedly about simplifying life, lowering pressure, and escaping the non-stop financial demands tied to the luxury California lifestyle. But Wooten interpreted the suggestion as something much deeper than just wanting more space and mountains. In his analysis, the Montana idea may actually reflect Harry's growing exhaustion with the current setup. Wooten argued that while Harry may not be in a position to directly walk away from the marriage or publicly blow up the arrangement, suggesting a major lifestyle downgrade could indirectly challenge the entire commercial structure surrounding it. A move away from Montecito, celebrity networking, and expensive branding culture would reportedly weaken many of the business and image dynamics that currently support the Sussex brand. That's why some commentators see the Montana conversation as a quiet warning sign about Harry's mindset right now.
Suggests that she is trying another tactic. And I'm sorry, Rob, I'm just going to say it. This is a highly emotionally manipulative woman. And that to me sounds like she's trying a different tactic with Harry. It's a bit like, you better be careful because I can walk away too.
Shooter also added another observation from his years around wealthy social circles in New York and Los Angeles. He argued there's a major difference between millionaires and billionaires socially, and claimed the billionaire class tends to operate very differently when it comes to personal relationships, influence, and long-term alliances. According to the commentary surrounding Meghan's future prospects, the type of billionaire lifestyle or financial safety net she would reportedly need next comes with a major complication. Rob Shooter argues that ultra-wealthy billionaires usually value privacy, discretion, and low drama above almost everything else. In his view, that level of wealth doesn't typically chase non-stop publicity or constant media attention. These are people who often prefer quiet influence behind closed doors instead of living inside controversy headlines every week. That's why Shooter believes finding a future partner willing to fully embrace Meghan's level of public scrutiny would be incredibly difficult. He pointed out that Lauren Sanchez is actually a rare example because she already had a bold public personality before marrying Jeff Bezos, and Bezos himself had reached a point where he seemed comfortable stepping further into the spotlight. But Shooter argues Meghan's situation would be far more complicated for any future billionaire relationship. According to his analysis, any potential partner would not only be stepping into global media attention, but also into years of public royal conflict, business controversy, strained family narratives, and growing skepticism inside Hollywood circles. Shooter says that combination creates a level of baggage many powerful people would rather avoid completely. He also claims Meghan has reportedly been trying to expand her elite social network for years, but no major successor figure has emerged from those efforts.
Not that she blew it, that he blew it. And I think she's starting to realize now that the partner she's got, not just in life, but in business, doesn't have the ambition, the drive, the passion that she has. And I think she's going to get sick of dragging him along. Meghan uses people to the point that it gets her to the next step, and then she's very happy to cut and run. She's done it even with her own family, with the royal family. Harry will eventually be tossed aside by Meghan Markle. The question is...
Because of that, Shooter believes the marriage to Prince Harry now continues less out of emotional momentum and more because the current financial structure still depends on it staying intact. That's where Dan Wooten says the Sussex operation has entered what he calls a phase of terminal commercial decline. The signs critics point to are stacking up quickly. Spotify ended its partnership, Netflix projects reportedly shrank in scale, BetterUp faded from public focus, and Meghan's as ever brand still appears to be searching for consistent momentum after extended rollout delays. Even the speaking circuit reportedly hasn't matched earlier expectations. Commentators claim projections that once imagined massive seven-figure appearance fees have cooled dramatically as public demand and industry excitement shifted over time. Wooten and Shooter also argue the couple has faced increasing distance from several powerful social circles. They point to Hollywood relationships cooling off, the reported Amazon-Sanchez bridge becoming strained, and fashion world moments like Met Gala absences and luxury brand distance, adding to the perception that key industries are moving on. At the same time, royal tensions remain part of the picture. Critics continue highlighting events such as major royal functions happening without the Sussexes, reduced public interaction with senior royals, and symbolic moments that fueled speculation about how far the divide has grown behind palace walls.
Very wealthy people, this billionaire club that does exist, it's a billionaire class, not millionaire billionaires. They are not looking for somebody like Meghan Markle. Even Jeff Bezos, who married Lauren Sanchez, she's not as toxic as Meghan.
In this overall framing, The astrology obsession becomes less about spirituality and more about explaining setbacks through cosmic language instead of direct accountability. Bad energy, wrong timing, and chart alignments become easier explanations once every human conflict has already been publicly exhausted. Meanwhile, the rumoured post-divorce book allegedly stays waiting in the background as a possible future business move, but only if the financial conditions are right and a stronger long-term setup eventually appears. Till then, commentators believe the marriage remains tied together largely by practical realities and financial structure. And according to the Wakeford analysis discussed throughout this story, that financial runway may not be endless. Reports estimating roughly 5 years of sustainability under the current pace have only intensified debate about what happens next for the Sussex brand and whether the pressure surrounding it keeps growing from here. If you enjoyed this breakdown, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, share this with anyone following the royal drama, and drop your thoughts in the comments below.
She's got one topic, herself, and one speed, and it's how awful it is to be her. But don't you want to look like her and go to her affiliate link and buy the outfit that she wore at Bondi?
Erwin could teach Prince Harry a thing or two about the loss of a parent and how to function with joy afterwards and learn the lessons and just contribute positively to the world. So now I'm kind of like, maybe actually this relationship should develop.
The Irwin family reportedly refusing to meet Harry and Meghan during that Australian tour says a lot more than people first realised. It wasn't just some random snub. It exposed where loyalties really stand. Robert Irwin, who has built a huge public image through the legacy of his father, Steve Irwin, could have easily been a natural ally for Harry. The parallels are obvious. Both are sons of larger-than-life figures, both lost parents in shocking and painful circumstances, and both have had to build identities connected to famous family names without letting those names swallow them whole.
More in common with Prince William because they both are resilient, they both are survivors, they do not dwell in what they don't have, they dwell in what they've been given, and in their roles on the world stage to try to give back. So why would Robert Irwin want to meet with a loser like Harry?
That connection was right there in plain sight, but Robert chose not to meet them, and the reported reason makes this even more revealing. His strong working relationship with William through the Earthshot Prize, plus his loyalty to the monarchy, reportedly made him unwilling to risk those ties. That wasn't emotional, that was strategic. And honestly, it looks like a smart move. Earthshot is seen as a serious program creating real environmental impact, not just headlines. William's involvement in these causes has been framed as long-term and results-driven. That carries weight. Meanwhile, Harry and Meghan's Australian tour stirred attention for very different reasons, from wardrobe chatter to polling numbers showing major public disapproval. That contrast speaks loudly. Robert Irwin appeared to make a clear calculation about where his connections bring lasting value. That's where the comparison between Robert and William gets even more interesting. Some observers point out both seem focused on what they still have, not trapped by what they have lost. That is a major difference. They seem to direct their energy toward purpose and contribution instead of grievance, and that contrast makes this whole Irwin story stand out even more. Robert lost his father at just 9 years old in a deeply traumatic moment in full public view, yet he has not built his adult identity around pain alone.
Yeah, he really doesn't. I mean, you never see William kicking around with CBS because I feel like when he takes a stand, he keeps it. But Harry just goes to the highest bidder.
Isn't the line too on William that, you just do not want to get on the opposite side of him, that he can hold a grudge, you know? And I can only imagine what he's got in store for these two when he does ascend to the throne.
Instead, he carried that loss, honoured his father's work, and created something of his own. That matters. His conservation work, his Dancing with the Stars appearance, and even the joy people notice in his public image all point to someone moving with purpose. That doesn't look staged, and it doesn't look performative. It looks like someone who made deliberate choices about grief, legacy, and growth, and that may be the real message behind this reported snub. It wasn't just about declining a meeting, it reflected a bigger divide in how public figures handle loss, duty, and identity. Robert Irwin's path looks rooted in building, not dwelling, and that contrast is what makes this whole situation so striking, Harry made very different choices, and that's where this contrast gets even sharper. The memoir, the Netflix series, the Oprah interview, the speaking events where the royal family killed his mother becomes a recurring theme. All of it has made grief and grievance central to the public brand. The grief may be real, but the decision to package and monetize that pain is something critics say was a conscious choice. And that is where Robert Irwin's reported distance looks even more telling.
Is absolutely buzzing after she and husband Prince Harry returned home from their trip to Australia. That does feel like something Meghan Markle would be doing. In her mind, this source says, in her mind, it proves everything she's been saying all along, that she doesn't need the palace machine to shine because she just naturally connects with people in a way that feels far more authentic and modern. Did she say this herself? She loves to tell us how authentic she is.
By staying aligned with Earthshot and keeping clear of drama, that move can be read as a quiet judgment about which path carries credibility and which one does not. Then there's the CBS irony, and it is a big one. When CBS aired a 48 Hours episode featuring images from Diana's final moments in Paris, Harry and William were reportedly furious. Those images were condemned as invasive, horrific, and deeply disrespectful to their mother's memory and to the grief they carried. The outrage seemed genuine, and the principle sounded firm. But years later, Harry gave one of his biggest American interviews to Anderson Cooper on 60 Minutes on CBS. That contradiction raised eyebrows. Critics say the principle appeared solid until business and publicity made it inconvenient. That is why some see a pattern: principles spoken loudly, then bent quietly when the stakes change. That same tension shows up in the quote from In Touch, where a source claimed Meghan believed the Australian tour proved she didn't need the palace machine to shine and could even outshine Princess Kate. Whether people believe that or not, the quote fed a larger criticism already growing, that image management often clashes with claims of authenticity, because this is where critics push hard. You can't present yourself as standing for authentic connection and community, then have public moments followed by commercial rollouts tied to image and branding.
They do so carrying with them the stories, insights, and partnerships forged over these 4 days, grounded in a continued commitment to supporting communities and building a more connected, compassionate future. I mean, what the hell does that even?
You can't say you left royal life because of over-commercialization, then face accusations that royal status is still being used when useful. That inconsistency is what keeps fueling debate. And many say this isn't subtle, and it definitely isn't new. What has changed is who is noticing it. Even outlets once seen as more sympathetic, publications like People, In Touch, and The Guardian, have at times run coverage pointing to those contradictions. That shift matters. Even the Australian tour, once promoted as a triumph, came wrapped in official language about stories, insights, and partnerships forged over 4 days. But critics argue the deeper story was something else entirely. It was about perception, about reputation, and about whether the gap between message and conduct has become too visible to ignore. And that may be why the Irwin angle hit so hard. It wasn't just about one declined meeting. To some observers, it symbolized a bigger verdict forming around who is seen as building something lasting, and who is seen as turning every conflict into content. That is the scandal people keep circling back to.
In there, they toss all these generalities around, like building communities and taking stories and blah, blah, blah. It's like, what does it mean? Yeah. What did you do? What did you actually...
That phrase about a continued commitment to supporting communities and building a more connected, compassionate future sounded polished, but critics slammed it as pure word salad with no substance. Big language, dramatic tone. But where were the specifics? What communities exactly? What partnerships? What measurable outcomes came from it?
61% of the people surveyed in Britain said that they did not want Harry and Meghan to continue to monetize their titles.
Those questions kept coming. Critics pointed out that traditional royal tours were usually tied to concrete deliverables, trade support, diplomatic ties strengthened, charities spotlighted, causes advanced with institutional backing. There was usually something tangible to point to. But with the Sussex tour, critics argued the departure statement was packed with vague language, and short on hard results. And that became a major talking point. Instead of clear institutional outcomes, skeptics said the attention seemed to flow toward commercial activity, fashion exposure, branded associations, and retreat promotion. That contrast did not go unnoticed. Then came the editorial reactions, and some were brutal. One assessment reportedly said the blend of charity messaging and commercial style left people confused at best and irritated at worst, even warning it might be something to think twice about before repeating. That was a striking verdict, especially because it did not come from a clearly hostile outlet.
What do you think would happen first? The palace stepping in and saying, check yourself before you wreck yourself, or Harry and Meghan listening to legitimate feedback like we're seeing circulating all over the internet, all over the world, and going, no, that this doesn't work. Maybe we need to reconsider how we do this going forward.
Well, like all narcissists, true malignant narcissists, they never admit that they're wrong.
And when that criticism was stacked beside polling numbers and sharp commentary from Australian analysts, it created what many saw as one of the toughest media reviews the Sussex operation has faced in years. That is where the comparison to the 2018 tour got even more dramatic. Back in 2018, criticism centered more around cost, with the broader narrative still framing the tour as a success. But critics say the 2026 verdict looked far harsher. This time the words being thrown around were confused, irritating, and even unsuccessful. That is a massive shift in tone. Then there is the polling, and this is where the pressure grows. Reports that 61% of surveyed Britons did not want Harry and Meghan continuing to monetize their titles have been framed by critics as an early public verdict before any summer return even begins. That makes the coming return look like more than just a visit. It looks like a test. The Sussex team may describe its model as a blueprint and a proven success, but critics argue the public reaction suggests something very different. To them, it looks like a model many people do not want repeated. And that is the real question hanging over everything now. Does that polling reflect lasting opposition, or can carefully managed coverage shift perceptions? The summer return may end up answering that in a very public way, and that is where the real drama could explode. Callaghan's claim that the palace will stay maddeningly passive under Charles, and that the strongest response to Harry's summer return may simply be grey-rocking, paints a very revealing picture of what could be coming. No dramatic showdown, no public clash, just silence, and sometimes silence can hit harder than confrontation. The argument is that Charles does not rush in to intervene. William keeps that wall of silence firmly in place, and the institutions Harry hopes to engage with around Invictus will make their own cold calculations about whether involvement serves them.
Rocking when Harry returns to England this summer. I doubt Meghan will be in tow. I think, like all great bullies, allegedly, reportedly, she is a bully. She is also a coward. Yeah. She can dish it out. She cannot take it. And then I think we'll be getting some leaks as usual from Camp Sussex that, like, you know, a reconciliation is in the cards. Things are different now. That always comes out of Camp Sussex.
That is where the real drama may unfold, not through royal statements, but through quiet doors opening or staying shut. Then came the sharp comment that Meghan may not be in tow, with critics framing it as reluctance to face the same scrutiny she often directs outward. That kind of line sparked attention because it feeds a broader narrative already surrounding the summer visit. Whether fair or not, it added even more heat. And then the Sarah Ferguson angle exploded into the mix. Reports about a possible £1.3 million tell-all documentary, resurfaced Epstein-related emails, and stories of lying low in an Austrian chalet added a whole separate royal storm to the week's coverage. But somehow, it still connects back. Callaghan made an interesting point about Ferguson's limits as a royal insider. Yes, she and Diana were once close, but that relationship reportedly fractured after my story, including the uproar over wearing Diana's shoes. Critics say that matters because it means Ferguson may have been cut off from Diana during the very years when the most explosive insight might have existed. That is why some argue any Ferguson documentary could be far more self-serving than devastating, more memoir than revelation, more personal spin than institutional earthquake. Then the focus shifts to something even bigger, Queen Elizabeth II's official biography, and this is where it gets truly fascinating. Who writes it? Why has it taken so long? And will the Diana years be handled honestly? Those questions carry enormous weight. Some critics speculate Charles has been cautious because an unfiltered account of those years could raise uncomfortable questions about his own role. And that feeds a larger criticism that personal calculations sometimes override institutional transparency. That is a serious accusation. Then there are the Queen's diaries, if they exist in the form multiple sources have long suggested. If those records contain her candid assessments of people and events that strained the monarchy, from Andrew controversies to the Sussex era, they could become one of the most important royal primary sources ever, and that is where this turns explosive.
Let's talk about the troubled two from Montecito, who seem to still think that they are members of the royal family and can do their own state visits. They've recently gone down to Australia and seem to be, for instance, going on what look like philanthropic trips. But at the same time, Meghan Markle's then been attempting to flog copies of the clothes she was wearing that day on an internet site that she herself has now invested in. What the Queen didn't want to happen, i.e., those two using their royal titles to try and spin some profit, it seems to be exactly what's happening now.
Because an authorised biography drawing honestly from material like that would not just be another royal book, it could become the strongest institutional account yet of what really happened behind the scenes. That is why this story is bigger than Harry's summer return, or even Sarah Ferguson headlines. It touches legacy, control, history, and who gets to shape the official record. And if that record is ever told without filters, it could shake far more than people expect. Whether an authorised royal biography delivers an honest record or carefully steers toward minimum embarrassment may become one of the biggest questions of the coming years. Because this is not just about history, it is about who controls the story that survives. Some have drawn a striking contrast. Jackie Kennedy reportedly burned letters and kept no diary, but Queen Elizabeth is widely believed to have kept detailed records and even left wishes in writing about what should be known about the years that troubled her most. The Diana years, the Andrew controversies, and the Harry and Meghan era. If that is true, those records could be explosive, and that creates two possible biographies. One version tells the honest record, messy, uncomfortable, but real. The other smooths rough edges, protects institutions, and manages reputational damage. That is not a small difference. That is the difference between history and image control. And critics say the material for an honest record is already piling up. They point to years of disclosures, reports, lawsuits, leaked messages, disputed statements, public repudiations, pool photographs, polling numbers, commercial controversies, refund complaints, and even the debate over products tied to royal titles. Supporters and critics may interpret those events differently, but all of it forms part of the broader record. That is what makes this so significant. A biographer willing to use all of it could produce something far more revealing than a ceremonial royal account. The material is there. The question is whether anyone uses it, without fear or filtering. Then comes the summer return, and suddenly this stops being abstract and becomes immediate. The so-called blueprint has been announced, the institution is watching, and public opinion is already moving. That is where critics say the real verdict may not come from palace aides or polished press releases, but from ordinary people reacting in real time. Even that image of the woman on the beach in Sydney, hearing the entourage approach and returning to her journal, has been framed by commentators as symbolic. To them, it represented a public judgment no managed narrative could fully control. That is powerful. And then there is the tour's unofficial departure statement, which drew so much scrutiny.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a royal editor of the Sunrise show in Australia. I know Australia quite well. I didn't go in this one because I'm a royal editor. I don't cover sort of non-working royals that well, actually. So they were described as non-working royals. However, I would say this, that there is a problem for the royal family going forward because the size of the crowds were big and the media attention towards Meghan and Harry was huge. Now, I know that we at this end are saying, oh, we should ignore them. And we should, and I didn't go down there to cover the story. But they are getting attention and they're getting traction. This is exactly why the Queen said you can't be half in, half out, and you can't be a signed up full working royal if that's the case, because ultimately the monarchy has to, it's getting enough money from the taxpayer anyway with all the security it's paid for. You can't start adding bits on and say, oh.
The Sussex team framed the trip around partnerships, insights and compassion, but independent editorial voices kept asking the same hard question: where were the concrete outcomes? Because that is where critics keep drawing the comparison. Working royals traditionally return from tours with documented results, charities issuing statements, donations announced, programs highlighted, causes advanced, something measurable left behind. That is what people look for. And that is why this debate keeps growing. It is no longer only about personalities, it is about accountability, legacy, and whether narrative can keep outrunning the record. Because if an honest biography ever pulls all these threads together, it may tell a far more dramatic story than any headline has yet revealed. Critics say the biggest difference comes down to one thing: documentation. With traditional royal tours, diplomatic outcomes are often recorded through Foreign Office channels, trade support can be reflected through business groups, and the impact of visits is measured by institutions outside the palace itself. That matters because the results are not just claimed, they are independently documented. And that is exactly where critics say the Sussex tour faced hard questions. They argue the departure statement was full of broad language but lacked evidence of specific outcomes. No detailed institutional record, no major announced deliverables, no clearly documented follow-through tied to many of the stops. That became a major point of criticism. Questions were raised about whether visits to places like the Royal Children's Hospital in Melbourne or the Macaulay Refuge translated into any publicly announced additional support. Critics said they saw symbolic visits, photographs and publicity, but not the kind of measurable commitments they associate with traditional royal engagements. The Bondi Beach visit drew similar reactions. Some critics argued what followed looked more focused on imagery than institutional action.